crew have their traditional go live on the internet. Welcome to Dragstalgia 2025. You can see the first pair of cars pulling round from the lanes bang on time at 9:30 as we get set to go with Gasser Circus qualifying session number 2. It was a little bit hit and miss yesterday simply because of the rather blustery headwind, which I think is still going to be here for today, and then it's going to completely disappear just to screw people up tomorrow totally. Yeah, it's gone tomorrow. So what we've got this morning is we've got cool air, or cooler air anyway, because it's cloudy, but we've got a breeze. It's going to be hot later, obviously, because the clouds are going to clear. Tomorrow, it's going to be really sunny, but no wind at all, and you're going to feel it tomorrow. But that's what racing in the summer is all about. That's the whole idea. Anyone that wants can quote me on this. It's much better to be too hot than too wet. Too hot, you can still race. Too wet, no chance. Okay. Neve Smith, Brian Gibson, your first pair. This is qualifying for Gasser Circus. How many cars do we have down the racetrack? Let's have a quick look. In a minute, I'll find out. Okay, we had 19 cars run yesterday. We need to get to 22 cars on the board to run it as a 32-car elimination ladder, which is outstanding. I'm not entirely sure we've ever had that at Dragstalgia for the Gasser Circus. So, predicted times on the board at the finish line. Neves is 13.20. Brian with the identity crisis is 11.88. Okay, John Gibson, Steve Matthews. Steve Matthews yesterday off the trailer, kind of, was the number 2 qualifier. So 9.73 for Honky Zonkin in the slick tricks lane. He's already number 2. Can he run 9.73 today? Goes 78, no improvement. And the time for John Gibson is 10.96. That's a breakout. That's no improvement. Apologies. The top of the scoreboard, which obviously everyone has just noticed, did not display the elapsed time. Okay, Adam Krasinski, I think, was one that came down to run yesterday. He ran loads of times during Run What You Brung yesterday, or during the day when it came to qualifying. The car didn't behave. So this will be his first timed run. He is in the mellow yellow 55 Chevy in the Kestrel lane against Tom Margerson. With the, even though it looks old, it's not. It's brand spanking new in the slick tricks lane. 10.67 for the Dorset. So Adam will get a time run. This will take us up to 20 cars. Qualified 10.68 for Tom Margerson. Well, not only is it brand new, it's bang on. Number 1 qualifier. Congratulations. Adam Krasinski, though, also goes into the number 2 spot with that 10.939 on a 10.91. Yeah, apologies for the scoreboard being out in the Kestrel or left-hand lane, if you will. Simon Press, last year's champion with the Rocket. Looking good as ever, just completed street weekend. He's in the Kestrel lane, 11.19 against Ray Turner, who is our points leader in 2025 for Gasser Circus. So, current points leader, previous champ. Ray Turner goes 10.94 into number 6. Simon Press goes to number 1, 11.20 on 11.19, ladies and gentlemen. That's why he's your defending champion for Gasser Circus. Well done, Si. Good man. Don't know where he gets it from. Gary Nash, Roy Irish, your next pair. If anyone thinks I'm being mean, we're not being mean. We're very good friends. I just think, you know, like, well done, mate. That's really good. So, Gary Nash, Ray Irish. You can never tell your mates that they're good at anything because, you know, it just doesn't go well, does it? So, Ray Irish currently number 16, Gary Nash number 9. Lots of moving around going on in this qualifying session. 11.34 is the dial for Gary Nash. 43 for Ray Irish. He goes to 10. Yeah, just for the moment, the scoreboard in the Kestrel lane is completely out while they fix it. Gary Nash, 11.73 on a 34, no improvement at all. He stays in at number 9. Okay, Nick Brooke Langham in the Kestrel lane with 11.45. Do you know what? This is like Dragstalgia is about going back to the way it used to be. All we had was wind lights. We had 2 arrows, 1 on each lane. That was the end of it. Oh, no. They fixed it. What a shame. See, it could have been a proper throwback, you know. Jason Pickett with the Cherry Bomb, 10.08. Jason's right up there as well in the championship. This beautiful car. New engine, I think, for this year, which is why he's going quicker and quicker. And even more, ever more upwards as well. $10.11 though for Jason, goes up to number 10. Nick Brooke Langham in at 10. 11.52 and 45. Lots of moving around going on this morning, which is the way it's supposed to be. Okay, another car we didn't see at all yesterday in the Slick Tricks lane. Jason Darling with the incredible Nova. I think the quickest car in the class, actually, 8.99. Yeah, we now have 20 cars qualified. Jason will make it 21. Sean Milsom down there with Ain't Misbehaving. 10.17 for Shawnee. He's currently number 13 at the moment. His daughter Steph riding high in the championship in her first ever season driving or racing anything at all. So Jason Darling will get there first, but it's all about the number. 9.38, Sean goes 10.26. Sean stays 13. Jason in at number 18 for now. Yeah, I was just saying earlier. So yesterday, big headwind, lots of sunshine. Today, in the morning, cloudy, big headwind. Later on, lots of sunshine. Come race day tomorrow, lots of sunshine, no wind. Just kind of screws everyone's dialings up completely. They just have to work out how much difference that headwind is going to make to what their predicted times are. Fantastic for turnout again for Gasser Circus. We know there are lots of people watching in from around the world. All of our friends up there in Scandinavia as well watching in. Some of them have joined us here this weekend to take in the festivities. We know it's a hell of a trip. We'd love it if everyone came back again. Just makes it all the more fun. We had, I think we had Sweden versus UK burnout competition on a Saturday night, which is just, you know, stuff of legend. Billy Jones with the Grizzly and Paul Domney with the Dorset. .39 with the 4, 10.55. Billy Jones stays 5. Paul Domney actually moves up from 19 to 15 with that one. Okay, Steph Millam with the blunderbuss in the Kestrel lane. Another awesome looking car. Steph is really nailing it. I spoke to her dad yesterday. He said that the first weekend testing didn't go great, but then she focused and my goodness did she do well. went really deep into eliminations, and she's riding high in the Gasser Circus Championship at the moment after never having competed in anything. I can't say that enough. That's amazing. So Steph, at the moment, is at the bottom of the order, but she won't be for long. Up against Harvey Turner. This will make it 22 because Harvey didn't get a run in yesterday. $11.08 and $12.05. Steph moves up to 16. Harvey Turner breaks out. He is currently your number 22 qualifier. We will run, all being well, as a 32-car elimination ladder on race day tomorrow for the Gassers. It's provided everyone can get out of bed tomorrow morning. It's going to be hard to do. Stacey Nash with the very, very nicely patined Falcon. Kestrel side of the track, 11.67 plays Nick Hewitson with a short fuse, 9.99. Last couple of pairs of Gassers, and then we're into Nostalgia Superstock. Clear difference in reaction time if that was a race. It'll be hard work for Nick Hewitson to overcome that, but it's qualifying. He goes 10.07, stays 8. Stacey Nash goes 58 on a 67. 10th of a second too quick, so no improvement at all. Okay, last time car down the track, Sam Glenn with the pickup. Sam is currently number 18. Very nice looking launch. Nice looking run as well, 10.57. Too quick this morning. That may be because it's cooler, you never know. So the two-seater. Going to be putting runs in over the weekend. I'm very, very sorry. I don't have the name of the young lady or young man who's on board this morning in the Slick Tricks lane. This is what happens when Colin goes racing. You see, he sat over there in his race car and he normally has the info. So that's my defence and I'm sticking to it. Car will normally run in the high 7s or the low 8s, there or thereabouts, approaching 170 miles an hour or over. Certainly going to notice the parachute coming up through the finish line today with a headwind. Makes the cars slow down very, very quickly. It's incredibly weird. The only thing I can ever liken it to, pulling the parachute on one of these cars, is it's like... I'm going to say it anyway. It's like, if you remember, no one will, but if you do, it's like when you're a toddler and you've got reins on and you try and run away and your mum or your dad just goes, no you don't, and it just grabs you by the shoulders and pulls you back. You feel something tugging on you, and it's the parachute, obviously, in the breeze slowing you down, but it's possibly the best safety device in drag racing ever invented or ever discovered. .005 reaction time as always, Paul. That boy should race. Oh wait, he does. 8.12, 164. And that time round, no shoot. I'm guessing simple reason is otherwise the car wouldn't make it to the end of the racetrack. It almost stopped dead in this breeze. Okay. Nostalgia Superstock qualifying session number 2. Yesterday, pin back your ear holes, we had 55 cars qualifying for a spot in eliminations. Later on today, actually, they start tonight because there'll be a 64-car elimination ladder. Jack Bishop, Rick Denny, the same basic idea. They dial a number, i.e. the number you see on the scoreboard at the finish line is what they're trying to run to. That's their predicted time. They're going to try and run as close as that as they can without going too quick. That will set the order in qualifying. And then it'll be tournament-style eliminations starting later on today. Jack Bishop looking for 9.97. 10.05 and 11.34 for Rick Denny. Moves up from 15 to number 11. Okay, we had 55 cars yesterday. This will make it 56 because the car in the Kestrel lane, Bruce, you may have heard of this car before, 69 Camaro, and because he's in the car and not here, I can say Camaro correctly. 11.37 for my good buddy, co-commentator and racer, and loads of stuff with the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame as well. Colin Theobald and Steve Lloyd with the Blue Pearl. New engine on board, much quicker than before. So Steve Lloyd looking for 10.33, goes over the stripe with 10.36, nice one. Colin, 11.61. Colin goes in at number 40 for now. Steve Lloyd bumps his way up to number 11. Well done, Colin. Get back to the day job. Saying that racing could be his day job because he's just as good at that too, honestly. Would you stick your radio mic in the car, you'd be fine. Okay, Chris Chell with that amazingly brightly coloured Dodge Dart. And Dan Tuttle with the Mustang. As Cole said yesterday, we don't see many Mustangs. There's a small handful of Mustangs in here, but not that many. It's mostly populated by Dodges. Not that that in itself is a bad thing. $10.45, Chris Chell will move up from number 56 to 32, but Dan Tuttle goes up to number 6. 13.07 on a 13.05. Stu Arthur with What'll It Do? I said yesterday that name sounds like the start of a song, not Stuart, but What'll It Do? And then proceeded to completely ruin the idea by singing it. Against Rob Terrell with Robster's Revenge. Rob Terrell's been doing this a while and knows how to win as well. 10.38 for him. He currently, I think he was one of the few, the very few that broke out yesterday. He's number 53. Now, normally that would be DNQ. That's nowhere near this event. Stu Arthur looking for 12.40. Rob Terrell goes 10.50, that'll help. However, Stu Arthur goes to the number 1 spot, 12.40 with a 7 on a 12.40. Number 1, Rob Terrell, 27. Congratulations to Rob Terrell and Stu Arthur. That was much more like it. Well done. It was always just a matter of time before they start nailing it down, wasn't it? Pete Christmas and Emily Taylor, both solidly midfield. Red light for Emily, but it doesn't count in qualifying. So Pete will get there first, looking for 10.50, goes 10.54, that'll help. Up to number 16, Emily Taylor though, 12.38 and a 35, up to number 11. The top 10 are only a couple of hundredths away from perfect run, as you probably would expect. Okay, this will be another car. I don't think we did see them yesterday. I do beg your pardon, sorry. Gary Semper and Alan Huckle. Gary with the Ragtop Firebird in the Kestrel lane. And Alan Huckle, with the Falcon, 12.90. Well, Gary Semper's going to be over the stripe first, and he goes 11.66 and 13.05. Alan moves up to 32, Gary up to 37. Okay, previous winner of the event, Lee Childs with the Valiant in the Kestrel lane, 9.87. Lee's another one. Again, ping back your ears. If you want to actually win some serious, or try and win some serious cash, Door Slammers 2026. We're always amazed. More nostalgia superstock races or Gasser Circus, guys and girls. Don't come and join us for the big bracket because you can win $5 a day doing that. And these guys are really good. Rich Granger in the Slick Tricks lane with the big Plymouth. With a 008 light as well for Rich Granger. He's already the number 2 qualifier. See what Lee can do. 9.95 and 11.05. They both stay put. Lee stays 13. Rich stays in at 2. Paul Singer and Adrian Portelli with an incredibly unique Charger. So unique, I think that's the only, there's a few Chargers in the field, I think, but that's the only one of that variety, 66. $11.09 for Adrian, but Paul Singer goes to number 4. 12.38 on a 37th, just over 100th of a second off. Gets you number 4. Have a quick look where we are. So top 10, you've got to be 0.2 or better. Top 20, you've got to be 0.4 or better. And we're only halfway through Q2. Why do they do it to themselves? It's rough, isn't it? Anyway. 55 cars qualified, 56 cars qualified at the moment. Neil Francis, Royd Mitchell. Neil with the nicely patinaed Fury, Kestrel side. Going for a bit of a wander in the Valiant, but he's got it now. 85, 75, 91, 73. Too quick for Royd Mitchell. And Neil stays put at 10. I think he was closer yesterday. Okay, Bob Gallagher and Glenda Thompson. What a car that is. Both lanes. Just a fantastic, it's just a rolling car show. Basically, it's a 100+ mile an hour car show. And if you don't like the car you see on the track, there'll be another one along very shortly. You will, and so on and so on. Frankly, I think they're all amazing. So 14 flat for Glenda, goes 14.02. Up to number 9, Bob Gallagher, no improvement, 17.08 and a 14, 3 seconds off. That's a little off pace for Bob. He's still got another chance, maybe even 2, to improve later on today. Okay, Glyn Dumford with the Death Trap Nova and Jake Cawthorne. 10.81 and 11.19. Jake actually moves up to 32. No improvement for Glyn. Stays put at 51. Another incredible pair of cars. Look at this. Nick Martin and James Ellis. I just love to know where they all come from. They've all got to be just hanging around in people's garages. I know a lot of them go to car shows and stuff like that, but this class is really good because it gives them the opportunity to race, have fun, as well as show them. 11 flat, 10.92 too quick, 11.33. Nick Martin, no improvement, unfortunately. He stays number 30, 39 actually that was. Okay, Chris Shyhurst, Slick Tricks Lane, 12.22. for him. He's currently number 40, Rob Cawthorne. An absolutely immaculately turned out machine. In the Kestrel lane, 12.25. Well, the Darlings are pretty similar. The reaction times were too. 12.15 too quick for Chris and Rob. 12.39, no improvement for either of them, unfortunately. 10.24 for Paul Smile. I said this yesterday, just the best Darling board in the world. It says hold my beer back in 10 point something seconds, and he just puts the last digits on there. You'd only be a bit stuffed if you started running 9s. But he's not about to today. 10.24, and Adam Novak with the gorgeous Roadrunner. $10.22 too quick. 10.76 breakout both sides of the racetrack. They've got one, probably two more attempts. Let's have a quick look, shall we? Nostalgia Superstock, Q3. Ah, yeah, we'll probably have at least two more today for after this one for Nostalgia Superstock. Jim Smith, Dave Tilsley. I think I heard a pedal Jim off the start line. That may not be a 10.34. It's not, it's a 10.77. 11.83 for Dave. They don't improve at all. Jim stayed 6th. Dave stays 33. Okay, Barracuda versus Challenger this time. 10.98 Kestrel Lane for John Pratt. Stu Floyd with, again, the immaculate Challenger. It truly is the world's greatest car show. So Lumen 10.98 goes to 11.12 and 12.81. Actually, John Pratt does move up to 34 with that. Okay, so the top 20 are 0.4 on their dial-ins, obviously, or better. Again, halfway through Q2. But there's a lot of them. So, Stu Thompson, otherwise known as Kiwi, he's 36 at the moment. Again, they only have one run. He's not really completely representative anyway. Up against Dan Sanderson with one of the few Mustangs in the show. $9.86 for Stu, breaks out and moves up a couple of spots for Dan Sanderson, 14.07 on a 13.95. Paul Fleckney with the doggone Dodge. Taking on, I love that Nova, it's beautiful. Dave Bailey, I can see Mark down there on the start line actually, helping out. What a car. So, 10.99. Currently, Paul Fleckney's number 49. He's still 49. He broke out by a load. And Dave Bailey also breaks out by 500ths as well. Yeah, Paul Fleckney actually went like 2/10 too quick, pretty much. Russo's Rat. What an amazing machine that is. That's Chris Goodale. Just the blending on the paintwork. 9-second car, 989 against Gary Cork with another show quality machine. Again, stop me if you've heard that a few hundred times already today. So Chris is 19 at the moment, Gary's 53. Chris goes through with 10.04, don't think that'll help. 10.87. Gary Cork jumps up to 30. Dave Bilodeau with the duster. Against John Sleeth. Battle of kind of northerners in the UK, in UK terms anyway. 981, 985, nothing in it really on dial-in. Dave Bilodeau with a 0005. Reaction time. It's not a race, but it's still good. 985 goes 986. John Sleeth goes 988. Dave Bilodeau, 100th off dial-in. Oh yeah, okay, that is the money. Thank you. 0005 for Dave Bilodeau wins the Perfect Light Award for the weekend at Dragstalgia. So well done, sir. Even though it's qualifying, it all counts. So Dave Bilodeau gets himself some pennies. If you'd like to come up and see, our esteemed colleagues from Eurodrags are up in the tower. Connor Hall, Ty Strevitt. .1080 goes 11.05. Ty actually with an 11.59 on a 52. Just moves up to the top half of the field at number 26. Just. Okay, Dan Williams, who's been dinked back down to number 22 now, up against Guy King with that amazing Chevelle. Like Colin said, it arrived a number of years ago now, gone through a complete nut and bolt ground-up restoration by, well, pretty much the guy in the other lane and the guy standing behind the car and all of the Williams gang. What a side-by-side pair of muscle cars. That was awesome. Okay, pair of Chevelles going at it. Can they improve? Dan, 10.16 goes 22. Guy King, actually, Guy's the one that makes the move up to 41 with a 10.51. That was awesome to watch. Okay, Don Scott. Don is number 28 at the moment against Dave Simcock with the Star Spangled Challenger. .980 goes, 985, up to number 24 for Don Scott. Dave Simcock stays at 6. 0.03 of a second off. No improvement, obviously. Things are tightening up, shall we say. To be in the top 40, you've got to be 0.15 or better. We've got a few bakeouts languishing at the bottom of the order, but not many. Okay, Spencer Tram, and Glyn Borman. Spence in the Slick Tricks lane with a 002 light. Glyn goes up to 38. Spence stays in at 11 because he broke out by 7 thou. Oh, so close. Just a gust of wind away for the number 1 spot. Okay, Phil Hobson with old scatterbolts. And Spencer Tidswell with the Midnight production. If you remember the name Tidswell, you should do. For drag racing, been involved for many, many years. It's now Spencer's turn. What an amazing car to go racing with. 1080 for him. He's number 50 at the moment. Not anymore. Up to number 30. Phil Hobson actually improves to 19 with a 49 on a 45. Yeah, top 20, you need to be 0-4 on your dial or better. Okay, one of the very few breakouts on the board still, on the order anyway. Mark Huxley. Doing it for Spud with the Fury in the Kestrel Lane. Number of passenger rides yesterday. Broke out on his one and only, again, for the rest of everybody, it's one and only qualifying runs. Taking on Mike Deakin. He's now, actually, these two are 55 and 56 at the moment. 12 fat for Mark, up to 47. Mike Deakin up to 52 with a 12.58. Right side of the number. Now they can get working on nailing it down. Okay, I think the last car for Gasser Circus, John Wilson. 11.53 is the number. What an amazing qualifying session. 11.53 is the number. Let's see what he can do to shake up the order. 11.71, actually up a few spots to number 46. So at the end of that, it's Stu Arthur in at number 1. 007 off his dial. Rich Granger 2, Dave Bilodeau 3, Royden Mitchell 4, Paul Singer number 5. Top 10 0-2 or better. Top 20 0-4 or better. 2 more qualifying sessions, I think, for Nostalgia Superstock. It's going to tighten up an awful lot more than that. 56 cars. How cool is that? So this event is just non-stop cool stuff, and there's your example. Look at that. 2 black flamed Willys. One of them with the really cool flat flamed paint job in the Kestrel Lane. Now, according to the screen, that's Dan Bates. Up against Phil Malls with the beautiful, beautiful Willys in the Slick Tricks Lane. These cars are nearing 100 years old now, what the body style is at least anyway. Isn't that amazing? So they're trying to run the number you see on the board at the finish line. Not heads up. Again, it's trying to run your number. 21.39. Daniel, actually, if that is indeed Daniel, up to number 2. Okay, Guy Davenport with the mistreated machine. Against Steve Roberts. So Guy does an awful lot in the organisation for the Willys Wars, and also gets to join in sometimes as well. 15.02, Guy goes 15.07. Nice one, mate. Stays at number 1. Steve Roberts actually in at number 6. Okay, Damien Bacon with the Bacon Boys, otherwise known as the Pork Chop Express, of course. He didn't get to run yesterday, got pushed away up against Alan Rimmel. So the Pork Chop Express got a small block Chevy in there and a little supercharger with nitrous. 11 second dialing is somewhat off his PB of 11 flat, goes 11.50 and a 12. Sorry, a 14.23 for Alan Rimmel. Okay, Team Prozac. Rich and Rach with a 41 Willys coupe. Home-built chassis. Lots of good stuff. Small block Ford in there as well with alley heads. Current best is 11.07 at 124. The car is street driven all year. And he's looking for a 12 flat this time round. Up against Rod Atkinson. 11.97, just a couple of hundredths too quick though, but back in the 11s. I think Rach is happy. 12.03 though for Rod Atkinson, up to number 8. Now, even though Rich Warburton did break out, he still improved in the qualifying order. That's because so many people have. Okay, the gorgeous pickup in the Kestrel lane. Dave Hidson against Andy Crockett. Again, this is just a rolling car show, folks. Soak it in. Enjoy it. There is no dial for Andy Crockett. That's because I'm guessing there's not one on the car. Cruises through with a 15-second run and an 18.18. Believe it or not, Dave Hinson goes up to number 7 with that one. He does improve. I think we are there with the Willys Wars. Just a small amount of track prep. So don't forget, folks, loads of stuff going on around site all day today. We have, let's have a look. The auction for the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame over in the marquee opened about 10 minutes ago. So go and check out all the auction items. I can get my teeth in to say that straight as well. Loads of incredible stuff in there, including Don Garlett's Swamp Rat that was here in 1976, nearly 50 years ago. And Tudor Rose and Commuter, and the Oscars are in there as well. I think it's just an amazing show all round as well. The Vintage Fair is open in the Vintage Hub too. And yeah, loads and loads of stuff coming up. We've got the historic engine, aero engine fire-ups at 10:30, and then it just gets bigger and better and faster and louder all throughout today. So the next class in the lanes behind us at the moment is the Wild Bunch, while they do a quick bit of track prep. If I can hand back to Nitro FM just for a couple of moments, won't be long, and we'll go with Wild Bunch Q2 in just a minute. Circus. So, predicted times on the board at the finish line. Neves is 13.20. Brian with the Identity Crisis is 11.88. So 9.73 for Honky Zonkin in the slick tricks lane. He's already number 2. Can he run 9.73 today? Goes 78, no improvement. And the time for John Gibson is 10.96. So Adam will get a time run. This will take us up to 20 cars. Qualified 10.68 for Tom Margison. Well, not only is it brand new, it's bang on. Previous champ. Ray Turner goes 10.94 into number 6. Simon Press goes to number 1. So Ray Irish currently number 16, Gary Nash number 9. Lots of moving around going on in this qualifying session. 11.34 is the dial for Gary Nash. 43 for Ray Irish. But I can't stay away from the wrong side of town. Thank you very much indeed to the Beach Boys for filling the gap. Appreciate it. Okay. So according to our list, we're still time trialing for the Wild Bunch. They set their dials in, they do their things a little way. So they're at their own way, beg your pardon. So we've got 2 cars out here at the moment. James Ord is currently leading the Wild Bunch series with the Little Foe. The car is originally from 1972. The engine is from 1974 from a Rover P6, which disappeared at the end of 74. Basically, James has a lot of fun. Why is there 4 gone from this already? Okay. Sorry. Someone's very kindly given us cakes, which look somewhat diminished, I think, from the size of the box. Anyway, just kidding. Yeah, so James Ord is out there with the Little Foe in the slick tricks lane. He's taking on Dan Wilson, who's got with the antique toy. 350 small block Chevy in there. What they're doing, actually, is they're out there, they're sort of testing, but they will be in competition, if you will, later on in the weekend. They're trying to run close to their numbers as they possibly can. 10.29 for Mr. Wilson. James goes through with a 12.94. Okay, Pete Brown with the Wrathchild. See, this is what happens when you're here. I'm sitting with my glasses perched on my face because I can't see anything. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, Pete's out there with the Wrathchild. That car has been around for some time now as well. I think it's definitely the Maras. It was previously the Low Funds team. He's taking on Dave Schumacher with... The car's name is the Crewman. I can only guess he helps out a lot of other people. Sponsored by Jim Seaward, the one and only Jimmy Seaward at Somerton Motor Company. So the reason it's called the Crewman, he's been crewing on and off since 1986. It's time he thought he had a go. Just want to say a big thanks to Jim Seaward, also Nick and Charlie Seaward, Beavis Allen, Brian Savage and Wayne Colliver as well. That car does look absolutely the business. Pete just having a bit of fun rearranging the belts by the look of this. Are these for general consumption, by the way? They're for general consumption? Just checking. Hi.
Hello.
I have my racer friend back in the tower with me. It's okay. Are these for general consumption?
Yes, they are.
Excellent.
And
from?
we've got Lorraine Brazier from Nostalgia Superstock. And no, there's only one missing because the other 3 were poached by a couple of Supercharged Outlaw racers last night.
And why not? Oh, last night? Okay.
Last night, yeah. I had to go back for a top-up.
So, Pete Brown goes 10.18. Nice. To a 10.27 for Dave Schumacher. I don't know whether you caught the rest of Nostalgia Superstock qualifying.
I saw a few of them go through. I've got no idea what I ran. I know I dialed 11:37.
I think it was about 61.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say it felt like an 11.6 because I lost traction again.
Really?
Yeah, it's got a bit loose. But no, it's great. So that's it, one and done. And yeah, just part of the show now. But I've got to say thank you to Santapod management team for letting me go another play this weekend. So, but back to the weekend job now.
Yeah, I had a slightly panicked James on the phone this morning. Go, you coming? Yeah, I got here at 28 minutes past.
Well, he rang me because you only went there. I said, yeah, I'm in the pairing lanes.
In my car. Well, I was on my way down. I was cycling, but like you always do at events like this, catching up with people you don't see for God knows how long, and I just forgot the time.
Yeah. Okay, John Sharrod with the Never Say Never, the Altered, going alongside Pete Whitfield, the Rowell Rail.
Thank you very much indeed for cupcakes. They are yummy, and they will not be around for long.
And there are more available at the Nostalgia Superstock after
So John Sharrod with a really strong looking run. That'll definitely be an 8. It's an 880 at 149.
That's a new PB as well. Just shaved a 10th of what he ran best before. Nicely done.
Okay, Rob Brown.
Oh, PB in the other lane as well.
Fantastic.
100th.
Oh, you've got the short sheet. I was using the full-on one from Claire, which is very, very kindly drops off.
And a PB on speed as well. Well done, Pete. To PB on speed and ET in one run. Take that every time.
And into that breeze as well.
Yes.
Now
it's very
windy
strong out
yeah?
there.
What I was going to say is, do you noticed on the forecast? So obviously yesterday we had sun, strong headwind. This morning we've got cloud, strong headwind. This afternoon we can have sun, strong headwind. Tomorrow, sun, no wind. Just to completely screw
really
everybody up.
Confuse everybody.
So lots of breakouts tomorrow morning, I think, but we'll see. Anyway, we'll see how it shakes out. So Pete Brown being brought into stage on his anniversary weekend, actually, is it?
What, the engagement one?
Yeah. The engagement anniversary, okay. Yeah. Against Paul Tarry, the Triggers Broom. Both make a move to the centre line, but they've got it handled. 8:42. At 156. To a 10.90. Love that little dragster.
Do you know, even into a headwind, that's only 400ths off his PB.
Yeah, I know. It's surprising. Okay, Andy Roy with the Shaw Crank Redemption. And Mark Houghton. That is absolutely beautifully turned out, that car as well. It shines everywhere, doesn't it? Even the parachute. Shroud line is shiny too.
I see we've got the Beach Boys in as our start line crew this weekend.
We have indeed. They're doing a great job as usual. .953. 141 miles an hour for Mark Houghton. That could be another one.
Yeah, it is.
It is. You're jotting it down,
considering
aren't you?
that's the first time that they've taken that car into the nines. So
and it's a 53.
53, yeah. I mean, the car's been there before, but well done, Mark. Yeah, they've just found over half a second. That'll do.
Probably skip breakfast.
Yeah.
Okay, Luca Giovoni and Ian Wild, two altereds, one from Italy. Luca in the Kessler lane. What a car. Luke is going to get there first for 11.21, 117, and 11.79 for a wild 150. Oh, yeah. We love that car, don't we? Down there in the Kestrel lane. Bradley Cooper. The flathead Slingshot. What a car.
Oh, so good to see Bradley back at the track as well. He doesn't make many appearances these days, but always good to welcome him back.
Yeah, up against Gavin Mealy.
I'm not sure. Is Brad coming forward, or has he been sent back? I can't quite work out.
Yep.
Yeah, he's coming forward. Good stuff.
So Gavin's car is the Charles Bang Special. Is one of those that has 3 drivers entered, isn't it?
Yeah.
On the entry list, I think.
Gavin, Damon and Pete. And 49, 116, 12, 12 and 110 for the Charlie Banks Special.
Good run for Gavin. Sorry, Bradley. Even. It always amazes me they get a flathead to go that quickly, actually. Oh, tow car of the weekend so far. Over there.
Well, it's definitely Alan Skip because there's Ford running.
Okay, running after him. So Loz Butcher with the, even though it looks like it should be like 50 years old, I think it's brand new. Sorry, that was me, my fault.
I must admit, I only had one text after my run,
Yeah.
if you know what I mean.
Okay.
And it had to be Uncle Roy, didn't it?
Well, at least he's watching.
Yeah. Cheers, Roy. Love you, mate.
Yeah, it's not. It's always nice to. It's like I was saying about Simon earlier when he ran in Gasser Circus. I said, yeah, I don't know. You know, you can't be nice to your friends. You know,
Yeah.
it's just the law, isn't it? Really. So let's see if Loz can get the car closer to the 9s, which I'm sure it can do. Maybe even the 8s one day. You never know. That's more like it off the line. And Alan Skip, watch the mile an hour this car runs in the slip tricks lane. That's an 8-second car all day long. 8.64, 9.55. There we go for Lawrence Butcher. 143 miles an hour. I'm guessing that's another one, isn't it?
It is indeed, by 3/10.
Nice.
So, and, oh, just missed the MPH, but it's the ET that counts. 9.55.
Okay, car we didn't see yet. We didn't see Phil yesterday, did we?
No, you're right. No, we didn't. Oh, I just love that land yacht over there. Beautiful.
Yeah, as with all yachts, it's hard to berth it anywhere, I should think, isn't it?
So Phil James for the Wild Bunch with this very historied funny car. .54 there for Phil James.
Yeah, we still have it as time trials on the screen, so nothing's being
Yeah,
recorded.
I think they always do class them as that, though, to be honest.
Okay. Well. Thomas just blowing kisses to all his fans around the world, so let's just hope no one's
That won't
watching.
take long.
That's just hope no. Yeah, it won't take long. Let's just hope no one's watching, eh?
Going alongside Ian Armitage with the Slingshot down there. The Old Guy's Rail is the name of that one. And of course, Philippa Turton with Bitchcraft, and well, let's just see what the numbers are. Their PB is a 1070.
Don't adjust your screen. Their hair is bright pink. Okay, if you're watching at home and thinking, "What the hell's going on? Why is Thomas's head exploded?" And Marky's, of course. No hands on bottoms, please, gentlemen. Thank you. Oh no, good stuff. We got it zoomed in. Good looking run for Ian. 9:26 and 11:11, only 100 miles an hour for Philippa.
Yeah, I think she lifted off the gas at the stripe.
That lady down there needs a shave of legs, probably. That's a good idea, shave his legs. So we've got a few more to go with the Wild Bunch. Supercharged Outlaws not far away. We have a very special guest up here with us for Supercharged Outlaws. Okay, that is Joey Childs with the Altered. And he wraps it up with 11:54. Supercharged Outlaws are at the head of the lanes. I did wonder why the two-seater ran, because I could see Rory with the funny car, but Rory is not making this run, unfortunately.
Oh.
Being towed away.
I think I may have sold Paul Brown a bit of a dummy today, actually, because he saw me in the pairing days. He goes, "Oh, he's not commentating today," so he hasn't sent me a list of passengers. But
he sent them to me.
Oh, he did? Ah,
yeah,
right, okay.
Which, well reminded. Very, very well reminded. Okay.
This is run number 2 then, yeah?
Yeah, Sam Nicholson from Woking. This is a birthday present. So, happy birthday, Sam.
Okay.
So, very happy birthday to Sam. First run today was I think an 8-1, thereabouts. No shoot, though, noticeably. I was chatting about that with myself, with a stiff headwind. I think Paul would have fun trying to get the car all the way down to the top end. So you might not see the shoot again this time. Nope, there we go. 807 at 163. And happy birthday, sir. Okay. We have Supercharged Outlaws in the lane. He's just gathering a few of them. They're just getting strapped into the car, which gives us a perfect opportunity very quickly just to tell you about what's going on today. If we can grab a...
Ruth, yes, I've got so much to update everybody on. Right, the time, let's just double check. Right, 10:33 here on Dragstalgia Saturday. The British Drag Racing Hall of Fame auction has reopened. It opened at 10 o'clock this morning. You need to get your bids in as it closes at 5 o'clock this afternoon. So there is no Hall of Fame auction tomorrow. It closes at 5 o'clock today. They still have the memorabilia that you can buy tomorrow, but the actual auction will finish at 5 o'clock today. So there are approaching 50 lots available. You need to pop down to the historic marquee. It's just past the grandstands. You can't miss it, where you've got all these phenomenal cars from the past here at Santa Pod. You've got things like the Swamp Rat car in there, a Commuter is in there, Tudor Rose is in there, and you just need to pop in there. We've got bikes represented as well. See the other cars that they call Motivation is in there, Yesterday's Dreams, True Blood. So it really is a fantastic display of days gone by here at Santa Pod Raceway. But also in there, of course, is British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. All the volunteers are in there as well. and it's a really, really great opportunity to go and see some great cars, to meet some great people in there as well, have a look at the auction lots, and support also the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund, as a lot of the items have been donated and a lot of the sales will be going to the Benevolent Fund. There's also the Hall of Fame stickers as well to show your support. They're 2 for a £5, and I've got them on me, but also they are available from the historic marquee. Right, other things to keep you up to date on. When we have our lunch break today, around about 1:30, it will be the announcement from the tower up here of this year's inductees into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. A fantastic group of people have been selected this year, and I really do look forward to letting you all know. As soon as we've announced them on here, the words will go to the press, and Eurodragster will do a full-blown press announcement as well, so you can have a look online as well, read about this year's inductees, as I have just like a short introduction to this year's inductees, but the full version will be on eurodragster.com. And I'm delighted to say that a few of our inductees are with us here this weekend, and although we're not going to have full-blown interviews with all of them from the tower over the course of the weekend, once we've made the announcement, if we get moments of peace and quiet, then I will certainly try and have a word with them, and we'll do it over the PA system. So I really do look forward to introducing this year's nominees into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. Also keep your ears peeled, because in due course there will be the announcement of this year's gala, and we will obviously let you know the location and of course the date as well. So that's all to come from the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. Needless to say, there's plenty of things going on site as well. We do have, and actually, in fact, before I forget this, when we are doing the announcement, we are also expecting the Battle of Britain Memorial flight to come in, and it will be the Hurricane today, due in at 13:38. So please keep your eyes skywards. We'll try and remind you of that as and when that happens. At 11 o'clock today, you haven't got long to wait, the Beer Festival will be open, and that's in the Vintage Hub. The live stage is literally... Yeah, that has actually opened. That opened at 10:30 this morning. So the live stage is open, and then the Beer Festival will open at 11 o'clock. In the display area opposite the Nostalgia Marquee, we'll be doing Nitro Fire-Ups. That's at 1:20. That's during our lunch break. So there is so much going on. Of course, have a wander around the pits. You're not stuck to the grandstands or the spectator banking. Have a wander around into the pits. Go and check out, see what all of the amazing machinery has done over the years, and see what they're up to this weekend as well. So please, please, please go around the pits. Go to the pod shop as well. We've got the latest range of Dragstalgia special edition t-shirts and hoodies available for you this weekend. And of course, the Slick Tricks range, the Santa Pod main FIA merchandise ranges in there as well, and all sorts of other goodies in there. The pod shop, you can't miss them. The main one is in the pits, just past half track. The secondary unit is next to the catering area, and the third one is past the live action arena. Okay, that's a bit of an update for you. It's all available in the weekend programme. Get a hold of a copy of that. Right, we're into Supercharged Outlaws. And first up is Elaine Hancock. Crazy Lady Racing. So Dave just bringing Elaine forwards. Nice to see. Wayne Allman down there as well, actually. Lovely vehicle. He's parked up over opposite the Hall of Fame marquee. In need to go and check that one out. BSA down the side of it, beautiful looking van. Here we go, Elaine Hancock then, the Crazy Lady Racing Pepper. Clicked it just past half track. That's looked like a bit of a plan, and a thumbs up from Wayne. Very tidy indeed. 116 to 60 foot, 518 at 132 at the 8th, and coasting 911 at 96 miles an hour at the stripe. That'll do very nicely indeed, considering there's no burnout either. But the track is really, really good and excellent to see. Right, next up then, Ian Merriweather with Banzai. Going alongside the good guys. I think Nigel Rigdon. So pick your Topolino. It is one of the most favoured cars in all of, altered racing. Bantam and the Topolino, the two top body shells that they use for these cars. Yeah, Merriweather went 8:51 yesterday. We know this car's got 7-second form.
Yeah, we did mention this yesterday. We'd love to know, I'm sure someone out there listening will know, how did these become like the default altered bodies, if you see what I mean? You know, I know they're little, I know they look cool, but where did the Model T, so the Model T is 1923, that's over 100 years old. The Topolino, Bantam, how did they become the bodies of choice for altereds on the
Side by side, 8s of some description. Yep, 873 for Ian. Nigel goes 861.
Noticing Nigel not pulling the parachute. A few guys and girls won't do that today simply because the breeze is such that they'll stop dead. Oh, great to see Duncan Beard joining in as well. I think that is Duncan in the seat.
Sorry, I know Duncan put the call out for crew for this weekend, so
he has
he was successful.
Yep. So the car has previously been driven by Des Taylor, but Duncan the owner. Well, there we go. Who thought the start line crew would be part of the crew? There we go. Bit of help from Dave, just making sure everything is secure before he goes down the racetrack. Take it on Jim Tucker, who put in a number of runs yesterday. Almost every single run instantly spun the tyres off the start line. Supercharged Outlaws supported as always by Good Vibrations out there in California. We thank them for their assistance. There you go, Jim. Same thing again. Blazing the tyres almost instantly off the starting line. What's Duncan got for us? 904, 144.
That'll do. Yeah, a sort of a customary nod from the team. Well done.
Very, very nice. 1.2 seconds, 60 foot. Car launched really well. I know he desperately wants his 7-second run. I'm not sure he has got it yet.
Luke Watts with Agamemnon and Paul Dale with the acute angle.
So Paul Dale got put in one run yesterday. I think it was a high 8, wasn't it?
Yeah,
high 8.
86.
Yeah, I don't think Luke made it round.
Well, he came into the lanes, but if you remember, he drove back up the return road.
Paul Dale's car, actually, yeah, I know Paul Dale's car is a 7-second race car. I'm not sure that Luke's been quite that quick yet. Emphasis on yet. So Luke comes from the Isle of Wight. He probably would have preferred to escape the Isle of Wight last weekend when the festival was on. Only because my wife and her friends were there. But other than that. Just checking everything, safety gear and everything is on right. So we can let Paul Dale go. And he goes 8.76 at 1:57. We'll just wait for him to clear the track. Luke is A-OK and ready to go just as Paul turns off the racetrack. I'm sure he will be getting the green. Yep. $8.67, nice. 154. They look happy.
Yeah.
Happy with that. Hooked, went. That's the idea. Okay. Right, everyone close your eyes. Because here comes young Mr. Aaron. He has had a number of moments of this event. And because they've all been ridiculously lively. Let's hope we're not about to get another one.
You trophy hunter.
Oh, something like that. Lane swapper, whatever. Tame by comparison. Well, no, it's probably, he was getting a little bit sideways and probably thought better of it. 7-second blown, small block altered in the Slick Tricks lane. They love playing with this thing. It's been completely rejigged again, have you noticed? No zoomy headers. Different bodywork. If ever somebody needs to drive a fuel altered, it's Aaron. That, do you know something? That car looks really unnaturally tall and skinny from here, doesn't it?
It does.
Up against Brian Watson with the Famoso Speed Shop Special. I said this yesterday, but for the benefit of those who are tuned in today, that car on the screen that you see right now, the start line that you see right now, if you Google Dragster living room couch or something similar to that, I should do it to see if it works anyway. Very famous photograph shared millions of times around the world. The car sitting behind the couch in the former owner's house. Good looking run for Brian, 780 and 775 for Aaron.
Yeah.
175 miles an hour. And most of that was sideways. Of course it was.
Here to entertain us per usual. Well done.
Get that man a straight jacket. Well done.
All right, next up then.
Okay.
Keith Freeman and the thief of the cakes last night. Mr. Andy Park. he put his hand in the cake box and said, well, I'll have one of them, and he just disappeared. Never to be seen again.
Well, Elvis has re-entered the building to be main crewman for Keith Freeman. Up against Andy Park, all the way from Scotland with the amazing little Model A with a wheel on the back. What a car. Elvis is excited.
Each which way, but straight. 997, 998. Not the numbers either we're really looking for. Martin's like going, oh, yeah.
Just airing out. Keith had an unfortunate incident. It's probably about 10 years ago now, wasn't it?
It could have been longer than that, actually.
Maybe, yeah. So
I can't remember which lane he was in, but he ended on that side.
He was in the left.
Yeah.
He did in the right. Yeah, absolutely that. Check out the screen, Carl. Look at that. If you're watching on the live stream, that little vintage pedal cars. How cool is that?
Talking of vintage pedal cars, there's one of those available in the auction. Not quite like those.
Okay.
But we have a snap-on pedal car for the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame auction. And if anybody just like goes on eBay and looks at those, you realise they fetch a lot of money. So it's a fabulous
Someone
item.
donated that.
Yeah,
for
Pete Dodd.
How cool was that?
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. And thank you ever so much indeed, Pete. Pete did ring me last night, and hopefully Pete is here today. And if you are Pete, just ping us a message, or if you tune into the live stream, just let me know if you're here or not. It would be really good to catch up with you, mate. And I think there's quite a few people within the Hall of Fame would just like to say thank you as well.
Okay, Mark Luton, I think he is on board, rolling round with the Dragster, normally piloted by Roy Wilding.
Yep.
Mark's been with his team for a long while now.
Roy's down there, of course.
Yeah, the thing is, it's one thing watching and crewing. I'm sure Mark will be absolutely fine, but one thing watching and crewing, it's another thing getting in, and then you suddenly realise what your driver goes through all the time. I remember one of the most famous examples of that, if anyone's up to date with modern NHRA drag racing, a guy called Rob Wedland, who is now crew chief for Sean Reed. Okay. He used to be, he was crew chief long time ago in the alcohol ranks. And he used to have he said he couldn't believe he did it. He said he used to have a go at his drivers for backing off when they shook, or having a go out for this or having a go out for that. He said he then got in the car and started racing, and he went and apologised to all of them because it was just way more violent, way worse than he ever thought. And he said he now had a whole new respect for anyone that got in them. And there's a lot of instances of crew guys actually getting in race cars and doing very, very well. However, it just takes a bit of getting used to, especially when you've got a blown Hemi sitting in your face, like Mark Luton has down there. I know I'm sure he's put in a couple of test runs already. Roy's been into the sixes at over 200 miles an hour with this car.
So bringing, well, already into stage. And unfortunately, the engine just cut as the green came on there. It was almost like the idle was just hunting for fuel and just didn't get enough of it. But Mark Luton with the Chariots of Fire slingshot, he'll be back for more, 100%. Looking around in the lanes, well, there's nobody that actually pulled forward, but we do know there's plenty of vehicles around there. Oh, there's loads of bikes around there, absolutely loads of them. And of course, it will be bikes up next, but one more car to run. And not quite sure which one it is actually. I think it could be the Firecracker. So Mark Luton just been pushed back at the moment. Now, a case of whether it's going to go back to the pits or will they refire it. Okay, well, they're bringing the starter, the booster battery over, so it looks like they're going to refire it. In the meantime, I have heard an engine start up in the pairing lanes. Indeed, yes, as the support vehicle moves out of the way. It is indeed the Northern Spirit. Neil Townsend. Oh dear, how many years was this? About 4 years since we've seen this car?
And more, I think.
Yeah.
Body shredded, didn't it?
Yep. Look at that, that's gorgeous. The sunlight reflecting off that candy apple paint scheme. Really, really looks lovely out there.
I think could well be the last car for Supercharged Outlaws. Actually, they might give Mark Luton another stab at it because the starter motor's back on it. Yeah, quickest of the bunch. So far is Aaron. Now, if you could just drive it in a straight line. We wouldn't want that, though, would we?
Nah.
Wouldn't be the same. Yeah, we're just about to go with the bikes. We've got the old school stockers down there ready to go. And then straight after them, we've got the NSA. So I'll be hanging over to Keith Lee down on the start line. If that's all right, guys. Do you want to do it? No? No. Yeah, there we go, yeah. Keith is the man for the job.
I don't mind doing it, but he is the man for the job.
Oh, 1,000%. Then right after that, it is Q1 for the Dragstalgia Cannonball.
So, welcome back, Neil. So good to see you. Nice to have a chat with you the first thing this morning as well.
Yeah, typical altered bounce going on there as well. But that's the first checkout run. Give him a round of applause, please. That's a number of years' work.
Well done.
To make it look like that again. And gorgeous as ever it is.
Yeah, 121 to 60 foot. So the right foot was certainly buried.
Can you see the hop? I can see the mark from the hop. Look, right out there, about 200, couple hundred foot out. Okay, so just wait for Neil to clear the track, and then we're going to have a crack with Martin Luton again. Then we go on to two wheels. It must be nearly Cannonball time because we have back up in the tower. It's very kind of him to do this, isn't it? Always. Dave Grabham, whose lad Robbie will be driving their car in a few moments.
Got to do a shout out for the NSRA this weekend. They are here once again. They've got quite a few here. And of course they are the main supporters of the Hot Rod Drags coming up in September. That's the weekend after the European finals. So the NSRA do have the stand in the show arena, and there's a lot of cars parked up there as well. And it's always good to have the NSRA with us here at the pod.
So the second bite at it for Mark Luton. Car just died off the start line. Thumbs up from everyone. So good luck, sir. It's no mean feat getting your head and your right foot around one of these things. At least of all in front of a few thousand people and everyone watching at home. Nicely done, yeah, off the starting line. Now, one of the things as well, that's very good indeed. Well done, Mark. Well done, everybody, yeah? How strange is that, Roy, watching your car do that? Exactly that. Yeah, there we go.
I think Mark's going, God, this thing knife move.
Yeah, exactly. Hang on a minute. Is this what Roy used to do? My goodness me.
Yeah. as you say, you know, the crewman going into the cockpit as such, it is an amazing change of scenery, shall we say. You think you know the car inside out until you drive it, you go, yeah,
Yeah,
right.
driving's a whole nother ballgame. The thing is as well, this is not a speculation, but this happens a lot, is that with when you drive one of a big blown car that accelerates as hard as that does, you have to grit your teeth and you have to stamp on the pedal on the right, i.e. the throttle, like there's the biggest, nastiest spider underneath it and you need to squash it and you keep it pinned. If you don't do that, the acceleration of the car is such that it takes your foot off the throttle. If you try and do it gingerly or you try and do it gently, it just doesn't work because G-force acceleration sends your body and your foot the other way. So old school stockers down underneath the tower. Second qualifying session of the day.
So just give you a little bit of background on old school stockers. They have a cut-off year of 1987. So the style of the bike or the age of the bike needs to be pre-1987.
Not for the riders, because I think the riders are about there as well. Yeah?
Minimum. Some of the machines run well into the 8 speed of over 150 miles an hour. And of course, Pro Stock motorcycle is what these bikes are based on. The Pro Stock's motorcycle class started in 1973. The class was established in the UK in 1981, morphing from the similar Pro Street class, which was formed in 1977. So this is Chris Spry and Alan Ward. Chris is on a flyer here. 10.06, 10.01 actually. Chris was off the gas towards the stripe there, but Alan Ward powering through 136. Just the short numbers didn't work for him, but the top end did.
The thing is as well with the way these guys run as well with Pro Stock bikes, there's nothing. There's no laptops. There's no nothing. There's screws to turn, clutches to fiddle with. It's about it really. Tire pressure, that sort of thing. So they don't have it's engineered horsepower if you like. And when there is a headwind, it will slow them down. You can't help aerodynamics. So Claire Rule. Current number one spot is an 855. That could be in danger here. 876, 141. Plays in 11-13. Down in Nitro FM, could I have the radio microphone?
That's a proper burnout underneath the tower. My goodness me. Building the rev range up there.
Thank you. Sorry, I did this. Loud button.
So making the annual trip over from Italy, Danielle there, going alongside Richard Peachy. Oh, now the moon bike. Are we still okay? Might send Richard on his way here. Yeah, as the moon bike is actually cut. So yeah, be Richard on a solo just for this pass. Richard went 9.06 yesterday. I'd like to get one into the 8s, but that is a stiff old headwind for the bikes to contend with.
The one plus is it's pretty much straight down the track, not across.
Strong. Yeah, 9.06 yesterday, 9.10 today.
So Daniela getting another stab at it with the Moon Eyes machine. Currently in at 7. I think that was gear backwards. 951, 113. Actually improves up to number 5. Sounded like it changed down just before the finish
the
line.
revs went up instead of down, as you say, with the gear shift there. Just,
Right, so everyone milling around in the pits and maybe the vintage hub and so on. Really good time to get yourself over here because obviously we have bikes. We've got the NSA coming up as well. You don't want to miss all those. And the Dragstalgia Cannonball Q1. Not far away at all. So Patrick Hodgkiss tuned this weekend by the piece of drag racing history himself, Mr. Jerry Collier, in the Kestrel lane. Taking on Dean Stevens. I'm sure Nipper's not far away. I think I saw him down there somewhere earlier with the H2. So Patrick was in the 9s early yesterday. That'll be a 9 again. 9:20 at 1:42. A bit more like it, not bad. 9:56 for Dean. That's normally an 8-second bike, actually.
Okay, so Sean Biddlecombe down there. Ran a 12.80 yesterday. No, he's got plenty more in there. Going alongside Steve Howe. My goodness me, he put a run in yesterday. 8.55. And he is your current number 1 qualifier. So both into pre-stage. Getting themselves settled. Well, a few issues there for Sean, but Steve Howe powering through again to an 8.45 at 153 miles an hour. Finds a 1/10 of a second on yesterday's run. Still into that stiff breeze. So very well done indeed to Steve Howe. Sean goes through there with a 12.33. Actually, his quickest of his 2 runs so far. But Steve Howe stays number 1. Well, 11:08 in the morning. Just let everybody know Fueler's Bar is now open. Which also means that the beer festival will be as well. Liz Charman.
So last night, Liz and the team were doing a lot of work to the bike. Well, when I say the team, I mean Kev, rejigging a lot of it because one of the reasons that Liz thought she was going out of shape because she couldn't get her foot onto the pedals. These bikes are very heavily regulated and they have to have the pegs exactly in the right place, a stock position, if you will. So hopefully we're about to find out how the adjustments worked out. Good luck, Liz.
And also good luck from Claire and Alan Davis, tuned in at home watching to see how Claire gets on. Sorry, how Liz gets on. Claire and Alan, like everybody, wishing them all the best. That is a lovely looking run. Just sounds like it's run out of gears towards the stripe. Still goes 9.30 at 119. In fact, it didn't pick up any speed. It didn't drop any speed. 119.5 mile an hour at the 8th and exactly the same speed at the quarter. But well done, Liz. And thanks to Claire for the message. All right, it's the NSA shootout. And we are indebted to Keith Lee for his fine words about these machines. Over to you, Keith.
Okay, cheers, Colin. And coming up in the Kestrel beer lane now, Terry Homan. He's had an almighty thrash to get this Scripps machine ready for Dragstalgia. I think he's rebuilt it about 3 times in the last week and a half. Put in a trial run yesterday, and fingers crossed the blown Triumph is going to hold together. Alongside him, Dave Carr, first time here at Dragstalgia. But Terry Homan really looking for a good run.
Keith, switch your microphone on. Oh, Terry Homan just unfortunately having to click the bike off there. But Keith, I think you switched the microphone off. That's it, you got it on now.
Oh, learn to use the microphone properly. Sorry about that. Amateurs, not quite in the same league as Colin and Darryl, but we muddled through. I sort of know the bikes, which is something. Oh, I've actually got a minute, something that's a little bit close to my heart. Today would have been the 80th birthday of Dennis Priddle. Sadly no longer with us, but what an amazing man in the history of drag racing. So just spare a thought for Dennis. He really did enjoy coming up to Dragstalgia in the later years of his life. I had the pleasure of bringing him up here, and it was always quite an eventful journey here and back. But like I say, one of the true legends of European drag racing. And there's not many people who can say they're in the UK British Drag Racing Hall of Fame and the International Drag Racing Hall of Fame. And I think Sidney Allard and Dennis Priddle are the only 2 British people who've achieved that feat. So a tremendous man. I know at least one of his crews here this weekend. Star is up here, Brian Savage. Sadly, his Roadster, well, it made a mess. His 32 Roadster took out the rear end. He's run it so hard over the years that it finally said, I've had enough, so he's going to be trailered back home today. But great to see him up here. But as I say, just think of some of our legends that are no longer with us. This is the time we do think about it. And don't forget to go and have a look in the historic marquee. There's some great machines that have kept people happy over the years here at Soundapod. John Hobbs' Hobbit. Actually, his first Soundapod event was this very weekend, virtually back in 1975, so almost 50 years to the week since the Hobbit first came out. And of course the legendary Pegasus. Well, if we talk legends, a modern legend, of course, is Graham Sykes with his amazing steam rocket machine, the force of nature. But he'll ride anything. This time, Dave Clee's shotgun. Dave's the giant walking along behind him in the red t-shirt. But Graham Sykes, a long-time sprinter, also involved with straight liners, does some amazing machining. If you ever get a chance to have a close-up look at the force of nature, it is such superb engineering. So a very talented man who also likes nothing better than getting on a nostalgia machine. Let's see how he goes on the Lone Triumph. And Neil Baskerville fired up again. Slightly smaller capacity Triumph. Sykes, long gone in the slick tricks lane. 11.21, 123 for his first down the quarter mile, and a 12.95 for Neil, just blowing the cobwebs out of that machine. Of course, the team worked amazingly hard last year to get Hogslayer out on the track, so he didn't get a chance to ride then, but good to see him out here. Next pair, fired up. Paul Rees in the Kestrel beer lane. His late father Simon rode this bike here many times. Absolutely loved to run at Dragstalgia. And happily, Paul enjoys it just as much. You can certainly tell he's Simon's son. Just as enthusiastic. And always a pleasure to see. Alongside him, Colin Fallows, best known for his jet cars. A 750 blown Triumph in the Kestrel lane. A pair of 500cc supercharged Nortons alongside, and Colin Fallows 11.38 at 129. Paul Rees 14.27 at 87. Obviously got a little bit of problem on that run. Now this is what you call an odd combination. The late Barry Eastman's little blown Triumph, rode this weekend by Dave Woodard. Now Dave's a man who's been sprinting for a lot of years, but normally on a sidecar outfit. And this bike is really very, very small and very low for a man of his, what should we say, slightly more mature years. Alongside him, a backdraft 2, normally seen in his dragster, on two wheels again for the second time at Dragstalgia, Chris Hartnell. And unfortunately fluid underneath the Triumph. Chris unfortunately blew his dragster up earlier this year, so unable to take part on four wheels. And Claire down there just walking back, looks after the Wild Bunch. While sitting behind us, we've got two guys who've come all the way from New Zealand just for this one meeting. Ron Smith and Spike Laurier. They've got to get a long distance award. I'm not sure how many miles it is, but it must be about 12,000. Phenomenal distance, great enthusiasts. One of a small number of people taking part in nostalgia drag racing back in their home country. Just so great to see them here this weekend. They put in a few practice runs yesterday just to get the bike styled in. Those basically giant machines, very heavily modified, but running on petrol. Spike is the supercharged machine in the Gasser lane, and Ron in the slick tricks lane. And Spike has run as quick as 10.1 back in his home country. And he goes through with a 10.7 at 123. I think he ran a 10.4, I remember seeing him yesterday. And he's at 11.5 for Ron. Meantime, one of the regulars here at Dragstalgia, Ray Law. Going for the old style static burnout against the tower. The pair of 500cc blown fire. This exact same machine was running here at Cannonball. Well, certainly in 1976. Just trying to remember, it might even be slightly earlier than that. So 50 odd years as we welcome back a man who normally brightens up Dragstalgia, but has been missing for the past 2 years. Martin Wilmot, also using a Triumph 500 engine, but only one this time. Martin is one of these guys who really does go all out every time. There's a lot of nitro usually in the bike, but he has just rebuilt it, so he might take it just a little bit easy. We'll see. Press the button, idiot. Okay, thank you, Julian. Where would I be without you? Anyway, a high 10-second run for Martin Wilmot, but now one of the stars of the show, Jan Honey, over from Holland yet again. This machine is fabulous. Yawa, single cylinder, only 500 cc's. An awful lot of special stuff in there. 98% nitro in the tank. This thing goes for broke every time. Alongside him will be Justin Newell. That's amazing as well. Justin has built so much on the bike. The supercharger, the gearbox, the clutch, all machined from solid, and a lot of the engine parts of his own construction as well. Absolutely fabulous job for him, but I think Jan has obviously got a problem there and had to cut it off. So let's see what Justin can do. Justin hasn't actually ridden this bike regularly for the past few years because he's been concentrating on the little 250 Honda, which we'll also see out this weekend. It sounded very strong on the launch, just hope it hasn't broken anything. But Justin just coasting towards the top end. So the marshals will get him quickly off. We'll try and find out what's happened to Jan's bike. He did put down a run yesterday, and I have to say it's, I think, the first time I've actually seen the bike hit the quarter mile under power. He was just starting to miss a little bit at the top end, but he's still run 9.12 seconds. They've been fighting to get the power right for the clutch on that bike because it became so fearsome, if you could imagine. It's only 500 cc's, but actually had too much power. Absolutely mind-boggling. The Americans, they don't always believe what happens with bikes in Europe, it has to be said. But Jan actually did take the bike to America. I think it was an 8.19 he ran in the States, in their own backyard. There are a lot of mouths or jaws hitting the ground when they saw that one. It really is a fabulous machine, and just so nice to welcome him at Dragstalgia this weekend. In fact, he's getting the star treatment this time, because right at the top of the bike pits there is a humongous great trailer up there that Neil Midgley brought down. Normally takes his fuel bike around and put it at Jan's disposal this weekend. Marius van der Zijden normally does crew for Jan, unfortunately unable to make it this weekend. We definitely miss you, Marius, but the data logger's not working, so you better fix it soon. But Neil's helping instead, as Marius also, as I'm sure a lot of you know, a very important part of Neil Midgley's top fuel team, built so much on the bike, so thanks to Neil for that. But I'm not sure if he's talking to us mere mortals now, Jan, but great guy, but lovely to see him here at Sounder Pod. So just finishing off the track prep with Ian Marshall, and we should be back very shortly.
Okay. As Keith was saying there, just a little bit of a clean-up from our track crew. Will not be long at all. There's a couple more bikes still around the corner to come, and then of course it is Supercharged Outlaws. Sorry, the Dragstalgia Cannonball. Get it right in a moment. We've got those cars lining up in the pairing lanes, and it's going to be a very, very interesting session indeed. I've also got the two-seater dragster in the pairing lanes as well. But my goodness me, what a show we are having here this weekend. Also going to be seeing the Oscars. Yep, it's not the movie awards in America. It is our wonderful short wheelbase Oscars, and we're absolutely delighted that a few of them have turned up this weekend, as that class is just absolutely jaw-dropping, and can't wait to see how they're going to get on this weekend. Time now approaching 11:30. Here at Dragstalgia, of course, we've got our British Drag Racing Hall of Fame inductees announcement coming up in a couple of hours' time during our lunch break. And very, very excited to be able to announce those from the tower once again. Usual warnings, and I'm sure you've already heeded these, but it's going to be a very, very warm day indeed today, like it was yesterday, and tomorrow should get even warmer as well. So please, please make sure you do have sunblock, as with the wind as well, you sort of think, oh no, that breeze is actually quite cooling, but it actually gives you that wonderful affliction we call pod face. So just make sure you're covered. Right, Keith, it's back over to you.
So next bike fired out, and a very welcome return to drag racing. Tony Lewis used to run very unusually, a turbocharged Triumph in Pro Street Bike in the late 70s. after something like 40 years or more away, he actually managed to buy the bike back. It needed a tremendous amount of work, only got it around about Christmas time, but he's managed to get it back out in time for Dragstalgia. It really was a quick machine in its day. Actually managed to run a high 9-second time, which from a Triumph on petrol is amazing. So let's see how he can do right now. Noisier Supercharged BSA alongside Tim Howell, regular rider with the NSA. Puts in a 13.9 and a 15.35 for Tony Lewis. Obviously not a 9-second run. It'd be amazing if he got anywhere near it. But just to actually get it at the track, if you've seen on Facebook the amount of work they had to do to get it here this weekend, it's quite some achievement. It's not about necessarily about the times for these old bikes, it's just to get the sight and the sound, and also do have a look at them in the pits. The guys there like people coming around to have a look, see what it's all about. Very different to today's machines, but an important part of the history of this track. So there's still some more bikes to come. Gary Norman I can see around there. And hopefully tomorrow we got Steve Parrish is going to have a ride on it. If you know your motorcycle racing, you'll know Steve, a friend of Barry Sheen and fellow racer, did GP racing, also well known for truck racing, and of course still a commentator on the sport as well. Nasso and next person out of the quarter was here last year but didn't actually run. And it's only a 350 motor in this one. And sounded very clean. And 17.72 at 71 miles an hour. So still very much getting used to riding that bike. Got an incredible amount of rake on the front end. And it looks like that's it in this session, so I'll hand you back now to the people who know what they're doing.
Thank you very much indeed, Keith. As always, excellent stuff, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Much appreciated. Right, Colin, for a couple of moments, we've got two-seater coming up, and then we've got round number 1 of qualifying for Dragstalgia Cannonball. Loads of good stuff coming your way. Colin.
Okay, thank you ever so much indeed. Okay, so it is the two-seater dragster coming round, run number 3 of the day. And the passenger in the back this time, I do believe, is going to be Gary Lake. But he's either shrunk or he got a very small passenger in the back. So I will need to just double check on that. But yeah, the two-seater is tucked around the corner as well. But it is also getting ready for the Dragstalgia Cannonball. Well, I can see the two-seater fired up. Coming around the corner now. That is Gary Lake in the back of the car. Now I recognise him. So Gary Lake, this will probably be the quickest he's ever been down the quarter mile. Gary Lake is a multiple champion in Sportsman ET. Races Pontiac Firebird. He started racing career actually in an event called the Dialing Days, when we get our novices to come and have a go at drag racing. Those people that sit in the grandstands and sit on the banking, bring their cars out and give it a go, and that's exactly what Gary did. Brought his car along and he won the Dialing Day, and as a prize of that he got entered into a national championship round. I believe it was the Easter Thunderball, or the Festival of Power as it is now known. And needless to say, his racing career has done him very well indeed. Multiple British champion in Sportsman ET, but this weekend going a little bit quicker. This of course a passenger ride in the two-seater dragster. He is currently the championship leader in Sportsman ET once again, but this is rather special. This is a 50th birthday present for him. So here we go, Gary Lake in the back of the dragster with Paul Brown at the controls. Good looking run, 8:15, 163 miles an hour. And Gary's now thinking, I need to go a little bit quicker now. But many happy returns indeed to Gary Lake. I'm not quite sure when his birthday is. It's not today. It hasn't come up on the old Facebook feed. But Gary Lake, a 50th birthday present from the family. Right, next up then, it is of course the Dragstalgia Cannonball. Right, a couple of shout-outs. Elliot Rubin, a shout-out to you. That's from your buddy Sean Bow. Sean, a very good morning to you. Now, you didn't realise it was going to happen that quick, did you? Now, one I did mention yesterday, but I'll mention it again today. It was a birthday yesterday. Cody Andrews, of course. I'm not sure if he heard the birthday shout-out yesterday, but I hope you had a good day yesterday and that you are here this weekend. Other birthdays today, Ian Turbeville. Turbo's birthday today. And of course he is with the Slingshot Dragster in the Nostalgia Marquee, and of course he'll be doing the fire-ups today over there. Championship racer, an all-round good egg, and he's turned 40 today. Craig Wright, happy birthday to him. And just having a look at some of the others that we know. Jan Eriksson, retired Pro Mod racer, his birthday today. Jacqueline Bartlett, many happy returns indeed to you. Bab Saunders, Harry Peters, and there's probably plenty more. In actual fact, I've been advised today it's Fast Jack Begman's birthday. Funny car racer for John Ford's Racing. It's his birthday, so I'm sure he's not tuned in here, but if you are, Jack, many happy returns indeed. So a little bit of track prep. It won't take very long indeed. But coming up next, it is the Dragstalgia Cannonball. Nitro FM, you can just take the airwaves just for a short moment. We will be back very, very shortly indeed. Okay, so now it's out and about with the radio mic. I'm in the tower, and this is the Dragstalgia Cannonball. Our first car's about to come round the corner, and it is going to be Freddy's Revenge with Robbie Grabham. Well, we do love having the notes given to us from Dave Grabham as their practice runners yesterday. Didn't produce the numbers they were looking for, The air wasn't great, and it was a strong headwind. We know all about that headwind, so a little bit down on power. They made some small adjustments to the fuel system. Let's see what today brings. And as usual, they said they bought our plastic nitro. But when you've got somebody wielding that knife in the shape of Robbie Graham, you know it's going to be entertaining. And talking about picking your fights here, Tim Garlick with the Apache Firebird funny car did put a run in yesterday, went into the 6-1s, just a checkout pass. But oh, so entertaining out there. So this is the Dragstalgia Cannonball. Basically, they'll get 2 qualifiers today. They'll get a qualifier tomorrow morning, and then the 2 quickest will then meet in the final. The 3rd and 4th quickest will meet in a pairing. The 5th and 6th quickest will meet in a pairing, and that's how the Cannonball works. Here we go, first pair, Robbie and Tim. Great opening pairing, 6:18 and 7:43.
Great opening run there for Tim Garlick, very, very quickly. Dave, I know that's not what you were looking for, but your lad really drives that well every time, doesn't he?
Yeah, he sure can drive, Darryl.
Do you miss driving?
Yeah, very much so.
Okay, well, you know what to do. Tell him he's not allowed.
He's in charge these days. It's his money, so he calls the shots.
Entirely fair enough, Dave. Thank you very much indeed, mate. Well done. As always, a really good, great participant in the Dragstalgia Cannonball. Thanks ever so much, Dave. Well done, Robbie, as well. But so that's Tim Garlick. I think that's probably what you're going to see out of Tim. The next run, the run after, and the run after until the final round. They might tip it in for that. But he's got to get it down the track every time. That is the most important thing.
That is the key thing, as we well know. The Cannonball, the way it works, they have to put in 3 runs, and every one of them counts. If they don't make a round, then they get the equal time, I believe, to the slowest car of that round. So it is key that they get 3 good qualifiers in.
Yeah, the thing is, if you shoot for the moon and try and go well, you can go quick, but you have to do it every time. It's very much the same as the old stroke golden days of the original Cannonball back in 1981, where it was just nitro funny cars. Yes, some of them could run really quickly, but it almost always was the ones that won were the ones that survived the whole event and ran consistently every single time. So we've seen many Cannonballs in years gone by as well, where it's actually, when it was a mix of alcohol funny cars and nitro funny cars, it's almost a lot of the time it was actually the alcohol funny cars that won.
It was, yeah,
because they got down the track every time.
I remember Mickey Cagrad took it one year, didn't he, with the tempo-bodied nostalgia. Sorry, nostalgia funny car. It is nostalgia now, but back then it was state of the art. All right, looking around the corner, I think it could be. Well, I can see the Venom team walking round, but I can also see the Bond, Hannison Osborne team pretty much ready to fire up the car as well. So we wait with bated breath to see who it is. Just looking on the live stream camera feed, having a good look at Joe Bond's car there. Joe's sitting there patiently, gives us the thumbs up. So
yeah, there's a lot of low 6-second cars. Sorry, Colin, apologies for
no worries.
but there's a lot of low 6-second cars. Some of the alcohol dragsters being, in there as well. That doesn't sound like an Alky car.
No, that's Joe Bond.
I'm going to bet that's Adam Gledo, the Motor Psycho.
Yeah, and alongside Joe, bringing those two together once again.
I know from yesterday, Adam and the team looking to go to about 3:30 today, and then take it from there.
Absolutely fabulous burnout. It took a while for the crewman to leap over the wall to close the butterflies there. The revs were very, very high. Very difficult to engage reverse on these cars when the revs are too high. How good is it to see these two side by side yet again? So of course is Joe with the bomb, Anderson Osborne Slingshot Dragster. Low 6-second car this one of course, and Adam Gledo, the motorcycle car. Supercharged on nitro, 417 cubic inch motor in there on the turtleneck body. Car that Adam has always been destined to drive. Joe takes it through to a 702 at 195 miles an hour. Adam coasting at the stripe, 10:59 at 82.
Very quickly down there on the start line with Chris Shoots. Was that was the plan, wasn't it? 330 after yesterday, but that looked nice and smooth.
We need to find out where he thinks the 330 marker was, because that was a little bit further.
I told you never to trust drivers. They say they're going to go a certain distance, but it never happens. But it's great to see the car looks absolutely fantastic and sounds meaner than anything.
It sounds pretty happy.
Sounds very happy. Well done, buddy. Thank you very much indeed. Well done to the whole team. And well done to Joe Bond as well. Nice opening account with the 7-0. Sorry, Cole.
No, not at all. As you say, it's getting the words from the crew and finding out that was supposed to be a 330. The driver goes, well, where do you think the 330 is? Oh, brilliant stuff. We've got somebody fresh from their holes by the looks of it. Can't keep any racer away from this place at Dragstalgia. It's absolutely fantastic. So, Adam Gledo puts in a run of 10:59. Joe Bond opens his account with a 7:02. So this is, of course, Cannonball qualifying. So Tim Garlick heads the pack with his first run of 6:18. 7:02 for Joe. And don't forget, we add their 3 quickest runs together to determine our finalists. A 7:43 for Robbie Grabham is the 3rd quickest run so far, but we have got plenty of cars around the corner. And I think firing up next, there's a lot of feverish activity. It's going to be Tony Betts with the Venom car. Tucked behind him, and actually I can't see who's behind, but next to him, it is Time Traveller 2 of Bob Hawkins. Next to him is Leo Knight. With the Altered. But there is a good old mix of vehicles down there. And then don't forget, straight after the Dragstalgia Cannonball is Outlaw Anglia. Okay, so that's Bob Hawkins, I think, that's just fired up. And I believe he's going to be scheduled going alongside Leo Knight. Yep, so Bob Hawkins' tow truck moves out of the way. So it'll be Bob Hawkins with a Time Traveller Slingshot that's going to be coming around the corner. Does run on nitro, but not the full-blown mix that a lot of the other cars run. And it is, of course, Leo Knight. We don't see enough of Leo with this car, but really good he's here this weekend. So Slingshot and Altered for your next pairing. Lovely strong burn up there for Bob Hawkins. And I think it's pretty fair to say that these teams work tirelessly on these cars. Goodness knows how many times Bob has had the engine out of this time traveller car and put it back together. He's wounded it, he's hurt it, he's broken it. He's done absolutely everything you can to that engine, and yet he still comes back and tries his hardest, and he's a very entertaining driver indeed. Leo Knight, you'll often find him in the pits helping out a lot of other teams as well. He is a local lad round here. But always a good guy to have on a crew if you are there or thereabouts.
So Leo Knight yesterday didn't get to make a run, unfortunately. Car got pushed back. First attempt actually for Bob Hawkins. I was really surprised Bob didn't put in the test run yesterday. Wanted to save it for the show today and tomorrow. So Bob's been down into the mid-60s, I think. Leo's been about 7.5.
Yeah,
Is that about right?
that, yeah.
Wow, look at that
run
from
for
Bob. The engine doesn't look happy though. 6:51. That
Wow.
could well be one of Bob's quickest, if not his quickest ever. 185. The engine did not look happy through the stripe though. 892 at 127 for Leo.
That was a fabulous run for Bob. As I say, it was hurting itself towards the stripe. We know that.
That's the one good thing about being about being in a front engine dragster is if the engine starts going away, you can see it because it's in your face. Unfortunately, though, by the looks of it, you can see people with Hawaiian shirts on, legs astride up towards the top end. Bob's engine was letting go through the top end, so we are going to be down by the looks of it for a little while. Yep, the people in painfully loud shirts. In fact, the only thing louder than the race cars are those shirts this weekend. Sprinting for the tractor. So we do have a little bit of clean-up to do. We've still got loads of great stuff coming your way. Please don't go anywhere at all. That's one of Bob's quickest ever runs. I think he's dipped into the 6.4s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he's done that. That would have been his quickest run if it held together all the way through. So we will be back with you as quick as we possibly can. We do apologise that... again, for any downtime, but the track crew are going to go out there and do their thing. Just enjoy the sun, enjoy the breeze, and there's so much to see and do here at this event.
Look at this. Ian Blackett is now legging it back to the cabin. He's going to drop the memory sticks off to Paula. There's a special offer for everybody this weekend, the races. It's a £40 package, but they get, obviously, the numerous photographs. They also get a printed photograph as well included. And I have the pleasure of having the whole it's the photography package from Blackett Photography on Street Weekend, and honestly it's absolutely fantastic. The amount of pictures that you get, you can use them pretty much everywhere, and all Ian says, well, you know, they're yours to do what you like with, but just give us a little tag on it and say, you know, pictures by us sort of thing. So I highly recommend that you do go and see Ian and Paula and sign up for one of their photo package deals, and trust me, you will be delighted with the results.
Provided you've got a race car.
Oh yeah, well, they even do pit shots now and everything. They're literally all over the place. It's great. It's a really, really good deal.
So the track crew, most of the clean-up, you could see where Bob's engine started to go away. It was just before the finish line. He did click it before the finish line, but that was a really, really strong run for that car. He's going to be probably covered in a little bit of green stuff down there, but the bulk of the clean-up by the looks of it is past the finish line, so it really won't take too long, folks. So please keep yourselves hydrated, keep yourselves... I was going to say warm. I'm used to saying warm. It's not appropriate today, is it? But anyway, keep yourselves out of the breeze as best you can. We'll try and keep you updated how long we're going to be. I'm thinking probably, judging by where they are, 10 minutes maybe, something like that. It shouldn't be too long at all. We've still got Nitro funny cars to go. We've still got alters. We've still got, loads of stuff. In fact, I look around the back of the tower. I can see a 17.5 Camaro Nitro funny car. I can see a Mustang funny car, and I can see the original Cannonball Plymouth Arrow funny car round the back of the tower. So you don't want to go anywhere at all. Colin, anything to add? Are we,
No, that was good. It's
Yeah,
all
okay.
good.
Back to Nitro FM just for, again, hopefully a few moments. We really, really won't be long, so please don't go very far. Thank you. Okay, we are back in the tower. It's definitely yours. We're back in the tower, and we are back to racing as well. With the next pair in Dragstalgia Cannonball. I have a name up here you may remember, you may know from the past. We're all old now, aren't we, Dan?
We are. We're getting on a little bit. We don't like to admit it, but yeah.
Yeah, Dan Welbury up here. Previously heavily involved in the sport, wrote a book as well, amongst many other things. Didn't you?
Do you know what? I was so good. I've just been down to the where all the Hall of Fame stuff is.
Yeah.
And they got a copy of my book, and they asked me to sign it. So that's devalued it straight away, hasn't it?
I didn't mean to do that. That was a natural reaction. Sorry about that.
We should talk about what's going on down here.
Yeah, quickly before I get in real trouble, mate.
I love that.
People we used to have models of our car, and people used to sign me, and I wanted to say, what the for? Seriously, you really? You've got to be kidding me. Anyway, side-by-side funny cars. One nitro car, one methanol car coming round underneath the tower. Good thing about running them side by side, you can clearly hear the difference in the engine note. So you've got the methanol car of the Flavel family in the left-hand lane, in the Kestrel lane, and Tony Betts, Europe's quickest and fastest.
I have got a great update from Andy Flav.
I saw that this morning, if it's the one I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Go on, you go.
We put an extra 35 pound of dead weight in the front of the car to stop it lifting. We all saw how ineffective that was, and actually it made no difference at all.
What he actually said was it did the square root of F4, I think was actually what he said, but there we are.
Yeah, but he said it was wild on that 801 pass yesterday.
So Tony Betts, a nostalgia driver, with a nostalgia car, with a nostalgia crew chief. In fact, my old crew chief from my top field days, John Bryant. Making things go quick and fast as he always has. Up against the Flavel family, that's Mark Flavel. Goodness me, the amount of history in this pair alone. Just amazing. So currently the quickest is Tim Garlick. Next best we got Bob Hawkins, but we saw what happened to the time traveller through the finish line.
So Andy Flav not doing the trans brake launch this time. We do know not the trans brake launch, no.
Yeah, get to run against a nitro car, that must be fun. Now that's what funny cars are supposed to do, and so is that. 626, 223 miles an hour, and Tony's got the shoots out as well. Andy trying to run him down.
Well, Andy Flav just suddenly remembered he was in the Cannonball and needed to put a number on the board.
Well, the trouble is, like you said, Colin, we'll say it again, is that if you don't put a run in, if you don't put a run in, you get the slowest time. You get so you can have a nitro funny car that's run 2 5-second runs. If in the third session you don't make the run, you get allocated whoever was the slowest. So I think at the moment, who was that 10:59? I'm not sure who that was actually. Oh, it was Adam. I think that was Adam.
In the last
that was Adam Gledo. But well done to Tony and the team. Probably turned down slightly, but only slightly for that run anyway, because they want to be around tomorrow for the final round. Give the Steel River Hot Rod team a big round of applause, please. That's Mark Flavel, Dad, watching his son fly his funny car for him, which is always nice. Tony's team trying to set... Oh, no, they're not setting a record for the amount of people in the pickup today. There's disappointingly only 4 of you. Really? Are you thinning the team out? Really? Is that what it is? Goodness me. Anyway, well done to the Venom team. They and Tim are number 1 and 2 at the moment. It only takes a slight slip. They've got to do that 3 times in a row. Yep. I'll go with that. I will go with that. Anyway, sorry, I beg your pardon, Dan. We barely got a chance to introduce you. So you used to do PR for the one and only Mr. Andy Carter, who's in the lane actually,
do you know
with
what?
his lad.
I didn't know he was going to be here today, and,
Okay.
that's amazing. I knew Albert was running with the Pop and Outlaw Anglia, and just coming around to see you. Andy's down there, so I'll have a catch up with him later on. But since all the wonderful stuff we did with Andy back in Top Fuel, was it 2009? I think Andy retired, or was it 11?
Like
I
that.
can't remember.
Actually, it was 11 because he was in Tiep the
That
first
was
time.
it.
I remember. Yep, that's right.
Like you said, we're getting old, mate, and the memory goes a little bit. But
I've
you
never
know,
had one.
we had fun. We did it was at 4 FIA European Top Fuel Championships along the way, and but I've sort of not been around the sport since Andy retired, and it's just been so nice to come back. We've been, this is our third time this year, so it's really nice just to be back around racing, and we've been helping out my dear friend Nige, who's doing his little podcast at the moment and stuff as well. So yeah, it's good to be back.
Well, the great thing about this event is it brings back together loads of people that don't see each other for years at a time and haven't seen each other for a long time as well. I'm always nearly late to work before anyone says anything, but this morning especially, because I was caught up talking to people I haven't seen for God knows how long, you know. Yeah. And it's things with this. Oh, that's a proper one. Callum or Ian? Ian. Well done, Ian.
Oh, a wonderful photo. We're looking at a picture, so in case you're wondering what Daryl's commenting on.
Yeah, and he's almost got all four wheels off the deck. That one has certainly got air underneath the rear slick, but yeah, great shot.
I do love that. It's the Mustang 2, isn't it? The funny car body on that one. Do you remember years and years ago, there was a guy called Mike Burt, and I think he used to run in Pro Comp.
Might even be that body.
And I wonder, is that body?
Well, there's a couple of them, because Wendy's got one, but I think Wendy's is a newer mould.
It is.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So there's every chance
that is the original body. Every time I see it, I wonder, I think, because when I was a lad, you know, here on the spectator bank and seeing that car, and I thought, I wonder if it's the same one. Right, who have we got next?
It could well be. So we have the debut. No, we don't. Not yet. We have the original Cannonball funny car with Mr. Ricky Gowan at the wheel. We see Rick once a year, and it's at this event. Running the car on methanol, not nitro. That's a budget sort of thing anyway, but all the time it's still great to see the car back out on the track. Ricky very kindly sent me some notes this morning by the wonder of social media. So the car is essentially, I'll let you explain that first. So Rick said, basically the car is the same engine-wise as it was before. The only major change is gear-end ratio to try and help the goal of getting the car quicker and faster, because I think, from memory, the actual engine setup in there is set up for nitro. However, it's run on methanol, and they don't tend to sort of cross over quite a bit. The compression's different, everything else as well. But he does say he feels like he's starting out again, because he hasn't actually driven the car since 2023, a couple of years ago. But it was even amazing when I saw this. I knew Rick had this car, but the first time we saw it again.
We
always find out information, don't we? Chris has been in touch. Chris I, that is, the Flavel body is a new one.
Okay.
And it's from the same mould as the Time Warp body.
Which is why it looks exactly the same. There we go.
There we go. Thanks, Chris. Thanks for the update.
But Mike Burt's funny car, you are dead right. The Outlaws did get passed around, I think, for some time afterwards. But for an awful long while, nostalgia funny cars weren't a thing. They were just old cars that no one wanted. And now all of a sudden, so the Blue Max ended up in Sweden. It's now in Finland being restored, which you believe.
I remember reading about that. That's incredible,
and we've got the Ragnarok car is in Sweden as well. The Trey Kona car, that's a repop. That's not the original one. But it's still great to see lots of nostalgia funny cars showing up. So, good luck, Rick.
I love seeing this. I remember seeing this again as a kid in the 80s. Pretty much looking as it is now.
Well, this was actually originally Don Predome's ex-army car, which was purchased by Santa Pod, driven and won at this event, the first ever Cannonball event by Bill Sherratt, who is here with a capital car this weekend. I think there's a bit of damn and blast going on in there with Ricky at the moment. That's what the extra throttle stabs are. It's like, go, would you just get on with it? Anyway, 1401, there's a lot of that goes on, trust me. But it's always great to see Rick out here with the Cannonball car, and always trying to improve. Yeah, so the first ever Cannonball event, so what they used to have in the States was what they used to call Chicago-style events, which, again, I don't know whether I'm just being an anorak, so... But no one's listening, so it doesn't matter. So,
they're hanging off your every word, Darryl. Keep going.
No, behave.
And
so
the anorak.
They used to have what they call Chicago style, which what they meant was they made 2 runs and the quickest 2 from those 2 runs. Yeah. So it was a show. Went to the final round. But with the Cannonball run, it was timed with the release of the Cannonball film.
That's
Remember
right.
that?
Yeah.
So they actually had the movie on in Bedford Cinema that weekend. And then the first Cannonball run was devised to be the similar sort of thing to the American Chicago style thing. And it was basically funny cars had to run a mile, but quarter mile at a time, and they just accumulated their times over the couple of days, but from day one it's always been a war of attrition. It's always been the same.
Yeah.
And the really funny thing is that the Cannonball format name, if you will, has stuck.
Yeah.
It's just something that's now Europe and possibly even worldwide with regards to running events like this where they add the times together. But it's really good. It's a great show for the crowd as well because they get to see the cars a number of times running really hard, and then someone runs a final and they get an event winner.
So Hansi, this is a new car, right?
Brand spanking new, Christian Zulau. Going up against Dougie Hill.
Yeah, where's he going?
He's going for the trophies.
That's
what he's
a
doing.
burnout right there.
Actually, what he's doing is Dougie is normally the spotter. He works for the track crew, and he's normally the spotter that's exactly at the point where the bike's parked.
Yeah.
He's just done the burnout. He's just done a burnout to where he normally stands. Nice job, Dougie.
This is mad.
Just the way it goes, isn't it? So Dougie, he's new to driving. This is the first car he ever drove, a front engine blown dragster.
Nothing like a baptism of fire.
Oh, well, on that subject though, but he's running the 60s already.
Wow.
He's also driven Martin Jones's car, isn't he, and Crunch's car. Stonking, the quickest it's ever been. He went 570 something at like 245.
That's incredible.
That's Dougie Hill. Both of these cars built by John Webster, who's down there helping out Christian Zulaf with the 32. Now, I hope I'm allowed to share this story that John's wife told me earlier because it's a great one. So Mia, who is Christian's wife, who's standing out there in the beautiful yellow dress, okay? Christian came here a few years ago to Dragstalgia with a Silver Blitz dragster. It was a front-engine Nostalgia dragster. He went 6 seconds, 200 miles an hour, but his chute didn't come out, and he ended up in a field, crashed the car. And Christian said, well, what can we do now? And she said, well, you're not having one of those again. So John said, okay, I'll build an altered. How about an altered? And she went, oh, okay, then we'll do that.
That's brilliant.
Just doing the block. Good looking run from Dougie. 720 at 185. That'll work for starters. Well done, sir. 1104. Just trying to get the car baselined, really. Get it off the start line. Even though it's a new car and it's a solid chassis, you still have to get everything working right. The clutch, everything. Driver, tyre pressures, wheelie bar height. So many different things. So many different things. But Dougie's in there. Where is he with that one? Puts him number 5 for now. And then the way this works out, folks, so at the end of the couple of days, we have whoever is number 1 and 2 face off in the A final, the final for the big trophy. Then you have the B final, 3 and 4. So it's all absolutely worth fighting for.
Oh.
Yes.
I can see it. This is exciting.
Right, okay, ladies and gentlemen, they can hear you if you are out there on the banking. They're behind the tower. But I want you to put your hands together in just a couple of moments for one of the best teams that the UK has ever produced. Rob Loring, Nick Davis, and young Mr. Barnes as well, with the brand spanking new no quarter fuel altered. Ladies and gentlemen, let them hear it, please. Come on. This car's been years in the making. We all know and we all love the car they ran before, which was the Havoc car. They got that into the 5s. So they thought, what can we do that would be more mental than building a 5-second short car? I know.
Let's build a shorter one.
Let's build an
Even shorter.
So this is their first ever run, okay? So don't expect anything super quick. Actually, it's Rob and Nick. But don't expect anything super quick. This really is testing for them this weekend. This will be the first time the car ever goes to the start line.
No, they're going to cut it. There's a leak.
Oh, there is. You can see the drip.
Yeah.
Okay, Rob says, please can we push it back and have another go? Yeah, just going to tighten it up. Yeah, that is just, I think that was just a fuel leak. It looks like, so the tank is behind that grill at the front. But the little details on this car, I don't even have a chance to check it out yet, Dan or Colin. It's just amazing, isn't it? There's loads of detail, and also fitting everything like that in such a short race car. It's shorter, so his daughter's got a junior dragster. Put the junior dragster next to it. The junior dragster,
short?
way shorter.
Yeah, I saw the pictures. Because if you go on their Facebook page, I think there's a sort of a time-lapse video of the building it, putting it together. It's just an absolute work of art, as all their cars are.
You bet. I mean, their garage must be a fun place to hang out. But the funny thing is as well, I don't want to say it quite like this, but I'm sure this is kind of their retirement car, if you know what I mean. So they've been in competitive racing for so many years. This is the car that they built to have fun with.
Yeah.
Once they're done, come out and run like low 7s, high 6s, maybe something like that. Okay, but anyway, Dragstalgia Cannonball's a wrap. Dan, thank you very much.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for having me. If I could just say hi to my kids very quickly, because they've been messaging me.
They've been sitting there laughing
Give me a
at
wave,
you.
Elijah, Eden, Buddy, and my dad over there.
Of course.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much for lending him to us, but you're welcome
can we
to him
borrow
back
him
now.
again and again and again?
I'm happy to come back whenever you like.
Well,
Cannonball next time.
later on.
Yeah?
The next round of Cannonball.
We'll do that
Thank you
again.
very
Yeah?
much. I'd love to.
Thank you
Thank
very much, Dan. Much appreciated, buddy.
Okay, so it is Outlaw Anglia. Colin Miller joins us once again. Thank you ever so much indeed to Dan. Great to see you. Thanks ever so much indeed.
Give me a shout.
See you. Whoa, as we're joined back in the town by Scotland's ambassador to Sweden, Mr. Colin Miller.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hang on, have we got the right one? Let me just work it out. No, it's that one. There we go. My fault, I'm an idiot. I do really... Yeah, let me put this one back over here so we don't do that again. Sorry about that. Sorry, Mr. Colin Miller.
Good afternoon, everybody.
There we go. So, how strange does it feel to be watching Outlaw Anglia from here and, not in the staging lane?
It's very strange. I think this is the first time we've missed a year since 2010, so it is a bit odd. Spectating's good fun, but you can only drink so much beer.
Is that true? Coming from a Scotsman, did you hear that? That's a quote. You can only drink so much beer.
Well, last night it was dinner that got me in trouble. In fact, I forgot. I should have said happy birthday to Sue Middleton yesterday. I forgot when I was here. So happy belated birthday, Sue.
Okay, Mike Payne and Barry Wood with your first band. Whoa.
Go for a wiggle.
So, Colin, the only thing to do in that situation is just lift. It's not even worth running over. Sorry, it's the only thing to do in that situation is lift. There's no way of saving it.
Martin was obviously doing the right thing there. No point in being a hero. He wants to come out again and try and do a better qualifying run. When that happens, you've lost the run. It's gone.
And he's not going to improve, so there's not a lot of point. Okay, so the man you just mentioned, Ginner, down there with the van, and Wayne Power with the blown forward pop.
John Webster is still in the background, obviously, with Wayne.
Okay.
Although John is concentrating with Christian this weekend. John is always
He's been
on call, isn't he?
Yeah,
I think.
it was very helpful this morning. He had some timing issues this morning.
Yeah.
John came over and helped Wayne out.
But the car is... so the mould on that car, that looks very similar to the style of yours, and that's because...
It's one of the moulds. I think it was number 12 actually that came out of the mould.
Right.
Okay.
John done many alterations to that body.
Yeah, lots of little aero tricks all over the
Yeah,
place, isn't
yeah.
it? Okay. Well, Wayne's back on it again after going for the wall. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
841 at 161. Yep. And 857 for Ginner at 156. So Wayne's been around in Outlaw Anglia for some time. What do you think made the decision to step up to that guy?
Unfortunate thing with Outlaw Anglia, you always want to go faster, and Wayne wants to go faster.
That's every class and every car, isn't
In
it?
fact, I don't know. Is that Wayne into number one qualifier?
I think it could be, yes.
Yeah.
You can have our
yes,
job. We'll
yes,
go
yes,
now.
yeah,
Thank you
yeah,
very much. We totally missed that bit. Yeah, well done, mate. Andy Cunningham and Ben Montgomery up next.
Another chap with one of your bodies is John Willard. He's tuned in this weekend. He passes on all his best to all of the Outlaw Anglia racers. And of course, it's his son Doug that is now licensing in the car. They're having a lot of fun out there. And so, John and everybody, a very good day to you.
There goes 11:03 and Andy. 12:08. Yeah, just when you think you're going to pack up and save a bit of money, your kids start racing. Yeah?
Yeah.
You've managed to avoid that, haven't you?
Well, Scott and Barry both obviously run
Okay,
Outlaw
of
Anglia.
course, yeah.
Scott's now sold the car, and obviously Barry sold the car to Wayne. But obviously Scott's now back into 850 bike. So, so we're not clear of the debt yet.
Not totally.
No.
Fair enough then. Well, that's what you get for, introducing them to the most fun sport on the planet. Talking of fun sports and, keeping going doing it. Down there in Ruby in the Kestrel Lane is Albert Carter, and standing next to the car is his dad, Andy Carter, who was the pretty much sort of set the hook when he debuted his blown supercharged pop back in the 90s, wasn't it? Into the mid-7s.
Yeah,
with
that's
that
crazy
car.
when you think back then to run that number. That's just
Over
mad.
30 years ago as well. That's so a lot of people are here because of that car. They saw that and thought, wow, that's awesome. So now that Andy's on the start line watching his lad up against Gary Hill with a 978 and 11:36 at 1:12 for Albert Carter. That does look happy. So, on the scoreboard, by the way, bump spot 11.82, running as a heads-up class this weekend. 16 cars qualified, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Okay, we haven't seen the man down there just yet. Alan O'Connor with ours Gasser.
Iconic, absolutely iconic, and what a gentleman. Getting back to John, that's actually just 2 years past since John was here.
It's incredible, isn't
Yeah,
it?
the time went really quick.
Yeah, up against Butch. Butch goes ready, doesn't matter in qualifying. But Alan O'Connor raced his car for a lot of years, went to the States to race in Super Gas. 10:27 gets him in at number 10 for now. Butch goes back one spot to the 15th position, which could be a bit precarious, I think, because I don't think Jed got a run in yesterday.
No.
Okay.
This is a man that could upset the field. Lee Taylor.
Oh,
I think
definitely.
the potential there is, it's going to run a very low weight as he just gets used to the car.
It also looks, it might be a trick of the eye, but it does look like it's got a longer wheelbase because it's pickup, is that right?
I think it just, the way it looks, the body style looks, but I think, to be honest, I would think it'd be 101.
Okay. Yeah. Does it have to be within the rules a certain
Yes.
wheelbase? Okay, so it's got to be then, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
and at the start of the year, we measure all the cars.
Yeah.
They all get measured, and they all know they're going to get measured, so they all come back.
Just to make sure they're as sketchy as possible
Yes.
still. Yeah?
And the other one is the angle of the windscreen as well, isn't it?
It's got to be as it came out the factory.
Yeah.
So it makes it a brick.
Right, Richard Hooper with the Anxious Anglia.
So is Lee Taylor still running this on just the engine? No,
No, he's
just
got gas on it.
Oh, he has got gas on it now, okay.
That's a good run from both cars.
Yeah.
That's a neat.
Pretty much same again for Lee Taylor, 8.69. I don't think that was an improvement, actually. He went slightly quicker yesterday. And 9.68 in the other lane. Okay, Barry Danby, who at the moment, I think, in the Kestrel lane, is on the outside looking in. That 11.55 bump spot is quicker than he ran yesterday. Is that Spencer's old car?
Yeah.
It's like it is, yeah. Sorry, go on, Colin.
Yeah, no, so we've got 18 that have put numbers on the board so far.
Butch is number 16 at the moment, so that's his number up there. And if we have Jed Guy in the lanes, that could very well
Which we
go.
do.
Jed
Yes,
is
he's
there.
sitting there, yeah.
He is there.
Yeah. I tell you that Barney Danby, he just came into the class last year, an absolutely lovely gentleman, absolutely lovely guy. He just loves what he's doing.
Do you know, I thought that was really bizarre. So I looked at that and I thought it was Spencer, but obviously it isn't. It's just, even though they're all the same body style, they're still all unique. They're all just a bit different, aren't they, really? Against Rob Brindle. Now, Rob's only got to pick up a few hundreds to go to number one.
It's quick.
Not quite. Not quite. Still consistent, though. 11.21, though, for Barry Danby. Gets him in at number 15 for now.
Good.
Okay, your number one qualifier at the end of the day yesterday. Love the matching outfits as well. Aaron needs to join in though. Aaron's letting the side down without the hairband.
I've seen him in a dress. It's not good.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Thanks, Colin. Nice to see you. Up against Nigel Green. Nigel actually is in the top 10. He's number 7. Went 9.41 yesterday with that pop. Again, they're the same car, but they're totally different. One's got wheelie bars and a wing, one doesn't. See what Ben can do today.
Oh, this is going to be Nigel Green's run.
Well, Ben's broken something, unfortunately, about 60 foot.
9.39
Even
finds 200s.
I don't think that's not going to improve qualifying spot, but hey, well done, Steve. Everything in the right direction. No entering the best backup girl contest this year, you. You won it the first time.
No, he's a one and done, that's a definite.
Thank God. Thank God. So, well, just a quick retrieval job for Ben. It's very unlike that car to have any sort of issues at all. But just, Colin, you were saying, again, combinations are all different too. What's the engine in that car?
It's the Lexus V8.
Okay.
Obviously, I think Ben has initially just used scrap engines at the start just to get a feel for the car, and as he's progressed he's obviously got his good engine, but I must admit I'd seen some of the receipts for some of the titanium valves. Because it's not common. It's not a common engine to get parts for, and even finding the parts are very difficult. But yeah, he's got his good engine, and he's obviously keeping putting the pressure up, the boost up on the turbo. But between him and Aaron, they do they spend hours looking at data, tweaking the ECU, changing things. And it's also quite a safeguard because it does actually get shut down if it's if the fuel ratio is wrong. So it's got a lot of safety features in there.
But the really good thing about it is it's a couple of young guys, or Ben, young guy, doing something completely different with cars that have traditionally always been like big block V8s, that sort of thing, isn't it?
And he continues to develop the car and try and see if he can get as much as possibly he can. It's easy to put a big block Chevy in and go fast. He's doing it differently.
And a totally different way of doing it. Yeah. So we have to say, it's all about the body shape. Body shape and wheelbase.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter what you put in it, basically.
No, the wheelbase is the killer. The wheelbase will, no matter how big an engine, how much power, the wheelbase is going to put a stop to you. This is great. Obviously, this is the second run of this car's build. David Hoskins and his brother Luke Hoskins together running. A bit of competition there, I think, on reaction time.
Obviously. Well, they lined up together yesterday. They're both qualified as well. So Luke goes 9.87, 10.40 for David. Certainly get the hang of it very quickly.
I guarantee you, Jed has a 6 tune in that.
You think?
Yes, definitely. There's no way Jed's going to come here and run a 9. He'll have the big tune in that car.
Well, he made one run yesterday, and that was a no nitrous whatsoever, mid-8, I think, something like that. Is that the difference? Because obviously you run nitrous in yours as well.
Yeah.
Is that the difference no nitrous makes? It makes that much difference.
Yeah, you're getting at least 1 second, if not 1.5 seconds with a nitrous push.
And how much do you have to cram into the car to get that without giving too much away?
Well, I'm using 800 horsepower of nitrous to get that
Wow.
6. And Jed will be the same. He'll be using kind of 600, 700, 800 horsepower of nitrous to get there.
But that's got yours hasn't got a small engine in either, is it?
That's a big. That's an X-Pro mod. It's Roger Moore's old engine,
which went 630 in his car. Yeah, that's incredibly quick. Up against Rob Stone. Both of these two haven't got numbers on the board yet. Emphasis on yet, obviously.
Good to go. Let's hope Jed just keeps it nice and straight.
There you go. Virgin and nitrous.
Nope. Don't know what's going on there.
Well, he's going to have another 2 tries at it. I don't think...
Yeah.
Does Rob Stone get in? He didn't actually get a green light, so he won't do.
Yeah,
Jed.
he went before the tree ran, actually.
Well, this is the first weekend back for Jed for a few years, I think.
I think it's actually. I think it's 3 anyway. If it might be longer. That's a long time to be out the car. I'm glad he's back, and business obviously takes precedence, and building a new business, houses and families. So I'm glad he's managed to get back out and play.
And with a few different aero tricks on it, the big scoop is the most obvious one.
I'm still getting used to it.
It looks. We've never seen an Anglia with a proper big scoop on it like that. It looks a little unique. Oh, he's off as well. There we go.
Right.
Yeah, he pulled over, let the track crew have a look, just make sure there's nothing dripping from underneath it. And once he got the thumbs up, then off Jed went.
That's as professional as you get.
You can't get any better than that, to be fair.
Okay. Well, very quickly, Colin, before you go, because obviously that was Outlaw Anglia. Underneath the tower, the debut. I mean, you talk about short wheelbase.
Yeah, this is just nuts. if there's anybody that can drive it, Nick Davis can drive it.
Nick.
What a fantastic team.
Right, future reference, mark this down. You and him match race at some point, yeah? Well, you've run against Robin, I think, haven't you?
Yeah. 3 times there, actually. 3 times.
Well, if he does nothing but that burnout, oh, dearie me.
Absolutely fantastic.
Redefining the phrase mad as a box of frogs, dearie me. Englishmen are supposed to be quiet and reserved. They're not supposed to do this sort of leery stuff. Goodness me. But anyway, yeah, seriously, that car and your car are going to be in a similar region ET-wise. That would be cool as hell. One day.
One day.
But anyway, this is the debut of this car. You can actually see Rob standing down front smiling. They've still got a lead. Ladies and gentlemen, still put your hands together for possibly the best debut burnout we have ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
Right, as car debuts go, goodness me. I don't think most people... What are you saying about short wheelbase, Colin? You need wheelbase for stability when you've got a few thousand horsepower.
You do. I mean, and as I say, the only way to make that car go straight is more power.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
That bodes well.
Because if you don't, it's offloading the tyres, offloading the 4-link, and it just goes horrible, goes wrong.
Tiny little rear tyres on it as well. I think that might be solid rear though. That might not have a 4-link in that. But
yeah, it was solid. Yeah.
It's solid, yeah. The only way to do it. But what an amazing, bonkers machine. And that's what this event and nostalgia drag racing in general is about. Doing things with cars that you really shouldn't be doing in it. It's amazing. So, Colin, thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you.
As always. As and whenever you can, bud.
Yep, thank you very much. Absolutely fantastic day at Dragstalgia. Everybody's enjoying themselves. Sun's out. What more do you want?
Exactly that. There we go. Thank you very much, sir.
And we look forward to seeing you later on, Colin, as well. We will have you back up here for every session, 100%. Right, we continue. The action was never going to stop here, actually. Trying to see, it's Gasser Circus.
That was utterly fantastic.
Absolutely
amazing. Yeah. With a capital A. Oh, yeah.
Right, next up then, this is Gasser Circus qualifying session number 3. It's Nervous Nick taking on Steve Matthews. Now then, Nick is currently number 10, Steve is number 6, and we're back to dial-ins. 11.51 for Nick, 9.73 for Steve. The idea being get as close to it as possible without going under it, and whoever is closest will be the highest qualifier. Steve's going to get there first with a 9.77 on the 73, stage number 6. A breakout, or a 5.06 on a 51. Broke out by less than a hundredth. Oh. Yeah. John Gibson, Ray Turner, next pair. It is the high roller Ford Falcon alongside Green Onions, the 55 Chevy. And the Darlings 1094, 1091. $10.96 for this. John Gibson goes 97 on the 94. He moves up 10 places from 14 to number 4. How about Gary Nash with the Outlaw Anglia, going alongside Ray Irish with the Gas Junkie, the 41 Willys. 10.43 for Ray, 11.44 for Gary. That was here. So Ray currently number 13, Gary currently number 12.
Yeah, Q1 earlier today was a bit lively, to say the least. Okay, 10, 11, 22, 11, 45. Actually up to number 4, that one for Ray Irish.
Yeah,
Well done, Ray.
Nice move. Nick Hewison with the short fuse, the Fordson, 10.08 on the dial-in. Got the track to himself. Nice 05 light, but it's more important with the ET, looking for that 10.08. Goes a massive breakout actually, Gasser Circus terms, 9.96. Right, Brian Gibson with the Identity Crisis, a 64 Dodge Dart. Whilst it's a little bit quieter out there, just going to say a big shout out, a big hello to Tony Morris. He's here today. Thank you for sending us a message. And Terry is here as well. So welcome back from Florida to the UK. Tony Morris with Terry, having a great weekend here. So Brian Gibson looking for an 11.99, goes 12.26. As Alan Krasinski rolls forward with the not so mellow yellow Chevy, going alongside Tom with the Lost in Dorset debut car this weekend, and already second quickest.
He was actually number 1 for a little while, which is the way you debut a new car, isn't it?
Well, Adam's number 3, so both of these two at the sharp end at the moment.
We have enough qualified cars as well to run it as a 32-car ladder now. We didn't earlier, but after Q1 today we do.
Oh, Adam's getting a little bit straight. No, Tom's got a little bit out straight there. Adam straight through to a 10.99. Stage 3, Tom stays number 2. Not bad the bad. It's Neve alongside Sean Wilson with Ain't Misbehaving.
So Shawnee this time round, previous champion actually in the class, Styles 10.25, 13.71 for Neve. I'm sorry I called Naomi on the first day, I do apologise. It's the spelling. And my stupidity, mainly. Too quick for Shawnee, 10.19. It's a breakout, gets bumped down by Neve, who improves at 13.23 on a 17. Okay, Jason Darling with Lanova. Taking on Steph Milsom. Just saw her dad go through and break out. Steph is riding high in the championship. Give me 2 seconds and I'll just zip through every single note I have on the desk and see if I can find it, which I can't, unfortunately. But anyway, yeah, Steph, I think, off the top of my head, is number 3 in the championships. All right, Colin, it's there somewhere. But, .941 for Jason Darling. Steph, 12.03, breaks out by 0.05 of a second, unfortunately. Really good on the tree and absolutely great credit to the class. Okay, Billy Jones and Sam Glenn. Yeah, so Billy Jones currently in at number 7, Sam 18. So with an all-run field, that doesn't matter as much.
Well, Sam, the vehicle is called Straight Shooter, and it was shooting straight up. Big wheelie off the line. 10.46, 10.80. They both stay for Billy 7, Sam 18.
Okay, we got Q3 of Nostalgia Superstock, which Colin's not allowed to watch.
I don't mind.
No tips, no tips.
Stacey Nash with the Southern Flied Falcon, and Emily Taylor with Nurse Stoner, the Chevy Nova. Harvey still owns a car, but it's his girlfriend Emily taking the wheel now because Harvey, as you know, runs in Nostalgia Superstock with the Nova wagon.
He's just around there, I think.
Come on, ladies, in you go. So 11.04 and 11.59 are the Darlings. Emily should get there first. Goes 11.12 and 11.77. So, Emily moves up from 22 to 15. Stacey says put 11. This is Paul Dominic with the Austin Dorset. His Darling is 10.50, currently number 17. Goes 10.65, stays at 17.
Okay, just I think the last 2. And it's your number 1 qualifier. I think he's still there. Put your hands together, come on,
Jace, go on, Jace, go on,
Jason.
Hey, good burnout, you hooligan.
I think that was probably on and off the line lock.
Yeah, good effort. All the photographers checking their cameras. Loved it.
That was a great effort.
So duration-wise, that was the longest burnout.
Huge.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know why. Oh, there we go. He's come up now. Simon with the Rocket. Sponsored by the lovely little toy shop. Great name for a business. And a toy shop, of course. In the Slick Tricks lane. He's currently number 1. Looking for 11.19. He went 11.20 earlier. He's also the defending Gasser Circus champ. He won't be defending that because he's off to Sweden very shortly. He's going to race at Mansell Park. Jason Piggott looking for a 10.08. He's going to get there first, but it's about the number. 10.16 and 11.25, nice and consistent again from Simon. Stays put at number 1.
That was a cracking bit of entertainment from Jason Pickett there. Well done.
So 2-seater, it's on your phone, Colin.
No,
oh, you put it on there, sorry.
This is Rob Bryant from Paynton in Devon. That's a fair old trek to come up here for the weekend, but it's a birthday present. So, politely, nobody's given the age.
No, they don't. Well, they don't want everyone to know, obviously.
Yeah, Keith Williams is down there with the car that he built. Just seeing Jason Pickett drive that. I wonder if that was part of a plan to do that burnout, but great entertainment. So, Rob Bryant then. Many happy returns whenever the birthday is, or was. Enjoy this present that you gifted. The thrill ride with Paul Brown at the controls. Running low 8s, around about 163 miles an hour into that headwind. Another nice looking run. And it's 163 miles an hour again. 8.10 for the thrill ride. Okay, pairing lanes chock a block with the Nostalgia Superstock. And of course we do have our awards tonight, where we basically have a nice big barbecue and then give out envelopes and prizes, and the number 1 qualifier trophy, which, as you know, is a NSRA Wally. So it's a very nice one to look after for a year, and then
so
it's represented each year.
So round 1 is later today, though, isn't it?
It is, yes. I will be ducking out for that, if that's all right.
Well, oh, yeah, you have to. As long as it's only that round. No, actually, no, it needs to be every round. Forget that. Forget I said that.
No, I'm not going to try and deliberately lose it, but I won't mind. Anyway, it's back to the action in front of us then. Chris Tyhurst, looking for a 12.14. He lines up in the Kestrel lane, and I think the security system's just having a little reboot. 13 flat is the darling on the other side of the track for Alan Huckle. And actually, I can now see where I am. I'm not probably, if I scroll down the bottom of the sheets there, look, I'm 50th. One place behind Chris Tyhurst, but I think Chris could move up, I won't.
He's got the chance to, because he's still going. Yeah. He's out there now.
So 12.19.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, definitely. We're at 49 to 22. I didn't see where the other one moved to. Right, Dan Tuttle with the Mustang, doing very well indeed. Number 9. Paul Singer currently number 5. And that lovely lady down there, that is Lorraine, the baker of the nicest cakes.
Really?
Yeah.
They are fans. Yeah, I know. They are. I just had a chocolate one by mistake, and that was awesome.
Yeah, the clues are in the wrappers actually, but I didn't tell you that.
Oh, deliberately, yeah, obviously.
Yeah, that's why I made sure I got the lemon drizzle flavour ones. So the darlings then, Dan looking for 13.05, Paul looking for 12.37. $12.55, 13.20, no change for those two.
Yeah, we're empty, is what you're about to say.
Yeah, no, I don't think Lorraine's going to see the box from down there, but I will show that we got one left.
We got a problem. We're down to 1, and we don't want to have a scrap for it because I'll lose.
Chris Shell looking for a 10.43 with the Dodge Dart. He's currently number 43, and it's Stuart Floyd with a Challenger. He is currently number 36, looking for 12.80. 10.64 for Chris. And coasting at the stripe, 16.05 there for Stuart. Right, next up it is Jim Smith. I had a great chat with him last night. And Jim, obviously he's got this friend in America, and I've now got more details. And Rod Norton, a very good afternoon from Santa Pod Raceway. Good morning to you over there in the States. He still owns a 9.8 second Challenger. That is absolutely awesome. 71 years old and still takes it out on the track. So Jim, there it is, the shout out to Rod Norton over in America. So it's Adrian Portelli looking for 11.13. Jim Smith looking for a 10.34. Jim is a little bit off here. Yeah, 11.58. 11.19 for Adrian Portelli. So he stays 18. Jim stays number 7. Royden Mitchell and Lee Charles, pick your Valiant. 10.73 dial-in for Royden. He's number 4 qualifier at the moment. Lee Charles, number 15. He wants a 9.97. Valiant, great body shape. I mean, almost identical silhouette to the Chevy Nova, but great wheelies off the line for both of them. What a light from Lee Charles, best I've seen so far, 0.11. And a 9.96 breakout. Oh, it's a double breakout, and they both break out by the same amount. Oh, 1/100th of a second a pair, just too quick. Great pairing though. Next up, Glyn Dunford. He's currently number 55. Wow. Going alongside Pete Christmas with the Fallen Angel Demon. I'll say thanks ever so much actually to the team. I was Billy No Mates in the pairing lanes and they pushed me forward, so thank you very much indeed.
Do you know, we'd all love to give Colin a push. Maybe not in the lanes,
that's
but somewhere.
Right, yeah.
So well done.
You're talking about pushing me out playing with that
That's the one
yesterday. Thanks, mate.
Very quickly. I forgot about that. Very quick update as well. I'll give it to you on this pair of run about the order of things.
So Pete should get there first looking at things. Yeah, goes 10.58 with a 7, goes to number 2. Great run. Glyn Dunford goes to number 50.
Yeah, just a real quick one. So we're due to go on a lunch break quite soon. We're slightly behind, only like 5-10 minutes, something like that. Now, because we're slightly behind, there's a chance that the track action is going to run into when the fire-ups are, the nitro fire-ups are, over there. The nitro fire-ups won't happen until we've finished with Julian with the Jet Dragster. Okay? So that will be then we will do that, and then when we've done with the nitro fire-ups, we'll get to do the Hall of Fame stuff as well.
Thank you.
All right?
Perfect. Glenda Thompson, Dave Tilsley, your next pair. 14 flat against 11.78. Dave will get there first. He's looking to move up from number 39. And will do with that run. Goes to number 26. Glenda breaks out, goes a little bit too quick. 13.93, no help on a 14 flat.
Yeah, sorry about the little ooh a minute ago. It's because for the first time ever I took my headphones off and I put them in the right place so the air conditioning got to them. I put them on and they were cooler.
Oh.
That never, exactly, there we go. That never happens. You just sweat in these things all the time. Anyone that does sort of DJ and any sort of live work will know what I'm talking about. Adam Novak, Jack Bishop, Adams 56. I think at the moment he's dead last, but it's only because he broke out by just the smallest margin. 10.04, 10.78. That's better. Up to number 17 for Adam Novak. 0.03 of a second off. At the end of the last session, Cole, I don't know whether you caught it, but top 20 was 0.4 off.
Wow.
Top 10 was 0.2. And again, that's only after 2 sessions.
Yeah.
But then with this amount of quality races, it's always going to happen. And I'm going to say it again. Anyone in Nostalgia Superstock or Gasser Circus, get your asses into Door Slammers next year. You'll do so well. And if you don't, send Colin the bill. No, you'll have a lot.
In that case, you've got to share the winnings. When you
Yeah,
do.
that's the one. Yeah, because every chance you will.
John Pratt and Don Scott, your next pair. John currently number 41, Don 26. Now then, 9.86 the target for Don, 11.10 for John. Don gets 9.86 for the late. That'll be number 3. It is. John moves up as well from 41 to 32. But Don Scott hits his darling.
Excellent stuff. What we like to see. That's kind of the idea anyway, but it's easier said than done. Pete Walton, Harvey Taylor, your next pair. Both of these, well, top 20, 15 and 16. Have a quick look. That was supposed to be a quick look, but it's not worked out that way. Yeah, so top 20 are now 0-3. Yeah, top 32 are inside a tenth of a second, as you'd expect.
Yeah, it's Harvey Turner actually, not Taylor.
Sorry.
But no, it's the screen's wrong.
Yeah, of course it is. Why did I said that as well, didn't I? It's the easiest way to screw us up, to change the screens.
Right, so Harvey's going to get there first. Looking for 12.37, gets a 45. Going to stay 16. And a 13.52 for Pete. He stays put as well. Let's see how Jake Cawthorne gets on with a flag jumper. 11.18, the dial-in for him. He's number 41. And it's Neil Francis with Plymouth 10.92.
Yeah, so Jake's the one that can make the potentially make the biggest move here because he's 41 presently.
So 56 cars have put a number on the board so far. Which means it is a 64 car ladder. A 10.84 for Neil, breakout too quick. Jake, well, he does improve, moves up one spot, 41 to 40. Goes 11.31 on 11.18.
Okay, Tice Trevitt and Kiwi. Did Kiwi win the first one ever?
I
could
think
have been.
it's either him or Lee that won the first one.
Yeah, good point. One of those two.
Well, it's going to be Team Thompson doing the barbecuing tonight, along with Adrian Portelli. So thanks in advance. Nice launch there for Kiwi. Good looking run as well. 9.84 is the target. 9.86 was the run, goes up to number 9. Ty improves as well. 61 on the 58. He's number 22, 300ths off. Wow. Tough crowd.
It's rough. I think they have one more Q session this afternoon.
They do.
And then it's eliminations this evening. 4 qualifying runs with a 64 car field. Not bad going, actually, is it?
It's all right.
Getting sort of, and that's with qualifying not starting till Friday evening as well, isn't it?
Yep. Got to say hello to Perry Edward Wilson. He is one of our regular super fans here at Santapod, and always pings me a message to say he's here, and always comes and says hello. So Perry, a very good afternoon to you, buddy. Welcome back to your second home. Duncan Watson, Richard Granger. Duncan looking for a 10.03. Richard, he's number 4 qualifier. He was number 1.
He was for a while, yeah.
10.09 and 11.10. And unbelievably, Duncan stays number 30, 600ths on his dialing.
It's that kind of crowd.
Just goes to show I don't stand a chance later on, do I?
Well, you do, because you've been watching them. It depends who you're going to get in round 1, but qualifying number 50.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to get anybody easy, am I?
I don't know, you get what, like 26 maybe? 26 qualifier? If it's sportsman
Yeah,
ladder?
but that's going to be like 300s off
yeah,
dial.
okay, that's a very good point. Okay, Rob Terrell and Rob Cawthorne. This time, Rob. Robster's Revenge in the Slick Tricks lane. 10.38, 12.36.
Yeah, Rob's been in Nostalgia Superstock from the very early days as well. I don't see him race a huge amount these days, to be honest. Good to have him back. 1140. That'll move him up to number 9.
200's off at number 9. Rob Cawthorne in the other lane. I'm sure he gets bumped back 1 spot by virtue of the chap in the other lane. Going past him. We'll go round him in qualifying. Gary Sepper, Glenn Boardman, your next pair.
I did half jokingly said to Gary, if it's that hot, why don't you run with the rag top down? But the only problem is it will flap around in the wind, and he's like hitting 120 mile an hour, and probably the top will come back up again.
Well, there's every chance he'll probably be hotter with it open as well.
Yeah. So Glenn looking for 10.15, Gary 11.49. Oh, 10.15 with the 4. Glenn Boardman goes to number 1. Great pass there for Glenn Boardman from 43 to number 1. Fantastic pass there. So your former number 1 qualifier is Stuart Arthur. He's just been dropped to number 2 with What'll It Do? Going alongside Paul Smale with the Thirsty Work Malibu. Now then, Stuart Dulles, 12.40. He's already run a 12.40, but it's the short numbers after that that makes all the difference. 10.21 the target for Paul. It's 12.40 for Stuart. 3 drops and off they go. $10.13 breakout, too quick. 12.44, good consistency for Stuart Arthur, and a no 5 light. Who do we want to watch this weekend?
Very quickly as well, pin your ears back if you're a bike fan, especially a nostalgia bike fan, which, you know, if you're here, you should be. Tom Vivian's going to be firing up the Westlake in the pits where the fuel cars are going to be fired up at the end of it, after all of it. So if you're a bike fan, especially a historic bike fan, make your way over to the historic marquee when racing finishes very shortly for lunch. You won't be disappointed.
Okay, pick your duster there. Dave Billadou looking for 9.86. Nick Martin looking for 11.30. 9.83 breakout. Oh, an 11.29 breakout on 11.30. So no help for either of them.
See, that's what happens. Even though he's number 49 qualifier, he's lurking and he's very close to his dialing, if you see what I mean.
Dan Sanderson, Gary Cork, next pair. They are 39 and 40. Doesn't matter because they'll all be racing later. When I say later, yep, we're going to be doing eliminations later this afternoon. So Gary Cork, Dan Sanderson, Dan looking for 14.05, Gary looking for 11.80. 11.85 for Gary, moves up to 31. Oh, 14.04 with a 6 and a 14.05 breakout. Oh, that was so close. Right, Paul Fleckney with the GTO. He is the number 56 qualifier. He's somebody else that can go in front of me now. Against John Sleeth, number 34.
That's the spirit, mate. Let's face it, anyone that's qualified after you is going to be thinking, why don't I do 4 qualifying runs? What was the point? John Sleeth, the 006 on the tree, and a 9.99. He stays 34 for now, with one more chance to improve. Up to 48, Paul Fleckney. Yes, Colin, you are now 51, I think. Are you?
53.
Whoa. No, I'm 53. You're older than me. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I know.
There's only 3 behind me. Bob, Mick and Roger.
You can rib them endlessly if they do. If they
I
stay
might have
there.
to come and do another qualifier. You never know. Right, Connor Hall, John Wilson, your next pair. So Connor looking for a 10.80. John wants 11.66. Connor gets there first with a 10.85, moves up to 31, and 11.73 on a 66 goes up to number 36 for John. All right, James Ellis and Rick Denny. 10.98 for James. Rick Denny, 11.34. Okay, off they go.
Both
Look at
of
the
them.
lights
Yeah.
on those two. 01 and 02.
Well, the perfect light award is already wrong to Dave Bilodeau in this class. That'll work. James Ellis up to number 32. Breakout by just a couple of thou in the other lane for Rick Denny. Rick Denny's another one who's lurking, if you know what I mean. Yeah?
If I had to avoid an opponent in round one, shall I say, is a Rick Denny, I would not want to race him. I want to pack up and go home type thing. Anyway, Roger Bannister, Phil Hobson. Oh, Scalabolt's looking for 12.45. And Roger wants 11.99 with the Camaro.
One thing I've noticed this year as well with Nostalgia Superstock, the vast majority of the cars are a lot quicker as well. We had a number of 13 and 14 second cars in there before. I'm not bagging on them at all, obviously, but they all I'm saying is they all seem to have upped their game. However, bracket racing is being consistent and running your number.
So I think the 68 Camaro might just get there first. With 11.95, it's a breakout a little bit too quick. Phil Hobson finds a minuscule improvement, 400ths off.
See, he's another
55.
lurker. He's another lurker, you see.
Yeah.
He's so close to his dialing, but just the wrong side.
Dave Bailey with that lovely little Nova, 1220 dialing. And Steve Lloyd looking for 10.35 with the Blue Pearl Impala. So both into pre-stage, courtesy staging there. You're both going to pre-stage before once someone goes in. $10.38 for Steve Lloyd, stage 22.
Sorry, excuse me.
300s off,
Goodness
stage
me.
22. Dave Bailey breaks out, goes too quick by 200s.
When I saw that, I thought, oh, he's bound to improve. No, he hasn't. Okay, Mark Huxley, one that could definitely improve. Come on, Mark. You're nearly on the par with Colin. Let's go. Third qualifying session, though. Colin's only run one session, though, to be completely fair. These guys have had a lot of practice at it, and let's face it, you haven't. A lot of practice at watching.
Yeah.
Dave Simcock is in the other lane with the Star Spangled Challenger.
So Dave can get there first thing for 10.30, goes to 10.48. Oh, Mark Huxley
Again.
breaks out. 11.80 on 11.86.
He'll get it right in the last session or in round number one, and then that'll be that. Game over.
Ah, another one to put a number on the board. Paul Dodd.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
well.
And Michael Deacon. Both of these two can go in front of me now.
Seriously, Colin, love the attitude, you know. Cheering everyone in the class on to qualify ahead of you. Yeah?
11.72. Paul goes in at 57. Mick Deacon moves up one spot.
You're still there. You're
55
still
to
in.
54.
I wonder how many commentators around the world have to commentate on their own qualifying position being bumped down all the time. Probably doesn't happen very
not
often,
common,
does
I
it?
think.
No, I can't imagine it is.
All right, Spencer Tram looking for 11.35 with the Camaro. Going alongside Bob Gallagher with the Fairlane looking for 14 flat. So Spencer currently number 16, Bob currently number 55. 11:35, number one qualifier. Spencer Tram is number one.
14.30 in the other lane, stays in at number 55. That is going to take a lot of beating. There still is wriggle room, but that's going to take a lot of beating.
Guy King then, 10.49 dialing with the new car, going alongside Dan Williams. 10.21 for him. Two beautiful Chevelles.
Even Nick's got his phone out to take a photograph of them. They must be good. Guy's another one that can move. Actually, both. Dan, number 30. But again, they've only, to be completely fair, only 2 runs.
Both of them with wheel stands off the line. Trademark Williams Brothers Wheelies. 10.18 breakout. 10.4. Guy King goes to number one. Perfect ET. Guy King. Now that is perfect.
Yeah. That's the one.
It. That is the one. Guy King takes it away from Spencer Tram and does it with a perfect ET. Unreal.
Wow.
He debuted the car yesterday, broken throttle cable yesterday, comes out today, 2 qualifiers, number one, perfect ET. Wow. Spencer Tidswell with the Barracuda. Goodness me, what a session. Right, 10.80 for Spencer, goes 11.01.
Days at 43. I did say there was a bit of wriggle room, but not a lot.
Not much.
No.
So there is a lot less now. Wow, what a session. Guy King, perfect ET, and takes the number one qualifier. Spencer had his hand on that Wally trophy for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, about that. Well, I've still got one more session to go.
No, but my
still chance for it
me.
to go. Okay, Willys Wars. So just to let everyone know what's occurring, we have this session for the Willys Wars, then we have the Jet Dragster, and then we have the Nitro fire-ups over there by the historic marquee, followed by the Westlake as well being fired up over there too, and then the Hall of Fame announcement.
Right, Guy Davenport looking for 15.06, goes 15.08.
He does it again, look.
Yeah.
So consistent.
Yeah, Dave Hinson, actually, Steve Young did message me. He sold the car to Dave at the tail end of last year.
Yeah.
And so thanks ever so much for the update, Steve. And I do wish you well, mate. I really, really do. Been coming up here for 60-odd years, Steve.
I remember Steve when he was doing our job. Yeah, you bet.
John Dalrymple and Damien Bacon. Damien, where is he? Number 8, looking for 11 flat. And John looking for 10.20, number 4 qualifier at the moment. Like to move up if you can. $11.43 and 10.60, no movement. They both stay put.
Well, I did say the fire-ups were Arthur's, but I can hear a rumble.
Right, Pete Rivers with Willie the Kid. Taking on Steve Roberts with the flat pack 40. 1380 plays 1550 here in the Willys Wars. So here's Pete's first run. So target is 1380, goes 1598, and Steve goes 1665. Right, Alan Rimmel, the Atomic 69, the 37 Willys, looking for 1415, and Andy Crockett with a 41 coupe. I thought the car was broken, but they've obviously got it fixed. So he's looking for a 14 flat. Off on a splutter from Andy Crockett. Gets it going. So Alan looking for that 14.50, goes 14.90, moves up to number 2. And if Rocket also improves, goes 14.95, goes from 12 to 10. Richard Warburton. Always great to catch up with Richard and Rachel at these events. Going alongside Rod Atkinson. No, that's not Rod Atkinson. that's Steve Warnes with the grey Willys. $11.82 plays 11.73. Richard moves up from 13 to 5. And up to number 8 from number 9 there for Steve. Right, okay, it's time to have a jet car. And of course it is Julian with the split second. Well, I've got to say, after Nostalgia Superstock, congratulations to Guy King taking the number 1 spot there with the perfect ET this weekend. So I think both of the perfect awards have gone to Nostalgia Superstock. So Julian just getting into position with split second. He also has a more up-to-date car, which is the Spider-Man jet. But Julian Webb, really, really good to see split second out again. Don't see that car very often, as Julian does now concentrate all of his efforts on the new Spider-Man jet. And this will take us to our lunch break. And of course, we do have the nitro fire-ups in the pits, and also the Westlake firing up as well. And of course, it will be our announcement of this year's inductees into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. Also a reminder that the Hall of Fame auction is ongoing, and bids will close at 5 o'clock this afternoon. So if you want to check out those items, get yourselves over there. Have a look in the Nostalgia marquee, and you've got nearly 50 lots to have a look through.
So that we were indeed correct. After the split second jet dragster, they will be firing up, doing the nitro fire ups in front of the historic marquee over there behind the grandstand. So if you want to make your way over there in just a moment after you've seen the jet car, you're very welcome to. We're then on half an hour lunch break. We've also got the Westlake being fired up over there as well. Keith led me to believe first time in 30 years as well. It's seen daylight and will be fired up for your viewing pleasure too. During the lunch break, I think we have a couple of announcements and a couple of things to do, but just one of the more relaxed, fun, lovely days at the racetrack, especially with the weather playing ball as well. Look at that. This event has actually moved weekends, isn't it, from last year?
Yeah, so it didn't clash with the British Grand Prix, because everybody that wants to come to this were priced out of all the hotels because of the Formula One. So a very sensible decision. Forward planning that.
Makes perfect
Wait and
sense.
see when the British Grand Prix on, and then we'll have our Dragstalgia at a different weekend.
I think, is it good with next weekend as well?
Yeah. No.
It can't clash with the Formula One, can
No,
it?
the good will be the weekend afterwards.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So if you live in England and you're a motorsport fan, you are spoiled. Thoroughly, thoroughly, thoroughly spoiled. Everything within a few hours of each other. That's what we need, isn't it? To be a bit warmer. So the Jets have been a feature here for getting on for 50 years now. I think going back into the 70s. It was Arnold from Sweden with the jet car. I used to have a toy model of that one.
I still have.
Have you still got it? Yeah.
Okay then, Julian Webb with split second. Great looking run in the mid-6s, I would assume. 682 to 27.
And that's the way to fire off the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. We're on hold for half an hour on the track. However, it does not stop there. Go and check out your favourite vendors, everybody else. Nitro fire-ups. Give the team a big round of applause, please. Nitro fire-ups over there in front of the historic marquee. And then we'll be back with the Hall of Fame announcements
it'll
too.
be, the Hall of Fame announcements around about 10 minutes or so away. So Nitro, if you could just take it for a moment, we'll get an update on the Nitro fire-ups, and then it will be the Hall of Fame announcements coming your way very, very shortly. Nitro FM, it's all yours.
Photograph shared millions of times around the world. The car sitting behind the couch in the former owner's house. Good looking run for Brian, 780 and 775 for Aaron.
Yeah.
175 miles an hour. And most of them. Elvis is excited.
Way straight. 997, 998. Not the numbers Ethan were really looking for.
Yeah, typical altered bounce going on there as well. But that's the first checkout run. Give him a round of applause, please. That's a number of years' work.
Well done.
To make it look like that again, and gorgeous it as ever is. Nicely done, yeah, off the starting line. Now, one of the things as well, that's very good indeed. Well done, Mark. Well done.
So this is Chris Spry and Alan Ward. Chris is on a flyer here. 10.06, 10.01 actually. Chris was off the gas towards the strike.
Strong.
Yeah, 9.06 yesterday, 9.10 today.
I think that was gear backwards. 9.51, 113. Actually improves up to number 5. With the H2. So Patrick was in the 9s early yesterday. That'll be a 9 again. 9.20 at 142. A bit more like it, not bad. 9.56 for Dean. That's normally an 8.
So both into pre-stage, getting themselves settled. Well, a few issues there for Sean, but Steve Howe powering through again to an 8.45 and 153 miles an hour. Fine
adjustments worked out. Good luck, Liz.
And also good luck from Claire and Alan Davis, tuned in at home watching to see how Claire gets on. Sorry, how Liz gets on. Claire and Alan. Like everybody, wishing them all the best. That is a lovely looking run. Just sounds like it's run out of gears towards the stripe. Still goes 9.30 at 119. In fact, it didn't pick up any speed. It didn't drop any speed. 119.5 mile an hour.
slick tricks lane. 11.21, 123. So 750 blown Triumph in the Crystal lane. A pair of 500cc supercharged Nortons alongside. And Colin Fallows, 11.38 at a... And Spike has run as quick as 10.1 back in his home country. And he goes through with a 10.7 at 123.
Gary Lake in the back of the dragster with Paul Brown at the controls. Good looking run, 8:15, 163 miles an hour. And Gary's now thinking, Robbie and Tim. Great opening pairing, 6:18 and 7:43.
Great opening run there for Tim Garlick, very, very quickly.
Joe takes it through to a 7:02 at 195 miles an hour. Adam coasting at the stripe, 10:59 at 82.
Wow, look at
looking
that
run
from
for
Bob. The engine doesn't look happy though. 6:51. That could well be one of Bob's quickest, if not his quickest ever. 185. The engine did not look happy through the stripe though. Now that's what funny cars are supposed to do, and so is that. 6:26, 223 miles an hour, and Tony's got. This was actually originally Don Predome's ex-army car, which was purchased by Santa Pod, driven and won at this event, the first ever Cannonball event by Bill Sherratt, who is here with a Cackle car this weekend. I think there's a bit of damn and blast going on in there with Ricky at the moment. That's what the extra throttle stabs are. It's like, go, would you just get on with it? Anyway, 14.01, there's a lot of that goes on, trust me. Just doing the block, good looking run from Dougie. 7:20 at 185, that'll work for starters. Well done, sir. 11:04.
Happy belated birthday soon.
Okay, Mike Payne and Barry Woodford, your first pair. Whoa.
Go for a biggle.
So, Colin, the only thing to do in that situation is just lift. It's not even worth trying to save it. It's a little aero tricks all over the place, isn't it? Okay. Well, Wayne's back on it again after going for the wall. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
8:41 at 161. Yep. And 8:57 for Jenna at 1:56.
Licensing in the car. They're having a lot of fun out there. And so, John and everybody, a very good day to you.
There goes 11:03 and Andy. Which goes ready, doesn't matter in qualifying. But Alan O'Connor raced this car for a lot of years, went to the States to race with Super Gas. Just the engine, no,
No, he's got gas on it.
Oh, he has got gas on it now, okay.
That's a good run from both cars.
Yeah.
That's a neat.
Pretty much same again. Different, aren't they, really? Against Rob Brindle. Now, Rob's only got to pick up a few hundreds to go to number 1.
He's quick.
Not quite. Not quite. Still consistent, though. Another one doesn't. See what Ben can do today.
Well, this is going to be Nigel Green's run.
Well, Ben's broken something, unfortunately, about 60 foot.
9:39
Even
finds
quicker.
200s.
I don't think that's not going to... Well, if he does nothing but that burnout...
Going under it, and whoever is closest will be the highest qualifier. Steve's going to get there first with a 9.77 on the 73 stage number 6. A breakout. And the Darling's 10.94, 10.91. .96 for this John Gibbs that goes 97 on the 94. He moves up 10 places. So Ray currently number 13, Gary currently number 12.
Yeah, Q1 earlier today was a bit lively, to say the least. Okay.
Nice 05 light, but it's more important with the ET, looking for that 10.08. Goes a massive breakout actually in Gasser Circus terms, 9.96. Sharp end at the moment.
We have enough qualified cars as well to run it as a 32-car ladder now. We didn't earlier, but after Q1 today we do.
Oh, Adam's getting a little bit, sorry, no, Tom's got a little bit out of straight there. Adam straight through to a 10.99, stage 3, Tom stays number 2. And is pleased to reveal the individual selected for induction into membership this year when the annual gala takes place in November. Nominees are eligible by dint of having raced, owned, designed, built, maintained, prepared, promoted, officiated, supported or taken part in British drag racing in any capacity, having been involved for at least 20 years or having made a significant or recognisable contribution to the sport. A full profile of each inductee will be available on the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame website after this announcement. So without further ado, let's announce our first inductee as the Hurricane flies overhead. What a glorious sight that is. Okay, our first inductee to be announced this year is Kenny Coleman. He first encountered drag racing in the 1970s and has long since been a respected figure on the scene, owning and racing cars and achieving club and national championships while preparing and supplying engines for competitors throughout Europe in drag racing and in other motorsports. In the 1980s, Kenny played a prime role in the promotion of Supergas Eliminator. He was involved in the formative years of Super Modified and also supported York Raceway. Kenny formed his engine data analysis business in Yorkshire to build and dyno test high-performance engines and continues to offer technical guidance in a personal capacity since retirement. So fantastic news for Kenny Coleman, inducted into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame, and the ceremony will take place in November. Our second inductee to announce is Keith Lee. Keith has made a myriad of contributions to UK drag racing for almost its entire existence. Behind the camera and on the keyboard, in the commentary box, in the committee room, and as an official, and even briefly on the track. A visit to Blackbush for the 1964 International Drag Festival left an impression that was sustaining for life. Following an early start as an engineer and racer, he found his true vocation as one of the great chroniclers of the sport, author, columnist, photographer, commentator, organiser, and latterly as an historic advisor to the Hall of Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, our second inductee announced today is Keith Lee. Next up, it's Nigel Patrick. Nigel Patrick's drag bike career on 2 continents and beyond reaches back to the 1970s. He has achieved success as a racer, engineer, innovator, administrator and businessman on both sides of the Atlantic. A meteoric riding career which began in Britain with a wealth of victories, championships and awards was met in the 1980s with a call to migrate his engineering skills to California, where further success flourished on and off the track. In the 1990s, he even led an NSRA drag bike team to Japan, and he hasn't finished yet. Now in his 70s, he continues to accumulate championships on the US drag bike scene. So our third inductee to announce today is Nigel Patrick. Our next inductee is Kathy Taylor. Kathy could not have imagined on her first Santapod visit with friends in 1986 a future of one of the seminal backroom figures in UK drag racing, those individuals without whose contributions to the sport would not function. Yet an early spell crewing for bike teams and penning race reports would earn the recognition that opened doors to the sports administration. First, as an SPRC committee member, subsequently as race secretary, accompanied by ACU and UEM stewardships and all the compliances and complexities inherent with conducting modern-day international championship drag racing. In addition, she is a generous provider of sponsorships which reflect her love for the drag bike scene. Ladies and gentlemen, Kathy Taylor. Our final inductee to announce today is John Webster. John continues to enjoy one of the most prolific and storied careers in British drag racing. A 1980s start as an illegal street racer in Essex, which then progressed to run what you brung activities at Santapod, has begun into a rare catalogue of achievements on the track, on 2 wheels as well as on 4 wheels, alongside a flourishing business as one of the UK's preeminent constructors of specialist and competition cars and bikes. The array of trophies and championships amassed from his racing endeavours is matched by the trophies, championships, accolades and world records accrued by the products of his workshop. That is John Webster, our 5th inductee, announced today. Our new members will be formally inducted at the Hall of Fame 2025 Gala to be held on Saturday the 15th of November at our usual venue, which is the Oatlands Park Hotel in Weybridge in Surrey. Also to be honoured will be John Spuffard. Selected for membership last year, John was unable to attend the gala. Formally inducted in his absence, he will be accorded his due recognition on this forthcoming occasion. Tickets for the gala will go on sale soon and will be announced on Eurodragster.com. So there you have it, folks. This year's inductees into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. So it's Kenny Coleman, Keith Lee, Nigel Patrick, Kathy Taylor and John Webster. Thank you very much indeed for your time. If you want to go to Eurodragster.com, where all of the inductees and the profiles will now be posted. And of course, put that date in your diary, November the 15th at the Oatlands Park Hotel in Weybridge in Surrey. And tickets will go on sale soon, and that will be announced on Eurodragster.com. Okay, folks, thank you very much indeed. Back to your lunch break, and we'll pick up the racing soon. But in the meantime, Nitro FM, thank you for the airwaves. They are now back to you.
So they're trying to run the number you see on the board at the finish line. Not heads up. Again, it's trying to run your number. 21:39. Daniel, actually, if that is indeed Daniel. So Guy does an awful lot on the organisation for the Willys Wars and also gets to join in sometimes as well. 15:02, Guy goes 15:07. Nice one, mate. Stays at number 1, Steve Roberts. So the Pork Chop Express got a small block Chevy in there and a little supercharger with nitrous. 11-second dialing is somewhat off his PB of 11 flat, goes 11:50 and a 12. And he's looking for a 12 flat this time round. Up against Rod Atkinson. 11.97, just a couple of hundredths too quick though, but back in the 11s. I think Rach is happy. 12. There is no dial for Andy Crockett. That's because I'm guessing there's not one on the car. Cruises through with a 15-second run and an 18.18. Chevy in there. What they're doing actually is they're out there, they're sort of testing, but they will be in competition, if you will, later on in the weekend. They're trying to run as close to their numbers as they possibly can. 10.29 for Mr. Wilson. James goes through with a 12.
One missing because the other 3 were poached by a couple of Supercharged Outlaw races last night.
And why not? Oh, last night, okay.
Last night, yeah. I had to go back for a top-up.
So, Pete Brown goes 10.18. Nice. To a 10.27 for Dave Schumacher.
There are more available at the established Superstock after.
So John Sharrod with a really strong looking run. That'll definitely be an 8. It's an 8.80 at 149.
That's a new PB as well.
The engagement anniversary, okay. Against Paul Tarry, who triggers through. Both make a move to the centre line, but they've got it handled. 8.42 at 156. $9.53, 141 miles an hour for Mark.
And 49, 116, 12, 12 at 110.
One day you never know. That's more like it off the line. And Alan Skip, watch the mile an hour this car runs in the slip tricks lane. That's an 8-second car all day long. 8.64, 9.55. There we go for Lawrence Butcher. 143 miles an hour. I'm guessing that's another one, isn't it?
It is indeed, by 3 funny car. .54 there for Phil James.
Yeah, we still have it as time trials on the screen. And he wraps it up with 11.50, I think an 8.1 thereabouts. No shoot though, noticeably. I was chatting about that with myself. With a stiff headwind, I think Paul would have fun trying to get the car all the way down to the top end. So you might not see the shoot again this time. Nope, there we go. 807 at 163.
So Dave just bringing the lane forwards. Nice to see. Wayne Allman down there as well, actually. Lovely vehicle. He's parked up over opposite the Hall of Fame marquee. You need to go and check that one out. BSA down the side of it. Beautiful looking van. Here we go. Elaine Hancock then. The Crazy Lady Racing Pepper. Clicked it just past half track. That's looked like a bit of a...
little bit of the 80s mixed with the 40s, don't we?
Simply remember my favorite things, and then I don't feel so bad. Raindrops and roses and whiskers and roses, like a big white clouds like golden mittens, brown paper packages tied up with strings. These are a few of my favorite things. When the dog bites, when the bee stings, when I'm feeling sad, I simply remember my favorite things, and then I don't feel so bad. Thank you so much. This next one, you might know. I'm looking out for some dancing. And he's up. Go on. Now I'm the king of the swingers, oh, the jungle VIP. I've reached the top and I've had to stop, and that's what's bothering me. I wanna be a man cub and stroll right into town and be just like them other men. I'm tired of monkeying around. Oh, I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You'll see it's true. Someone like me can learn to be like someone like you. Now don't try to kid me, man. I'll make a deal with you. What I desire is man's red fire to make my dreams come true. Now give me the secret man card. Come on, clue me what to do. Give me the power of man's red flower so I can be like you. Oh, be-do. I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you too. You'll see it's true. Someone like me can learn to be like someone like you. All the moves. Yeah, give it up for our main backing dancer. He's a soloist. There's nothing backing dancer about it. He's our headline act. Woo! Look at those feet. Now I'm the queen of the swingers, oh, the jungle, the abbey.
Okay, we are back. Lunch is officially over. Officially. Now, I am not entirely sure if this is this the third run for the two-seater today or the fourth? I'm not sure. Because we do have a list of who's due to be in there. So I think the one, yeah, so I think this is run number 5. And this was to be announced. So apologies once again. Well, yeah, they are. Good point. Okay, two-seater ride coming up. Well, if that's the third run of the day, that could well be Gary Lake on board down there.
That was Gary this morning.
Gary was this morning. I do apologise. Well, I haven't got any names after that. We've got to be. I think that was about the 5th run, wasn't it? And we only got as far as number 4 on our run order list for today. So I apologise profusely.
No, the interesting thing you said that I thought Gary had shrunk inside the car, if you remember.
Yeah.
And he said, no, I'm naturally that tall.
That was number 5, was it? Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Okay, yeah. Morgan, cheers, sir. Okay. You all right? Been for a run?
Yeah, just bumping into loads of people, as you always do. Leave the tower and you bump it. I've now got crew.
Have you?
Yeah, for NSRA Superstock. So,
how did you do that?
Because they're nice to me.
It's not the other drivers giving you a shove again, is it?
No, thanks to Lorne and Nick.
They've all
obviously they're concentrating. I thought, well, no, I don't want to bother them because they're so busy. But no, Nick's had a right old go at me and said, "Why didn't you tell me?" So thanks, Nick. I appreciate it, mate.
Yeah, notice no one puts their hands up to come and help us up here, but you know, they'll help you push the car, of course. So we got.
That's really, really good.
So we got the second Wild Bunch session of the day. I think is coming. When I say session, it still says time trial.
Yes, it always will be for them.
Okay.
Because they don't actually have a qualified order.
No, because they run who's ever closest on average to their dialing.
That's it, yeah.
Isn't it? Mm-hmm. But it doesn't matter if they're quicker or slower.
Correct.
Is that right? Yeah. Well, that's a great way of doing it. Sorry, Neff. Yeah, great way of doing it. Absolutely.
Got to say, it is extremely warm out there, but thankfully that breeze really does help.
It masks the sunburn.
Yeah, it does. It's exactly that. It does mask the sunburn. Please, folks, just make sure you got sunblock because there's going to be a lot of red lobsters around there later on.
Woohoo!
Please make sure you do have sunblock.
Yeah, but wasn't it? It was all soggy this time last year, wasn't it? Again, it's the same thing. Too hot's better than too wet because you can race when it's too hot. You can't race when it's too wet. And anyway, no such thing as too hot. It's called summer. How many times did we get burnt up here as kids? Tons.
A few.
Yeah. It's good though. Way it's supposed to be.
I remember coming up here before I was commentating, so probably 20 odd years ago, with a friend who decided to wear a lattice type top. Needless to say, the suntan was a little bit like a trellis.
I remember. This is the event to share memories like that.
Yeah.
So I remember I came up here. Not this event, but the Cannonball run. So obviously it was always at the start, first weekend of July, about now-ish. And me and a friend of mine came up here. And it was one of the weirdest things that I've ever seen here in all the time, weather-related I've ever seen here. And I've seen a lot, let's put it that way. Friday night, we got up Friday night, pitched the tent, went to bed. And we had the most God almighty thunderstorm at about 5 o'clock in the morning. But it was so loud, it was impossible for anyone to sleep through it. You could not sleep through it.
Yeah.
Right? And everybody was up, and it stopped raining. Everybody was up at 5 o'clock in the morning. So everyone was milling around the camping field and in the pits, and the pits were flooded, obviously. But everyone was milling around the camping field at 5 a.m. It was completely packed. No one was in bed because they just couldn't survive it. But it was a stinking hot weekend as well. It's just one of the, thundery weather just happens, doesn't it? But it was really good. And we all got burnt, obviously.
So just a reminder to everybody, obviously the time now just gone 2 o'clock. You've got 3 hours left. I know it's 3 hours, but it's only 3 hours, and that is to put your bids in for the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame auction. That will close at 5 o'clock today. The dinner break on track is scheduled for 5:15. And also at 5 o'clock we got the historic aero engine fire-ups. Between now and then it is basically a continuation of qualifying for all of our classes, and also Dragstalgia Cannonball, the second round for them this afternoon. As I say, dinner break on track scheduled for 17:15 for those that like the 24-hour clock, or 5:15. When we come back it will be Outlaw Anglia qualifying, and then round 1 of Nostalgia Superstock. More qualifying will follow, and then to round our day up, just after 7:30, Julian will put in another run in with the split second jet dragster, and then of course our Cracklefest. Track will close at 8 o'clock this evening, and then it's to the Vintage Hub or Fuelers Bar for live music. You've got the Majesty Queen in the Vintage Hub, and you've got Phil Haley and his comments in a Fuelers Bar at 9:30. So that's our plan for the rest of the day. Just looking around, look at that outside. Someone just photo-bombed the live stream. But a fantastic array of vehicles parked up over by the...
I was going to say, where is that? Over by the Vintage Hub, is that?
Yeah, it is, yeah. That's in, I believe that's in conjunction with the NSRA. And a great selection of cars, pickups, trucks, you name it. All in front of the main stage area. Wow.
Well, what's just great as well is that, so the NSRA normally go and do, well, obviously they are famous and do car shows all over the place. But when they come here, it's like it's a rolling car show. All the cars that are on show in the pits and everything get to go out and go a couple of 100 miles an hour. It's pretty awesome. What do you know, Colin?
They're having a few power issues at the moment, so as you can see, some of the things have shut down. If we suddenly go quiet in commentary, our apologies. It's not us switching everything off. It's because we are having a power outage. That's why we got no track team out there. That's why the scoreboards and the tree and everything, nothing is lit up at the moment. So we do have power issues that are trying to resolve at the moment. So our apologies for the delay.
Well, if we do go quiet, it's obviously the well-known commentary quality police have stepped in and turned us off.
But the live feed is still going, and we're getting some fabulous pictures from around the site here.
Indeed we are. Don't forget as well, one thing I do need to mention, we do have various showmanship trophies which myself and Colin have been keeping our eye on over the weekend. But there's another one as well, which I'm desperately trying to find in the programme. And I've not gone past it yet. Ah, there we go, the best dressed. Thank you very much. Just I'll put my glasses on as well. So, Dragstalgia Best Dressed Competition. So, if you come dressed in your vintage finest and strike a pose, post it on social media using the hashtag Dragstalgia Best Dressed 2025 to be a chance of winning one of 3 prizes. Best dressed, £100. Best group, ticket money refunded, or each person dressed up in the image, maximum of 4 of them. Yeah, not the whole crowd, by the way, don't enter as a group. And best photo as well, £100 as well. So the best dressed competition, come dressed in your vintage finest, post it on social media using the hashtag Dragstalgia Best Dressed 2025 to enter the competition with a chance of winning. So while we are trying to sort our power issues, we still had loads to go today. We've got Wild Bunch ready to go. Hand back to Nitro FM.
I can see they're just switching various things on and off to reduce our current draw at the moment. This is a bit like Apollo 13, isn't it?
What I can't believe is we're still working, but that isn't. Never mind. We should be the first things to be switched off. But anyway, Nitro FM. 9:53. 141 miles an hour for Mark.
And 49, 116, 12, 12, and 110.
Though you never know. That's more like it off the line. And Alan Skip, watch the mile an hour this car runs in the slip tricks lane. That's an 8-second car all day long. 8:64, 9:55. There we go for Lawrence Butcher. 143 miles an hour. I'm guessing that's another one, isn't it?
It is indeed, by 3 funny car. .54 there for Phil Jones.
Yeah, we still have it as time trials on this. And he wraps it up with 11.81 thereabouts. No shoot though, noticeably. I was chatting about that with myself. With a stiff headwind. I think Paul would have fun trying to get the car all the way down to the top end. So you might not see the shoot again this time. Nope, there we go. 8:07 at 1:63.
So Dave just bringing the lane forwards. Nice to see. Wayne Allman down there as well, actually. Lovely vehicle. He's parked up over opposite the Hall of Fame marquee. You need to go and check that one out. BSA down the side of it. Beautiful looking van. Here we go. Elaine Hancock then. The Crazy Lady Racing Cadet. Clicked it just past half track. That's looked like a bit of a plan, and a thumbs up from Wayne. Very tidy indeed. 116 to 60 foot. Side by side, 8s of some description. Yep, 873 for Ian. Nigel goes 861.
Yep. .867. Photograph shared millions of times around the world. The car sitting behind the couch in the former owner's house. Good looking run for Brian, 780 and 775 for Aaron.
Yeah.
175 miles an hour. And most of Elvis is excited.
Each which way, but straight. 997, 998. Not the numbers Ethan were really looking for.
Yeah, typical altered bounce going on there as well. But that's the first checkout run. Give him a round of applause, please. That's a number of years' work.
Well done.
To make it look like that again, and gorgeous it as ever is. Nicely done, yeah, off the starting line. Now, one of the things as well, that's very good indeed. Well done, Mark. Well done, him.
So this is Chris Spry and Alan Ward. Chris is on a flyer here. 10.06, 10.01 actually. Chris was off the gas towards the strike. 9.10.
Strong.
Yeah, 9.06 yesterday, 9.10 today.
I think that was gear backwards. 951, 113. Actually improves up to number 5. With the H2. So Patrick was in the 9s early yesterday. That'll be a 9 again. 920 at 142, a bit more like it, not bad. 956 for Dean. That's normally an 8
So
second.
both into pre-stage, getting themselves settled. Well, a few issues there for Sean, but Steve Howe powering through again to an 8:45 at 153 miles an hour. Finds
Adjustments worked out. Good luck, Liz.
And also good luck from Claire and Alan Davis, tuned in at home watching to see how Claire gets on. Sorry, how Liz gets on. Claire and Alan, like everybody, wishing them all the best. That is a lovely looking run. Just sounds like it's run out of gears towards the stripe. Still goes 930 at 119. In fact, it didn't pick up any speed. It didn't drop any speed. 119.5 mile an hour.
Sykes, long gone in the slick tricks lane. 11.21, 123. Oh, 750 blown Triumph in the Crystal lane. A pair of 500cc supercharged Nortons alongside. And Colin Fallows, 11.38 at 100. And Spike has run as quick as 10.1 back in his home country. And he goes through with a 10.7 at 123.
Gary Lake in the back of the dragster with Paul Brown at the controls. Good looking run, 8:15, 163 miles an hour. And Gary's now thinking, Robbie and Tim. Great opening pairing, 6:18 and 7:43.
Great opening run there for Tim Garlick, very, very quickly.
Joe takes it through to a 7:02 at 195 miles an hour. Adam coasting at the stripe, 10:59 at 82.
Wow, look at that
run
from Bob. The engine doesn't look happy though. 6:51. That could well be one of Bob's quickest, if not his quickest ever. 185. The engine did not look happy through the stripe though. Wow. Now that's what funny cars are supposed to do, and so is that. 6:26, 223 miles an hour, and Tony's got. This was actually originally Don Predome's ex-army car, which was purchased by Santa Pod, driven and won at this event, the first ever Cannonball event by Bill Sherratt, who is here with a capital car this weekend. I think there's a bit of damn and blast going on in there with Ricky at the moment. That's what the extra.
Okay, we are back. We're not fully back yet, but we are back. We still haven't got all of our screens up and running at the moment, but we have got ongoing power issues that we're trying to deal with up in the tower. So we're going to continue as best as we can with the Wild Bunch. James Ord with the little Faust Dragster.
Is this Colin commentating next door, yeah?
Yeah, till we get everything back.
We have no screen. It's fine.
Yeah. So I believe that's Joey Charles with the Boxo Bomb.
Hey, look, we're not even competent with it, so hold on.
It is indeed, Joey. So they run as best as they can to a predetermined number. We don't actually know what their number is.
Yeah,
that's the secret.
I think they use the Friday evening run as a tune-up run, and then they set their dial from there, don't they?
Yeah.
I think they have reaction time stuff going on as well.
So 11:07 for Joey and a 12:89. Oh, that's right, the numbers aren't coming up. So we do have the numbers that you can see at the top end.
So look at Giovanni with the Earthquake. The little supercharged altered out there in the Kestrel lane.
And that's Mark Horton with the Soultown Shaker.
Ah, I thought the car looked really familiar, but I didn't realise that was it. But it's looking better than ever.
And thanks for Terry Robbins for keeping me updated as to who's driving the car, but they have swapped around a little bit. Okay. A new PB, 9:53. They ran earlier on.
So Luca goes 10.94, 12.38 off pace from the 9-second run earlier today, unfortunately. Okay, Bradley Cooper. Again, another car we're not sure who is in the hot seat because they change drivers on a fairly frequent basis. Do you want an extension lead for your cans, Colin?
No, I think I could probably reach, actually.
You'd be all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well. Wow, huge wheelie. For the car in the slick tricks lane.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, Gavin Mealy, Pete Ayres and Damon Taylor all sharing the driving.
That was
and
good.
Of course, Bradley Cooper down there.
Switch in as soon as possible. Sorry, just do that nitro.
No.
Okay, Lost Butcher. Getting more and more to grips with the dragster in the slick tricks lane.
So Ian Armitage and Loz Butcher, your next pair. So Loz went 9:55 earlier on, set a new PB for the Mean Streak Slingshot. And how about Ian Armitage? That's the best of 8:93 with the old guys rail. Let's see how they get on here.
Yeah, well, Ian Armitage.
That's a good looking run.
That's really quick. Yeah, 9:16.
Oh, that was so close to a new PB there. That was nice.
1:45. Loz Butcher, 10:25. He was quicker than that earlier.
That's definitely a PB on speed, though. 145 mile an hour. They found 10 mile an hour on their PB. Well done. Loz goes 10:25 at 140.
So, Alan Skip with the mid-8 second car in the Kestrel lane against Pete Whitfield.
Yeah, they went faster than they've ever been before today. 163. But Ford actually has got the quickest ET in the car. He's been 8:30. Alan's been 8:39. That's a good looking run. Again. That is a very good looking run. 8:27. That is a massive PB.
164 miles an hour. Check that
Both
as well.
ends of it then.
Yep. Actually, hang on. Yeah.
Well, massive congrats to Alan Skip. He's commiserations to Ford, but Alan's just gone 300 quicker than your PB. But nevertheless, the car is into the 8.2s now. That was a great looking run. 122 to 60 foot, and at the 132 miles an hour, got there in 5.3 seconds.
Okay, and Andy Roy with the Short Crack Redemption going up against the Antique Toy of Dan Wilson. Dan was previous champ, I think, for
He was,
the Wild
yeah.
Bunch a while back.
So 9.93 and 10.29.
Okay, John Sharrod. Pair of Aldeds coming at you this time round.
Well, John Sharrod was definitely coming at certain people there. Was a little bit wayward coming out of the burnout. All adds to the entertainment.
Into the 8s, high 8 seconds anyway.
Yeah.
This car's previously been run in Super Pro, I think. Against Paul Tarry with Trigger's Broom. There are many cars in drag racing full stop that either have or definitely deserve that name because they are never ever finished, complete, if you will.
John has PB'd today already with an 8.80. That's not going to be a PB this time around, though.
That's not going to even be a green light. He won't get... Oh, no, he will. He managed to stage with the back tyres. He got a 3-second 60 foot. Speed's okay. ET maybe not. 10.57 on the other side.
Which is a new PB for Paul Tarry. Congratulations. He's shaved a 10th off what he'd run previously, even into that headwind and this heat.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And the engine's starved of oxygen. He's still PB'd.
How hot and sticky it is.
Yeah.
Breezy. Well, it's warm today. It's going to feel lively tomorrow because there's no wind tomorrow and the sun's out all day too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, anyway, it's a great problem to have, isn't it? Seriously, it's way better than... I think we had quite a bit of rain last year and a year before, I think, the last couple of years. We got the event done, but we did have weather issues here and there. Ian Wild, Pete Brown. So Pete goes 10.30, 127, and 11.94 for Ian Wild. Okay, Rory Hart, who didn't make a run earlier on today, taking on John Schumacher.
Just looking at various apps, if you like. The temperature at midnight tonight is still going to be 19 degrees.
Well, that's good for all those people that won't have their beer coat on. Can't imagine there'll be many of them. But
very warm week coming up as well. Well, fortunately for Dave, just bumped through stage. So it's all about Rory and his numbers. So it's 9.47 at 136. Just a wisp off a PB there of 9.44. But nevertheless, great run for Rory. Nice to show it wasn't a flash in the pan, that previous pass of 9.44. Backed it up there with a 9.47. Very nice indeed. Okay, next up is Philippa Turton with the Slingshot, going alongside Rob Brown with Rebel. So 10.70, we know that's the PB for Philippa Turton. Let's see. I'll say the conditions, although the track is awesome and it's got plenty of heat in it, it's a little bit warm for these cars, and especially for the drivers, to be fair. Going into a headwind, and when it's this hot out there, the engines don't really like it that much. And I don't know what the air density is, but I'd imagine it's, shall we say, not favourable to the engines at the moment.
Way up, I would have thought.
Yeah, way up. No doubt somebody will text us the numbers in a moment. There we go. There's a plea or a message. Everybody's scurrying for their apps at the moment. Anyway, let's have a look. Rob Brown on his way.
Another 8.4.
8.5.
50 with the 3, 155 miles an hour. Nicely done. 11.03 for Philippa, not quite back in the tens again.
I'll tell you what. The thing is, though, we don't know what number they've chosen, and they could be absolutely running bang on at the moment.
But we've no idea.
But we don't know yet. We'll find out tomorrow. Okay, Phil James then with the Rampage Monza Funny Car. Normally a low to mid 9-second runner.
Well, Outlaw Anglia rolling around the back, so this will be the last run in this session for the Wild Bunch.
Straight and true, although slightly to the right, doesn't matter. Goes 9.53 at 1.35. As we go into Outlaw Anglia. My goodness me, how tight has Outlaw Anglia been this weekend?
Well, also, I think kind of the biggest news so far is potentially the quickest car is not in the show yet. However, they're always just run one away from getting it.
Indeed.
So Ben Kennedy was number 1 yesterday. He's out there in the Kestrel lane. Rob Brindle's not far behind either.
Well, they are 100th of a second apart, these two. 8.45 and 8.46. Number 1 qualifier is an 8.41. So the top 6 covered by less than 0.2 of a second. But it can all change this afternoon.
Same problem as before for Ben, unfortunately. Let's see if Rob Brindle can improve. Yeah, actually, 8.48. Oh no, 8.46.
No, 46
sorry.
earlier. Oh, very close though. Very consistent.
Well, Ben Kennedy keeps it rolling at least.
Right, Richard Hooper with the anxious Anglia against Luke Hoskins with Let It Be. Now these two, number 8 and number 10 at the moment. Richard is on a 987. Sorry, 968, and it's Luke on the 987. Just got to say, not all heroes wear capes, do they? Thanks to this man here. We are cool this weekend.
Absolutely. Well, we're always cool, but we're even cooler now.
Thanks to Andy Hadfield, of course.
Something going on down there. Track crew straight on it. Meanwhile, Richard Hooper goes through with a 975. That escalated quickly.
The tracker on that very quickly indeed.
That
very
looks
quickly.
like steam. That can, well, maybe not. Chris strolling over with replacement fire extinguishers in case.
Well, I've just taken the shroud off.
Oh, driver's fine.
that's what we like to see, is when the driver gets out, punches the air. Luke, I know it wasn't what you really wanted to happen out there, but good to see you out of the car. And it's just one of those things. It sucks. It really does sometimes. And what's left of the air filter just gets put back in the car. And a nice warm round of applause for Luke and the team as they, well, the Santa Pod team pushing the car back. But they were on that so quick.
Well, the car looks completely unscathed, actually.
Yeah, I think that was a carb fire more than anything else. Okay, well, it is the Great Barbarian. Mick Payne down there. That's a great looking car. Debuted at Dragstalgia a few years ago now, actually. Short burnout. I think it's been proven you don't really need to do monstrous burnouts. We do for entertainment value, but the track is so good. And there's a lot of heat around out there, so...
Well, just cleaning the tyres, scrubbing
Exactly
the tyres off would be enough in this weather.
Yeah. So we have a bump spot of 11.36, and Martin well and truly qualified with an 8.52 at the moment. Andy Cunningham with Agent Orange just needs to go quicker than that 11.36. The car has been quicker than the 11.36. Has dipped into the 10s before.
Yeah, keep it pinned, Martin. That's a good looking one. 8.58 again, 154 miles an hour. He went 52 yesterday.
12.22 there for Andy.
So we do have a bump spot for Outlaw Anglia.
Yeah. So David Hoskins, and the man actually on the bump is Albert. Here he is. So Albert currently on 11.36, which is that bump. 10.40 is where David Hoskins is.
Well, this could well be a big improvement for Albert because that was a lot better on the launch. Could it be his first 10? 11.28 still. Luke Hoskins goes 10.51 at 127. Few more to go in Outlaw Anglia. Most notably, or more notably, the last car.
Yeah.
So, Ben Montgomery, and yay, we have a screen back as well.
The live stream screen. So at the moment it is Wayne Power heading the pack with an 8.41. Ben Kennedy, currently number 2. He's already put a run in this session. Rob Brindle is 3. Martin Payne, you just see him go through with the Great Barbarian is number 4. Ginner, Lee Taylor, and Nigel Green yet to run. So Barry Danby, Ben Montgomery.
Yes.
10.92, 11.87.
Well, they both stay put, but 2 strong-looking runs nonetheless. So still number 1, I think, is Wayne Power, actually.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. So Rob Stone and Lee Taylor, your next pair. Rob actually hasn't got a number on the board yet. Now, Rob is normally in the mid, sometimes low 8s, isn't he?
Just looking at that Outlaw car on the live stream, that just looks so purposeful. Little purge of the nitrous, got a full fuel tech system on board as well. Learning their way around that. And this little pickup truck's going to absolutely fly. Nearly 500 cubes to play with as well. Good looking runs for both of them.
Good looking race. Rob Stone's going to get there first with an 8.47 to an 8.69. That puts Rob in the mix at number 4.
Yep. Jed Guy. 2 stock and burnouts from Jed so far. And coming back just as quick as he went forward. Going alongside Nigel Green. He's having a great weekend, actually. 9:41 in the number 8 spot at the moment. But Jed has not got a number on the board yet. Anything quicker than an 8:41, he will go to number 1.
He needs a 10 or better, really, to get in the show. Well, obviously capable of doing that with, well, almost in reverse, really, this car. It's a 6-second race car.
Yeah.
Just whether he decides to go for it with nitrous again or just get down the track. Or just get down the track without it. We shall see. Just whether he poses the nitrous when he goes into stage or not, as the case may be.
So Jed's going to get a number on the board this time round. Will it be good enough for number 1? It is. Oh, 8:36. Left it a bit late. Nigel Green goes 9:61. But Jed Guy to number 1.
Another great run for Nigel Green again.
All right, here comes the fast reversing Jinner.
He's Freddie Jr., isn't he?
He was just like someone had pressed rewind on the on the fast forward button
without the smoke.
Anyway, backwards just as fast as it went forward. Going alongside Gary Hill with the hopping popping Anglia. He's currently number 11 with a 9:78.
So the bump drops down into the 10s. Who's actually on the bump?
It should be Albert, I think.
No, Ben Montgomery.
No, Ben.
Albert's on the outside looking in now.
Wow. Oh, yeah, of course, with Jed putting his run in. Yeah, it's bumped them all down, hasn't it?
It has. So it takes, well, 2 of them on 1092. Is that right? It is, isn't it? Yeah. Barry Woodford and Ben Montgomery. Okay. So Jinner's run a best of 8:57. They're all bunched in the 8th. 8:68, no improvement. And a 9:60 for Gary Hill. Okay, someone with the potential to take number 1 spot back. Coming up right now. Wayne Power with that's got a small block Ford in there. With the Supercharger, lots of aero tricks. If you can keep it pinned from one end to the other, it'll easily be deep in the 7s. I think he has been in the 7s, isn't he, already?
Yes.
It's just getting these pesky Anglers to go in a straight line. Against Barry Woodford, who's number 15 at the moment. Well, Wayne drifts towards the centre line. Keeps it going, but I don't think he's going to improve on his run earlier. Yeah, 9:75 at 1:43. And at a 10:92 again for Barry Woodford. Right, gentlemen, if you would like to make yourselves look less attractive by putting those on, that'd be good. You and all.
Other way around,
do you
Jim.
talk out the back of your head, mate? I think you might do. Yeah, give it a go. Right, hopefully both of these work. Give it a crack. There we go. So first of all, we have Jim.
Hello, Daryl.
How are you, mate?
Very well.
Mr. Andy Fadster as well. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 guys that presumably would rather be, exactly, down there joining in and sitting
spending
up here
money.
with us. Yeah, spending money. Is that it? Yeah.
Down there putting holes inside of engines, eh,
Yeah,
Jim?
breaking.
I was just going to say,
heads apart.
before we start, let's get the excuses in while you're not here.
Sun shining.
Oh, okay, and...
Well, unlike Jim, I am here.
Okay.
Just not racing.
Yeah. In body we're here, in mind we're not.
It's hard work. I was liken it to being an alcoholic and sitting in the pub, but everyone's enjoying themselves, and you've got a glass of water. About the same sort of thing, is it? You just want to have a
It's
drink.
all the enjoyment without the expense.
Yeah.
All of it?
Oh, no,
The
no,
drive
no.
it,
Some
yeah,
of it. Some of it.
yeah.
You're not fooling anybody.
No,
right.
sorry.
Okay, Andy Park and Nigel Rigdon, the first pair for the Supercharged
You see-
Outlaws. Well, the Alton's going to get there first with 865, and it's an 05 for Andy Park. So, both of you guys have been at Supercharged Outlaws for a while. It's a very fun group, isn't it?
The best group.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
It is the best group.
Affordable, sometimes. But it's a great bunch of guys, you know. Big class, nearly 30.
Yeah,
About
I
30.
think 32, 32.
And an
33
entry level
tons.
in something that's pretty quick, you know, 8 seconds down to 6 seconds. It's affordable and fun. And we have a good laugh.
Now, just tell us about the two cars that are down there. Andy, you know, obviously, Keith very well indeed.
Yeah, that's Keith's had this car nearly 30 years now. When I met him, it was a 14-second street car, and he's brought it all the way down to a. Well, when he finally got rid of the stupid Cleveland engine in it, he finally and got some sense and bought a Chevrolet. Yeah, it's a mid 8-second car now. And
Goodness me.
yeah, goes really, really well, and he does it all himself. Doesn't farm it out, doesn't get it set up, does all his tweaks himself, which is excellent.
Andy's won the championship before as well.
Twice.
A couple of times, yeah. I thought
Twice,
so.
yeah.
Up
yeah.
against Jim Tucker with another immaculately turned out machine, the Hellfire Hemi. Jim's been really struggling to get the car off the start line. See if he's got it down this time. That's happened just about every time this weekend. Keith goes 9.15 at 147. Martin doesn't look too chuffed with that. Jim Tucker.
It wants an 8, but that's their quickest of the weekend so far.
Well, Martin will be expecting an 850 every single
Oh,
time, and
that's the
probably
thing,
won't
yeah.
be making the allowances for 28 degrees of heat.
Nice.
I tell you what, Brian has really got the burnouts completely and utterly sus with that car.
And the runs.
Yeah, fair to say. Yeah, he's very quick as well.
So that is Brian Watson with the incredible Famoso. I'll say it again because it does actually work. Someone whispered in my ear, it did actually work. If you're sitting at home watching this and you do a Google search for lounge Dragster sofa or thereabouts, there's a photograph of that very car sitting in Steve Nyman's lounge. Up in, and the thing I really love about it, everybody presumes it's in America somewhere, and it's in Brighouse. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
There we
that
go.
was on one side,
Yeah.
and Goldfinger was on the other.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Of his living room.
Yeah.
No wonder he had to sell them.
Let's hope, yeah.
I don't think he needed the money.
Okay, fair enough. Okay,
Yeah,
that-
but Brian Watson needed a car. I think
Yeah,
that was
there
a bit
you go.
more to it, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, we get to see it all the time. Taking on Duncan Beard with the Thunder God. Pretty good race as well. Duncan just running out of steam a little bit. Oh, look at that
That's
for the
lovely.
Dragster.
That's lovely.
That's what it's actually built to do, because I think it ran in the 760 class in Famoso.
In
That's
Famoso,
what
yeah.
it was for, yeah.
What a bargain that car was.
Yeah.
35 grand.
Goodness me. What,
All
pounds
in,
or
ready to go.
All in.
Wow.
Ready to go. 35,000 quid.
Wow, wow, wow.
And all aluminium motor.
Goodness me.
I know.
That's a lot of money in there.
That's
But
a lot
it's-
of car.
Lot of car.
But absolutely beautiful as well. Okay, Mark Luton. So you guys, I'm sure, know Mark way better than we do. So tell us this before after the burnout. So Mark Luton has been crewing for Roy for many
Ever.
years, hasn't he? Ever, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And so how has it happened that he's in the car?
We bought the Dirty Deeds nostalgia
Oh,
funny
he's
car.
got he's got the
Got a funny
car.
car, and he's
Okay.
never driven anything.
Okay.
So
Smart move.
Roy obviously can't drive at the minute, so he's, with respect to his crewman, he said, "Have a go."
Okay.
So that's what he's doing.
Well, he
He's
said
just
you-
been talking to
I
him, and he
think-
said, I thought this would be easy.
I think it's payback. Because for all the times that Mark and Roy a load of grief about the way that he drives, this is payback for Roy, because Roy can say, do you know what, Mark? You're shocking.
Yeah, but he just said that out there. I was talking to him, he said, the hands up, said, wow, I didn't expect it to be that difficult.
No.
I said, no.
No.
He said, it wants to kill you. I said, yeah.
Well, they all do to a degree, don't they?
He launched. The launch was really good, but it's like I was keeping it pinned.
Keeping the pin.
Yeah.
So you've got a belly dancing elephant, is where I was told years ago by Tony Pearson. Be a belly dancing elephant. Keep your foot in, and you've got to keep planting it, because the momentum's going to try and throw it off.
Exactly that.
And they don't run if you ain't planted. They're designed full throttle.
If you try and walk into the throttle, it's almost impossible to walk into the throttle of one of them.
You can't do it.
You can't. You've just got to... It's an on and off switch.
It is, yeah. It's all or nothing.
Yeah.
So good luck to Mark.
He's steering slightly to the right.
That's all right.
He'll be all right.
He'll soon realise when he goes towards the wall.
When he sees it.
Go on, lad.
Yeah. It's that initial shot to the body,
It's the
isn't
shock to the
it?
body,
Really? Yeah.
You know, top fuel car.
Well, he's getting himself down the track, isn't he?
So that's a 10, so he's doing well. He's going in the right direction.
The next run, hopefully, he'll keep it pinned a bit further and then a bit further and that,
Yeah, the end of the weekend.
So like his third run, a 10-second run, still really, really good. Really
Just
good.
Some people take all their lives to do that. You know, it's just... I wasn't saying anything.
May take me about 7 or 8 years to reach it.
But you enjoy it, Colin. But you enjoy it, love it.
Aaron Windridge
Crazy
to
man.
300 foot with his burnout.
What was that came off the car? Anyway, yeah, but to be
Blindfold.
completely fair to Colin.
Did you say blindfold? Yeah. That's funny. I was going to say common sense.
That never went in there, mate. That's never been in the
That
bit
just
there.
fell out.
That's
Right, Colin,
Never
can we
got
just
slowed
check out for the rest of the day now?
Yeah.
I think we
Better
should
than earlier
really.
here, the
there you go.
We haven't got a clue what we're talking about, but yeah.
That's it. Put your hands together for Aaron Windridge on his way back, everybody. He always does that. That car looks sketchy as fill in the blank. Really.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so narrow and so high, yet until that run by Brian Watson, he was the quickest car again.
That's because we're not here.
He's now got a target.
That's right.
of
We're not here.
761.
That's why.
Because we're not
Because
racing.
we're not
anyway.
racing.
Well, I am missing the flap, because obviously the body used to be wide, and when they reversed, the flap used to come up. Do you remember
That's
that?
it, yeah.
It's
Missing
amazing, actually, that the body's got wider, narrower,
Yeah.
but
The
Aaron's
driver's got wider.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the car shrunk in the
Yeah.
wash.
Okay, so
Spin
Paul
dry
Down.
only.
Good job. This is only once a year, isn't it?
Lovely looking run, actually, for both of them.
Aaron is on it. 7-7. Put your hands
Fair
together
play.
for Aaron Windridge. What a show. Incredible burnout, followed by a run where he nearly swapped lanes and he keeps it pinned to go 175 miles an hour. Great run for Paul Dale as well.
That carried the wheels for
It did.
200 feet, didn't
I know,
it?
yeah.
And it only started steering it when it came down again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's look at Paul Dather. He's just gone third quickest in the class, 8:36. He's coming back
Coming back.
now. He's
Yeah,
coming
yeah.
back.
They said they had a problem and they think they found it, so
Yeah.
hopefully they have. They
You know
can work
why?
on it
You
now.
know why he's third quickest in the class, don't you? We're not.
Talk is so cheap when you're up here picking on your mates, isn't it? eh?
I'll tell you what, no one's as fast as when they're not racing, are they?
Yeah.
Have you noticed that?
No, these
quicker
two are
than
the
that.
fastest supercharged outlaw races ever, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
You know.
That's
Yeah.
right. didn't
That's
you know?
Joe Bond.
Do you two actually know who you're talking to with us?
We do.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
thing.
yeah,
Yes.
The League of
fastest
Extraordinary
supercharged outlaw
Gentlemen.
drivers ever. You know.
Yes, we know exactly who we're talking to. Hence.
And you invited us here.
Yes,
You're,
they
you're
Yeah,
the
that's
idiot.
even worse,
Yeah,
isn't
yeah,
it?
yeah.
Yeah.
I can show you the text.
Will you stop misdirecting the mail?
Jesus.
You ended up with these two. I mean, come on.
I'm only here to fix the air conditioning.
Well, you put it in.
There you go.
Oh, dear.
Okay, Ian
That's vicious.
Merriweather with Banzai. We are going to be banned from having colour commentators forever now, but that's fine.
That is
It's okay.
entertainment.
It's good. It's all good. So Ian Merriweather with the incredible looking Banzai altered. That car, you guys will know probably, that car is based around a car from the US. I can't remember which one it is, but it's absolutely beautiful. Period correct in every single way, including the driver. He always tells me off for saying that.
Well, he's been 851 so far. It goes 887. I think it's up for sale. Actually.
Complete outfit for sale.
With both bodies as well, isn't it?
Everything. I think it's 40,000.
Wow.
It's not actually a lot of money because it's an unlimited chassis on it.
It's a staggering car, and it's a great team, and it's so well maintained as well. Absolutely beautiful.
392 Hemi as well. Oh, come on. Like that.
All right, getting low on cars in the lanes. You can see the firecrackers down there. I think that's Luke Watts down there, but Elaine Hancock coming around the corner now. Just sorting out a little bit of feedback again. All right. That climbed up on the revs a lot better that time. And I understand the reasons why, but it's such a shame that Wayne Orman has parked the mental breakdown just for a year. I think it could be, I don't know yet, I don't know what the plan is going forward, but I knew Wayne wouldn't be here with a car this year. Great to see him here though.
Yeah, he's always given a lot of support to Elaine with his car, hasn't he?
So Elaine Hancock then has put a 9-second run on the board. It'd be nice to see her back in the 8s here. But every pass is a test pass, literally, for Elaine. Here we go then. Crazy Lady Racing. Nicely off the line. That's beautiful. 115 to 60 foot. Taking it all the way through. That's got to be a lane. 810! Oh, what a run! 165 miles an hour. Third quickest in the class this weekend. Oh, that was worth it. That was so worth it. Wow, Elaine Hancock, 8.10.
Straight.
Great looking run. Great looking run.
Well, it looks like we're not going to be seeing Paul Watts, Luke Watts even, this time round, because the stockers have moved forward. This is Richard Colby, previously Outlaw Anglia racer, if I remember correctly. Is this car brand new, fellas? Yeah? Very, very pretty.
I mean, fans to those because he's been there. But Rich Colby, this car's coming to Silverstone Festival this year.
Sorry?
This car is coming to Silverstone Festival.
Oh, is it?
This year, yeah. And,
we'll love it.
He said, I'm not running it after this weekend. I want to save it for Silverstone. I respect him for that one.
That's not the idea.
Oh, my God.
He'll run it afterwards. He'll run it at Hot Rod Drags, but...
what an attention whore.
Fake it till you make it.
Dear. Brilliant. So you never got a run at the last event, actually. It was curtailed due to weather.
Well, Richard, I don't think, because the crew guy was standing in the way, he didn't see that he was going into stage and rolled through it. There we go.
It may be a new car, but the driver's got a fair bit of experience on the quarter mile.
So if everything goes to plan, I'm not sure how far he's been down the track with it yet.
This will be the first journey.
Really? Okay. It's absolutely beautiful out there in the sunshine.
He's going, that's a bit quicker than the pop. 71 and 108. Well done, Rich.
Okay, we are done with Supercharged Outlaws, literally and figuratively.
That means they're done with us.
They want to go.
They want us to go now.
Yeah, sure.
That's our polite way of saying up it.
Nice to see you too, Colin.
The Richard, sorry, the Jim and Fadster show are available for bookings.
Yeah.
Please visit their Facebook page.
Very cheap.
Very cheap. Too cheap.
I'm looking forward to the Muppet puppets of these two, because they're going to look
Spitting image.
Spitting image. It's got to
I
be
think
done.
it's been lovely seeing Colin, don't you?
Colin's been great.
Yeah, it's always nice to see Colin.
Yeah, Daryl's just a bit too honest. That's the problem.
No,
Always the same.
Honesty is the best policy.
Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You are
Been a
more than
pleasure.
welcome back up.
Yeah,
Cheers,
come back
guys.
later whenever you can.
Thank you. Okay, we are back, and it's the old school stockers. It's Chris Spry and Dean Stevens. So Dean with the Kawasaki. And of course, nice fact, pair of Kawasaki's goes without saying. So Dean at the moment has run a 9.56. Chris on a 9.45. Well, I'll tell you what, it's one thing being having a race suit on in a race car, but wearing black leathers in this weather, riding a bike out there, very, very warm indeed. 10:03, 11:26. And of course, you are in your race suit and race leathers in the pairing lanes for a while before you actually come round. And I'll tell you what, those in the burnout boxes, they are appreciative of a little bit of shade for a moment as the headwind comes down the track, and they're thinking, oh, that's more like it. And then, of course, they have to fire the bikes up and go forward and back into the heat. So this pair features Alan Ward and Patrick Hodgkiss. Alan currently on a 9.85. Patrick number 4 on a 9.20. Time approaching 20 past 3 here, Dragstalgia Saturday. Still got plenty to come at you today. More qualifying in our classes. Round 1 eliminations of Nostalgia Superstock this evening. And of course our Cracklefest. Loads of entertainment still to come. And then the entertainment doesn't stop when the track closes. You've still got live music tonight in Fuelers Bar, and of course over at the Beer Festival in front of the main stage is where you'll be watching all the entertainment on the big stage itself. So Patrick looking to see if he can go quicker than 9.20, and does so. 9.11 stays number 4, but nevertheless an improvement on time. Patrick, yep, stays 4. Alan Ward stays number 10, puts in a run of 13.53 at 62 miles an hour. Coming up from behind the tower, actually, not literally straight underneath it. So Claire Rule and Liz Charman. Well, Claire Rule currently number 2 on an 8.76. Can go quicker, but has got anything to approach that 8.45. Liz Charman having a great weekend, 9.30. Let's just say not every single run has been straight, but they've certainly been, let's just say, refreshing to the memory banks for Liz. Just on hold for a second. We're waiting for a word. No, just been told to shut off, so there's obviously something at the top end that they're not entirely happy with at the moment. In fact, yes, the top end crew. Just having a look at something at the top end. Well, I'm not quite sure if the bikes are going to be pushed back at the moment. But, I'm not quite sure. Maybe one of the bikes has just run out of real estate at the top end and has just literally sort of nosed its way into the field at the top. But no, they're all good. As I say, it's just a pause at the moment. In fact, I think they're already clearing, so they'd be given the signal to fire up once again, and we'll send Claire and Liz on their way. So final adjustments then, just making sure Liz is pointing in the right direction. Claire goes 8.72, Liz goes 9.25. Claire stays 2, Liz stays 5, but best runs of the day for both of them. A couple more bikes to come then, because we've got the NSRA bikes as well. Then it will be into Gasser Circus. So Steve Howe and Daniel's bike lost fire as it left the line. But Steve Howe, he's on an 8.45. He's number 1 qualifier at the moment. It goes 8.80 on that one, 150.55 miles an hour. So Steve Howe cements that number 1 spot with an 8.45 on his previous. Let's see what we're going to do with Daniel. So Richard Peachy currently in the number 3 spot with a 9.06 rolling forward in the Kestrel lane, and Daniel gets another chance, brings the bike up to the line in the Slick Tricks lane. So there you go, Steve Howe is your number 1 at the moment, Claire Rule is number 2, Richard Peachy currently number 3. If we can find another 3/10 and a bit, it'll be a brilliant 8 and leapfrog into the number 2 spot. But let's see what happens. Well, nothing happening, unfortunately, for Daniel. So it's going to be Richard Peachy with a 9.10 at 141 miles an hour. A little bit off his 9.06, but 2 very consistent runs throughout the day for Richard Peachy. Oh, shame about the moon bike. But they are qualified.
Cheers, Darryl. Only problem is I can't use the microphone properly.
Yes, you can, Keith. Yes, you can.
Well, we start off the next NSA session with our two New Zealand friends again. Ron Smith and Spike Laurier. Beautifully prepared, these two machines that have come all the way from New Zealand. Both bikes, 880cc Triumph motors. Spike's bike has got the benefit of the Supercharged, so it's slightly more powerful machine. That's in the Kestrel beer lane. Ron Smith in the Slingshot lane. These guys really having fun this weekend. And a 10.8 for Spike, 11.24 for Ron. So pretty much matching each other down the track as Jan Honey gets ready for another run. You probably saw he didn't manage to make a run earlier on. Burnt the clutch out again on the burnout. They've been trying to do some tweaks to the clutch settings, very much hampered by the fact that Marius van der Zijden not along to be able to help this weekend, as he's the man who came up with the clutch idea. But Jan's still working through it. If it all goes to plan, it'll be in the 8s. If it doesn't, back to have another Vettel. And alongside him, Neil Baskerville, 750 blown Triumph. And he's running on straight methanol, so not too much rush to get to the line. Listen to the power of that Yawa. But unfortunately he's got problems again. Solo for Neil. Quite sure what this is with Jan's bike, but just hope he can actually fix it. As Terry Homan wheels out the Scritz Brothers lone 750 Triumph. He's on a solo run. That's probably the best launch Terry's made on that bike. Very difficult to get it off the line. Very high geared, 11.71 at 118 miles an hour. It certainly sounded very clean. As Colin Fallows moves into the slick tricks lane. Twin engine Norton, still only 1,000 cc's, up against the 750 Triumph of Paul Rees. And Paul getting a good hole shot. And 13.46, 100 miles an hour in the Kestrel Beer Lane. 11.37 at 125 for Colin. Well, Justin Newell, next man out. First time on this little 250cc Honda. Nick Hand turned some amazingly quick times on this bike back in the 70s. As Justin brings it to the line. Both those bikes got quite a connection because that was Barry Eastman's bike in the Kestrel Beer Lane, Nick Hand's in the Slick Tricks lane, and both of those guys were in the Storm team, which is still out running these days. Sadly, Barry Eastman no longer with us. As Tony Lewis comes out next in the Slick Tricks lane on the Turbo Westlake Triumph. Tony grabs the red light on that one. It's been a lot of years since he's ridden that bike. But he's enjoying the run. 14.15, 93 miles an hour. He's just pleased to get his old bike down the track again. And you can hear the sound of a 500cc Triumph. The Martin Wilmot, he'll be in the Kestrel Beer Lane. That was the first 500 Triumph to run in the 8s. When Peter Woods used to own the bike. Martin's been down in the low 9s. He's up against Tim Howell on the blown BSA. I said it must be 3 years since Martin last raced at the pod. In fact, he tells me it's near 4, so still getting used to running this powerful little machine again. Well, he's nibbling away at it, 10.84. It's at 134 miles an hour. He reckons it'll take him 6 runs to get dialed in again, so end of the weekend, he should be in the 9s. Tim Howell, 12.35 at 106. Next up, Ray Law. It's another very deceiving bike. Looks like it should have a big engine, or big engines, but it's only 1,000 cc's again. A pair of 500s, but in its heyday, that was an 8-second machine. Biggest problems you can see for a lot of these bikes is the modern tracks are just so grippy that these sort of bikes really need a little bit of spin. Some of them still running the old AMC Norton type gearboxes, and they can break very easily if they get too much traction. So it's a bit of a game to actually make them run compatible with the track, but they still make the most of it. Change the plates and hope all is well. Not sure if Gary Norman's round there with the double Triumph. Had problems in the last round, but hopefully he's about to fire up. I can certainly hear the rollers struggling, so that's probably Gary sat on there. And that should be him coming around now. Gary Norman, his late father, Dennis, was the first of the double engine riders to run under 10 seconds for the quarter mile. I think that was back in around 1969, 1970. He's put in a lot of work on this bike to try and get it running well. Hillborn injected. And he's running against Matt Owen with a little 350 blown Triumph. Having got down the track for the first time on the last run out. They were well happy with that one, but a 13.08 for Gary. Certainly well off his best run on the bike, and a 15.2 for Matt. But,
Okay, thank you very much indeed to Keith Lee, and also massive congratulations and respect as Keith Lee today. The news was he's been inducted into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. And rightfully so. So this is Gasser Circus. A little bit calmer burnout this time for Jason Pickett with the Cherry Bomb. He's currently number 6. He dials 10.11 for this one. And it's Ray Turner with Green Onions, 10.94 the dial. Let's see what he's got for us this time round. Joined by some guests in the tower again.
Yes, a very special guest and previous burnout competition winner. We've got Seven Flodell and we've got Rasmus all the way from Sweden. We're just going to go into this run. Thank you very much. Jason Pickett and Ray Turner.
Lovely wheels up launch there for Jason.
Still in qualifying, so it doesn't matter. Up to number 5 for Jason Pickett, no help for Ray Turner. So Steph Milson with the blunderbuss. going alongside Emily Taylor. So. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Keith. Gentlemen, welcome up into the town. We've got 2 guests from Sweden, like I said. Previous winner of the Burnout competition, Stefan Flodell,
Thank you.
When was that? Was that 2019 now?
2018.
2018,
yeah. But his Burnout went to about 1,000 foot.
Yeah,
it was ridiculous.
It was past the grandstand, wasn't it? Yeah.
Amazing Burnout.
It was
something
good.
everyone to aim for, isn't it? Really?
Yeah,
it was good.
Yeah, we have told all the guys in the Gasser Circus to do it this round, so we'll see.
Right.
Let's see if they listen.
Yeah,
probably not.
We try to learn them, but I don't know.
Okay, so Emily and Steph. Steph doing a great job. This is her first ever race car. First ever time racing. Oh, 12 flat for Steph. She's the #1 qualifier. She's just knocked Simon off. Right. You've got to make fun of him for that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure you will, but being knocked off by Steph, who's only just started. Although, to be fair, Simon did say that was a bit lucky when he ran that, but it is what it is. Nick Hewison and Steve Matthews. So you guys have been over for... Have you been for Dragstalgia before, Rasmus, as well?
18, and when I was helping out Stefan.
Oh, okay, no problem. So you guys came over as teammates, if you like, last time, yeah? And so Steve Matthews and Nick Hewison. Nick Hewitson goes all the way up to #3, only 100th of a second off. Little difficult to talk, obviously, with the racing going on, but it is what it is. So you guys have just come this weekend spectating. I guess is this? Do you have an event similar to this in Sweden or anything like that? Or?
Nothing like this with Nostalgia Racing, but
the Nostalgia racers in Sweden they're in with the other events, aren't they?
Exactly. Yeah.
They don't have their own event. Yeah. Do you think you have enough cars to do it, maybe, and bikes, or not quite?
No, not like you have. No.
Okay, it's a shame because there's a lot of great stuff.
Yeah.
Really, really good stuff. Adam Kaczynski and Neve Smith. Adam is #5 at the moment. Too quick. And too quick. Only just, though. Only just for Neve that time round. So,
we have like 40-30 cars.
Yeah, all together for Nostalgia
with
type cars.
Dragsters, Old Reds, funny cars,
okay,
Gassers.
No so you two are young guys. Why have you picked like Gasser cars or that kind of cars to build and race?
Yeah, because it's the most fun.
It's cool.
It's the coolest one.
Yeah, you bet. Absolutely. Stacey Nash and Gary Nash going at it this time. So have you both got current race cars at the moment as well?
Yeah.
That's another thing.
No, my car is not running, but I sold my car that was racing here, but he has a car. Yeah. A Volvo Gasser.
Oh, you got a Volvo? Of course you have, yeah?
Yeah, Swedish
Volvo. Of course. Why not? Yeah, it's got to be, isn't it?
Nice big stamp.
Well, they both stay put there. Stacey Nash and Gary Nash. I'm not sure if they're related at all, but Stacey stays 12, Gary stays 15.
Okay, Ray Irish and Nick Brooke Langham, your next pair. So, when's the next race for you guys going to be? Is it Mantorp the end of next month?
Yeah,
really?
it's like 3 weeks at Mantorp.
Something like that. Well,
Simon is coming over to us to race with us, so that's really fun. Hopefully, we can give him the same experience we have got.
I'll tell you a great story about Simon at Mantorp when he slept in his car in a minute. It's a really good one. Just get him to recreate it. Okay, 10.40 for Ray Irish, too quick, and Nick Brooke Langham, 11.61 at one. That's a little bit off the 11.49 he was looking for. It's a story I can't tell out loud. Shall we say? It's
like all
one
the
of
good
those.
stories.
Yeah, like all the good stories are. Yeah. It's a great one. It's nearly 20 years ago now. There we go. Simon working on the bigger burnouts. So Simon, I think you probably met Simon about 8 years or 7 years ago when you came over with your car, but Simon wasn't racing then. He's since gone out and bought the Rocket, raced a lot, obviously won the championship last year.
I did streak weekend and
loads of stuff as well.
Yeah, he helped us out 2018 when Kjell, my buddy, who was here with the Ford Gasser, broke his drive shaft. So Simon helped us get a new one. So we could, so it was really nice to us.
Worldwide drag racing family. Absolutely that. He's also, I said to this earlier, his outfit, his white outfit, is only matched by his teeth. So, Jason Darling. Well, Billy was trying. 9:41.
Yeah, nice one.
11:32 for Simon. Simon does not improve. He stays in at number 2. Tom Marginson was number 1 for a little while. He's now number 4, I think, down on the order. So, what is it about this event that draws you guys here? Is it just because you like these kind of cars and this is the place to come, really?
Yeah, and Santa Ponte is lovely, just the place, and all the cars. You have so many nice cars, all the classes.
Yeah.
So not just, we are Gasser guys, but and funny car guys, we love funny cars.
Of course.
Yeah.
Why not?
So he's building a funny car and has a Gasser, and I have
You're building a funny car as well? Just as well as the Gasser.
That's the rumor.
That's a rumor. Okay, all right, we won't say anything out loud. Yeah, fair enough then. So yeah, Tom Marginson and Billy Jones, great burn at that time for Billy. Let's see if he can back it up. He's number 10. Looking at 10:42, goes 10:43, that'll help. Up to number 5. Tom Marginson stays 4. But it was only 200ths of a second off. Goodness me. So we know it's a hell of a trip for you guys to come over here, and obviously when you did, it was really good, made a big impression.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any chance some of you guys are going to come back again, hopefully in years to come?
We are coming back. We were planning on coming back 2020, but then COVID and Brexit was a little bit uncertain how it should be with all the customs and stuff, but we are coming back. So.
Good, that's great to hear.
So I think we can pull up like 10 cars, maybe 5, 10.
We can't promise anything.
But we know there's an interest in Sweden. So
good. I certainly hope so. Well, if anyone's listening in Sweden, there you go. They're planning a trip. So Paul Romney, Dominic, I beg your pardon, and Brian Gibson coming up now. They're currently number 18 and 20. Now, if this runs as a 16-car field, which it might do, they need to be better than that. 10:44 too quick. 12:34. Well, Brian goes to number 18. That might not be good enough. Sean Milson came up earlier and said that he was number 16, which was not comfy. And I said, well, do a better job of driving then. But, you know, I've known Sean a long time. He used to crew for me as well. There you go. Everyone helps everyone, don't they? Against John Gibson with the high roller. So if you want to say anything in Swedish to everybody at home in Sweden listening, what would it be about coming to this event?
Do it.
There you go. I don't know much Swedish, but I understood that. That's pretty good, yeah. So 10:17 for Sean, 10:96 for John. Oh, dearie me, Sean. Yeah, he wasn't comfortable being number 16, so he just decided to go number 1.
Yeah, that's good.
He's a good guy. He's been doing this a long while, and he knows what he's doing.
And that is a wrap for Gasser Circus qualifying.
Is it?
That's it, yeah.
Okay.
So Sean Milsom and Steph Milsom are 1 and 2 in Gasser Circus qualifying.
That was
wow.
Yeah. Well, we move on to Nostalgic Superstock. Gentlemen, I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to talk too much, but thank you so much for coming up.
Yeah, thank you.
We really hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend. I might even see you at the barbecue later tonight as well. So
absolutely.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Stefan and Rasmus, guys, thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, it is the last chance saloon for Nostalgia Superstock. Can anybody take that number 1 spot away from Guy King? This is Glenn Dunford and Jack Bishop. They're 52 and 41 at the moment. Well, Jack's not going to improve. He broke out And it's not eliminations. Right, quick change.
Is this last qualifying session?
It is last qualifying session, yeah.
Okay.
Right, so Jim Smith, currently number 14. He's on a 10:34. And Gary Semper, currently number 48. Just a quick change around on the computer system. And whilst Jim's running, going to give a quick shout out to Rod Norton. Once again, stateside, tuned into the coverage. A very good afternoon to you from the UK. As Jim Smith, looking for a 10:34, gets a 10:71. Gary Semper goes a little bit too quick. Or when I say a little bit, he dialed 11:65, went 11:64. Those of you that tune into live feed, I know where, if you're pretty much anywhere in the UK, you know it's very, very warm, but my goodness me, Santa Pod here is what, 28, 29 degrees? There is a headwind for them, but it is very, very warm indeed. And that's one thing that these engines don't like, is too much heat, because the air conditions aren't brilliant for generating horsepower, and they slow down a little bit. So let's see who adjusts it the best. This is Rick Denny, currently number 24, dials 11:31. Off he goes. Goes 11:33, only 200ths off, but he does move up, but only to number 16. That's how tough it is in Nostalgia Superstock. Just a reminder, the Blackett photography cabin is now open, but will close around about 7:30 this evening. But they are open all day tomorrow. So if you've got photographs to collect, or you'd like to go and see what's available, the Blackett photography cabin next to the pairing lanes is open from now until 7:30 and will be open all day tomorrow. This is John Wilson. Dials 1170. Goes 11:67, 300ths of a second breakout, so stays put. This is John Sleeth. A little bit of a clean-up, as unfortunately the Mustang shot some fluid in the burnout box area, so we're down to one lane at the moment. This is John Sleeth with the Camaro. So the 68 Camaro then of John Sleeth.
John's a lot better than 37, let's put it that way. See if he can nail it on this one.
Wow, no change, no. Stays 37.
Off.
10-10. That goes to show you how tricky those conditions are at the moment, because that's normally a 9.6 second car. And yeah, it's been pulled back to a 10-10 on that run. Right, Pete Walton with Slow Joe. Lovely car though. A dial of 13.52 for Pete. Currently residing in the number 20 spot. Oh, completely rolled the beams there. We'll still get a number on the board, believe it or not. The 13.52 gets the 13.80, stays number 20. This is Paul Singer in the top 10 at number 10, dials 1247. So 12.47 is the target, 12.44 is the run, breakout, 300ths of a second there. So Paul's going to stay at number 10. How about Spencer Tidswell then? With the Midnight Productions Barracuda. A darling for Spencer of 10.80. This, of course, the last qualifying session for Nostalgia Superstock. They've had 4 goes at it this weekend, this being their 4th. And that's an 11.03, 127. Glenda Thompson with the Charger, dialing in 13.93, which is what she ran last time out. Difference being that she dialed a 14 flat for that run. So fingers crossed gets it, get the pair to match up this time and give her a perfect ET. Let's see. 13.93 the target for Glenda. Into stage, tree drops. That's all about the ET at the top end. Goes 13.97, stays number 18 though. Nick Martin with the Downtown Duster. Currently number 50, opportunity to move up here. Dials 11.28. Very nicely away off the line. All lights like that, and that's going to help in eliminations. 11.32. Yeah, moves up from number 50 to 29. Lee Charles and the Nodding Dog's still in the back window, of course.
How the head's not fallen off now, I don't know.
Well, we don't know how many Nodding Dogs have been
That's
there,
a very
but I
good
think
point.
It's still the original.
It may be the Nodding Dog of Trigger's Brooms.
We are back to 2 lanes. Harvey Turner comes round looking for a 12.44 with the wagon. And Lee was 9.97 with a Valiant.
Harvey had a good go at the light there.
He did, didn't he?
That was only an 0-1 red. 96 with a 5 for Lee. Breaks out, but only by 5 thou.
Same on the other side, but by
even
1
closer.
thou.
Even closer.
Well, if you're going to take the number 1 spot, you've got to do a perfect ET and then some. And Harvey Turner, well, that's right, they both had a good go at that. Chris Tyhurst lines up in the Slick Tricks lane. Dials 12.17, and it's Alan Huckle with the Falcon. 13 flat. See Alan rolling as the tree was dropping. I thought the cherry's going to come on in a minute, and it did. $12.20. Chris moves up from 30 to 25. Alan stays put at number 40, running at 13.60. Stuart Floyd and Rob Terrell, the Challenger and the Coronet. 12.80 plays 10.38. So 1280, 1038. Rob goes in. Tree drops. Off they go. So the Robster gets their first win at 10.49, going to stay number 12. And Stuart Floyd goes, well, he's still going actually, 16.78, so going to stay number 46. Stuart Thompson, or Kiwi, to everyone that knows him, with the Duster lining up alongside Pete Christmas, the Fallen Angel. 984 plays 1060.
Oh, Kiwi still a bit off. Pete Christmas, no improvement either. Sure you don't want to go and join in the session? You've got time.
No, I do you know what? Not be funny, mate. It's so warm. I think I'll actually cook in the car. Very, very warm indeed.
And these guys aren't?
And I give them all the respect in the world. I mean, I know we are aircon, but my goodness me, it's warm up here as well.
Okay, Stuart Arthur and Don Scott. Don number 6, Stu number 4.
Well, Stuart was number 1 for a little while until he started being bumped down the order. .86 for
Don Scott, too quick. And for the guy on the other lane, my goodness me. Oh, the lot. No, that one. Thank you very much. Who did that? What a genius move. Yeah, Colin puts... We just been given an ice pop and Colin put it straight on his head. Tells you he needs to know about today, really.
Yeah.
Okay, Jake Cawthorne and Neil Francis. Right, apologies about the crunching kids, but it's nice.
Apologies for the kiddies' noise. It's actually us with
ice pops.
Ice pops, that's it.
I have these all at home though. I love them.
So Neil Francis looking for 1085. Jake Cawthorne looking for 1118.
Okay, Jake is number 47, Neil 19. Jake has the most potential wriggle room. No, breaks out. He will go in at number 47 at least. Neil Francis stays 19.
Jake and I have got something in common this weekend. Both of us only had one run the right side of Darling. Jake's broken out 3 times.
I was just going to say, but he's attempted more than you.
Yeah, true. Dan Sanderson and Rob Cawthorne. Respect to Dan, actually. He was qualifying and then shot off and did a prom run last night and then came back.
Unfortunately, the sprint didn't quite work. The thing is, though, if he now runs a 12:39, don't run a 36. He runs a 33 anyway. He would have broken out of either of them.
Oh, Dan Sanderson goes up to number 10, 1403 with a 4 on a 1402 dial.
Right, you think it's bad for us? There's 2 blokes over there in full regalia with bow ties on and suits, riding penny farthings in this weather. There we go. That's all you need to know for now. They're just coming round behind there. They're probably sweating like goodness knows what. Dave Simcock and George Pratt. Dave number 12, John Pratt's got the biggest potential move here. He's 42. He's looking for 11.18 in the slick tricks lane. Goes 11.08, too quick. Dave Simcock, nowhere near, unfortunately, for him.
Adam Novak and Gary Cork, your next pair. Adam looking for a 1077, Gary 1185. They are 23rd and 36th, respectively. That's a huge haul of points for the Nostalgia Championship today, because obviously if the higher you qualify, the more points you're going to gain. Yeah. So it's a big meeting for them in the Lifestyle Championship.
Well, Adam's broken out by a few thou a couple of times. 1077 goes 77 with a 9. That will take him to the number.
Yeah, that's moved him up. Forget about that bit.
Yeah. Where to? Probably in the top 5.
Number 4, that's put him.
That's odd. That didn't move him.
It will do.
I know.
So, Duncan Watts and James Ellis. James currently number 35, Duncan 38. 11 flat plays, 10.05.
Okay, so both of these two can do themselves some big favours right now. 11 flat, 10.05. 10.12 and 11.13. No help for either. I think, because the screen changed so quickly. But I think it would. I don't think it made any difference at all. Dave Bilodeau, currently number 8, with that beautiful duster down there in the Kestrel lane. And Dave Bailey.
Yeah, so 8 and 16 respectively. 983 plays 12.18. Dave stays number 8, and a breakout there for David Bailey. Goes 12.17 with a 0 on a 12.18. If only he dialed 100th of a second quicker.
Only if. Okay, Royd Mitchell and Steve Lloyd. 10.36 for Steve Lloyd.
That's achievable.
With the blue pearl, even. And for Royd Mitchell, it's a 10.72. So 25 and 9 at the moment. Staying 25 and 9. No improvement for either of them. Royd Mitchell was actually way off pace from what he ran before. Okay, Ty Strevitt and old Scatterbolts himself. Phil Hobson. Phil Hobson's 28. Ty Strevitt is 27. They have round number 1 coming up later. Just make sure you don't get too nervous for that comment.
Oh, I'm in the best position of all of them, I tell you.
Do you know what? When I was racing and I came up here when the class I was in, I felt sick as a pig. I really wanted to be out there. $11.50 with the 9 for Ty, too quick. And for Phil Hobson, 12.55. No help either. Not much moving going on in this one.
No, there isn't.
Well, 10.12 the dial in for Paul Smile. That's kind of, I think that's his quickest dial, actually. He's number 32 at the moment. Now, normally that would be one of the more advantageous, that would be the most advantageous spot, because you get them on 64 if you're 32, wouldn't you, on a sportsman ladder? But we're a few cars short. So he's probably going to get someone right up the top.
I'm looking forward to the day that Paul Smell puts a bigger carbo and everything. He has to change the 10 that's currently on there to a 9. 10.12, 10.43, 10.26, 10.36. Too quick
Too slow, no help, no move. So Paul Smale really is in the firing line where he is because of the allotted number of cars. He may get a real tough one in round one. Hold on, Mike Deakin. 11:63, too quick. 12:42. Guess what? Too quick. How's everyone speeding up in this weather? Jesus, that's hard to do. Okay, Russo's Rats. It's Chris Goodale. I remember back when this car was in this country the first time. Seeing a car like this was such a rare thing. It was like almost like a unicorn. Now, there's loads of them. Not that car, but you know what I mean. There's loads of that type of car. We have just an incredible field of nostalgia superstockers.
So, Adrian Bortelli, currently number 29. Chris, one place behind him, number 30. 11.19 and 9.95. Well, strong launches either side. Chris is going to get there first with a 9.95. Hits his number, goes to number 7. Well done, Chris. Adrian drops a spot. He broke out, went too quick. 11.17 or 11.19.
He might rue the day, Adrian Portelli, though, because he's going to be, if you're around about number 30 on a sportsman ladder, you're in the firing line of one of the top 5.
Yeah. Actually, I don't think that'll bother Adrian, actually.
No, because he'd normally be there flanking himself, wouldn't he? Connor Hall and Bob Gallagher up next.
So Connor looking for a 10.85, Bob looking for 14 flat. 10.85 with a 9. Connor Hall hits the number and he goes to number 8. Very nicely done indeed. Right, next up, Mark Huxley with the Spud Gun, 1180 dial for him, and Roger Bannister with the Camaro, looking for 1190.
Yeah, someone's going to get Mark Huxley in round 1. Okay, he's unfamiliar to the car, but he knows how to bracket race.
He does. Look at the reaction times, that's the key. He was away first. So looking for 1180, gets 1169, breakout, a bit too much. Roger moves up 2 spots, goes to 14 on 1190. Paul Flickney and Richard Granger, next pair. 11.12 the dial in for Richard. 10.80 dial in for Paul. So breakout there for Paul, goes too quick by 2/10. Richard Granger, 13 on a 12, just a 100th off, but already been better, so no movement there, stays number 9. As it's Glyn Boardman with the watch shop. Oldsmobile Olbiger, coming number 3 qualifier. Sticks with the 10.15 dialing. And Dave Tilsley, coming number 37, dialing 11.83. So 10:51, a break out there for Dave Tilsley though. Goes too quick, so no help for either of those two. They stay put. Glyn 3, Dave 37. Dan Williams with the Williams Brothers Racing Chevelle, currently number 34. Darling in 10:18 for this one. Top end, a couple of issues. I think somebody maybe a little bit of fluid at the top end. The spotters have come out and have a look. They seem to be going back in though. There is some concern at the top end there. Okay, good to go. Dan Williams rolls forward then. Beautiful wheels up launch once again. Trademark Williams Brothers wheelie, 03 light as well. 10:18 is the target. And a 10:20 moves Dan up from 34 to 22. Nice move. Okay, how about then this pairing? Bizarrely, both Williams Brothers stable cars, if you like. They are number 1 and number 2 in the qualified order as well. Spence Tram, currently number 2. 11:35 with the 1 on 11:35 dial. Guy King went 10:49 with the 0 to take the number 1 spot. So it's these two. And it's the last pair of Nostalgia Superstockers. So one of these two is going to be number 1 qualifier. It's going to need a perfect run from Spencer. Guy King rolls the beams a little bit there.
Well, there's still every chance. Spence just about did it before, but there ain't a lot of wriggle room at the top.
10:76, 11:36 with the 1. Oh, Spencer nearly did it. That's his second run. Bang on the number.
Goodness me.
Wow. That was incredible to get 2 runs like that. But he does miss out on the number 1 spot. So congratulations to Guy King. He is confirmed as your number 1 qualifier in Nostalgia Superstock for Dragstalgia this year. And he will get that wonderful award tonight at the barbecue. So it's going to be quite a big barbecue, actually, if you consider how many races are in it and support people. There is a shed load of food up there, mate. Yeah, very, very good evening coming up there.
Excellent. So we move on to the Dragstalgia Cannonball. Just a very quick bit of track prep. Time is around about, it's about 4:30, I think, something like that.
Yeah, 4:20 in the afternoon here.
I think that's on schedule. Maybe we're slightly off with some of the other classes, but we will catch up, and we'll be running to 8 o'clock tonight, so we've still got plenty of time left. Also, one car I noticed I've just realised we didn't see earlier was the Raptor, fuel altered, and Adam Clayton as well. Actually, we didn't see both.
The firecracker,
the two, both the 2 of the fuel altereds we didn't see. We saw both of them yesterday putting in test runs, but we haven't seen them in action today. But welcome back into the town, Mr. Dan Welbury. How you doing?
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here again.
No trouble at all. I shouldn't have said "but" at the start of that, but I did anyway. Dan, so you have been, without even being asked, doing your duty.
Yeah, I have. Do you know what? It's been brilliant. I love this event. It's so good to be back. Can I just add Simon Hayward as well? We didn't see him run earlier.
That's another one, yeah.
And I've got a feeling that I saw they were doing compression tests and stuff, and I was around there. I reckon that.
Could be.
I don't know if you can see him, but hopefully.
Well, if we could have a shot of the lanes, please, Mr. Director, then we'll get Colin with his X-ray specs to have a look down. If there is a camera facing down the staging lanes, we won't need to speculate because we can see who's there. But for now,
no, it's been great. And just a quick update. I know you were saying about my book, and I was asked to sign it this morning. I'm pleased to announce that my book did actually sell. So, which
keeps it off the shelves, I suppose.
And Colin, you've been mentioning all the stuff down there in the Hall of Fame in the auction, and the fire bottle. That was the one I was particularly keen on.
Yeah.
Currently, I am the highest bidder.
Well done.
Which I'm really excited about.
Well done.
And the John Force jacket as well. So it could be an expensive day.
Well, it all goes to the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame.
Absolutely.
So
But
it is
brilliant. But yeah, I've been having a chat with a couple of the guys down there, and
it's all right. Carry on.
Can I keep talking while
yeah,
I do this?
No, you can keep to it. It's no trouble at all. Yeah, come on.
Am I a little bit pitchy? Hang on a minute. Is that back? Oh.
It's not a juggling act, but okay. Yeah, leave it for now.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I was chatting to an old friend of mine, Tony Betts, with the Venom Funny Car, and he said, Dan, if you don't mind, I've got a bit of an announcement, and it's an exclusive. He has 2 Alan Johnson engines, brand new engines coming over, being shipped over from the States very soon for the 2026 season. And the reason he has 2 is because next season the Venom team will be a 2-car Nostalgia Funny Car team.
Wow.
So
well, they've got enough crew.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So this is an exclusive announcement. So those of you know Tony and his son Dean. Dean's going to be driving the second car. And so so exclusive announcement here at Dragstalgia.
Are they going to be, if you know this, are they going to be the same, similar, or are they going to be completely different?
From what I can imagine, similar. So obviously they've got 2 bodies already anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think the other spare body will be on the second car. There's another chassis that I know that they're looking at buying at the moment as well.
Goodness.
So yeah.
So just when you think there might be a chance everyone's slowing down, no, they go ramp it up in the other direction, don't they?
Tony's been around forever, hasn't he? And you think there's a man who probably would be wanting to slow down, but no.
Yeah.
No, it's like, okay, we're going to do this and we're going to be a 2-car team for next year.
That's excellent news, mate.
So that was really good. So, no, it's been great just having a nose around, seeing what's what. I was chatting to Kevin Kent, obviously of Big Show Funny Car fame.
Mm-hmm.
He's down there with Ricky Gowan and the Cannonball Funny Car, and they're hoping, obviously they were struggling to get it hooked up last time out, but hoping for better things this time around as well.
Good stuff.
So, he was telling me about the a trip when they went to the States, because that car, if you can cast your mind way back, was a Dom Pradom car, the Army car from years and years ago before it came over. And they were saying about how when they were in the States, they had Ricky had pictures of the car that they were showing to Don, and he couldn't believe the car's still going, still running, and here it is, and we're going to see it a bit later on.
Absolutely, that came over from the 1980 World Finals. He was number 1 qualifier.
Yeah.
Number 2 qualifier, but unfortunately didn't make it any further than the first round.
That was it.
He was snake bit. I've been waiting to say that since 1980.
And there it is.
There
we
go.
gave you that opportunity and you took it.
Thank you, mate. Very kind of you.
You're very welcome.
That car indeed was the original, one of the original Army funny cars. That was the event where there were 22. Again, I don't know whether you were around at that point, Dan, but there were 22 nitro funny cars that weekend. It was one of those events where, because Dom Pradome was coming, everyone came.
That's right.
That was before my time. I wasn't there for that, but it's one I've heard so much about.
I was hardly here for that, let's put it that way, but I do remember it. I remember the whole thing. But anyway, 22 nitro funny cars.
Amazing.
And there were loads of the guys, especially in Sweden, who'd either quit or about to quit, thought, no, we've got to go and do this. And the other thing a lot of people know about, especially that event, it was the World Finals, now we call it the European Finals. It still is the most World Finals of all the finals events, if you see what I mean, as in international. But there may have even been a chance the man coming up down here was entered that weekend, Mr. Alan Bates. I don't think he was at that point, but he wouldn't have been far off. But that event used to be held in late September, not in early September.
That's right.
So the weather was always stinking cold, incredibly iffy, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah.
It was almost a miracle when it got completed most of the time.
I remember the event. I wasn't at that one, but I used to do I've done a lot of the World Finals events that came after that.
Yeah.
And then you'd have a lot of the sort of the Scandinavian door slammer guys that would come over for that event, and then they'd hang around and be the door slammer. Was it Gary's picnic?
That's the one.
Yeah,
Gary's picnic
was always the
moment,
weekend after, and that was perishingly cold as well. And it was like I remember sitting on the bank, like watching late at night, because they run night runs as well, literally in a sleeping bag and
Yeah,
everything.
you
It
got
was
it.
brilliant.
But they still kept going. It wasn't like no one was going to stop them.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
one of the guys, that's what he did yesterday too. One of the guys who was around in the 80s, I remember, and I'm going to try my very, very best to remember. I think it was 1984 at the May Whitson event. He was driving Nobby Hills' Hound Dog car.
What a beautiful car that was.
And it was the first time a UK driver had ever run in the fives with the funny car. He went 5.99 on, it was either Saturday or Sunday, I can't remember that closely, but he definitely ran 5.99 in Nobby's funny car that weekend. And it was quite amazing. So he drove for Nobby for a while then. He's driven a couple of other cars since, but not for a long while. That's Mr. Alan Bates down there in the hot seat of the Raptor. Brand spanking new, UK fuel altered.
It's the chassis it's the old Venom chassis.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's got new A-arms on it and everything.
Well, that's what hot weather does, unfortunately. I know that might sound really silly to say that, but he blipped the tyres through the water box, and by the time the car rolled all the way forward, the tyres actually had dried off. So when he went to crack it for the burnout, the tyres didn't spin, they just gripped and went. It still should be more than sticky enough anyway, as long as the tyres are clean. The only big problem that you potentially have with any sort of nitro engine, they use so much fuel, even on tick over. He went almost all the way down to 1,000 foot, and he's got a long way to back up. He's going to be using more fuel than he probably wants to, building more heat in the engine, building more heat in the clutch. So Alan is just unbelievably experienced in driving these things. So he did a really good job of getting that stopped and getting it back into reverse again. But that's a long way to go.
Yeah.
And a lot of heat and a lot of fuel used as well. Yeah, he might want to go a bit quicker than that. Yeah, he might bring it back and just turn it off.
It might be the sensible thing to do. But what do we know?
But the thing is, as long as oil pressure's all right, and everything else is okay, but it's just the amount of heat it builds in the engine and the clutch. That's the only real problem. Also, the fact that, I mean, they may run an oversized tank, i.e. way more in the fuel tank than they're going to need, but the rate that they stick fuel through these engines, it burns it so quickly. If you remember back in the day, especially when Andy was racing down that kind of thing, they always had him on the clock.
Oh, yeah. So Eddie Core, our crew chief, was always on the stopwatch. Perfect timing. We knew, if we went over, there was a risk of running out of fuel. So, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it had to be exactly right within 10 or 15 seconds either way.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, good luck to Al. Put in a really strong launch yesterday. Just the very last wheelie bar check as well. Okay, well, anyway, let's hope it goes nice and strong and straight. He went to 60 foot yesterday. See if Al can take it a bit further down this time. Never really got the chance to, unfortunately. The car hooked right almost as soon as he hit it, dropped a bunch of cylinders then on the left-hand bank of the engine. As with any new car, you want to make sure it all works, including parachutes, because you don't want to be flying through the top end at 200 plus miles an hour and then decide to try them out.
Yeah. 118 to the 60 for that time, but as we know, he was going right off the line there. So I know I had a chat with the team last night and said I'll give you the short numbers, but as they know, that wasn't the run that they were looking for.
Yeah, they can tell they're not going to be happy with those, I think, is probably the answer. So the track crew just doing their thing as we get ready for Our next pair.
But a huge amount of work and a massive amount of respect to the team,
Absolutely.
the Raptor team, as they pile them all into the back of the pickup truck, and there's loads inside it as well, the Raptor team. It was great to see you all last night. Thank you ever so much indeed for your time and showing me around the car and telling me all about it. Really did appreciate that, and look forward to seeing you back out again tomorrow.
Okay, well, it looks like the next car, or at least one of the next cars round, will be the Venom car, which you were talking about, Dan. And I think that's Tony Betts.
Soon to be the two-car team. Tony would love us to give a quick mention to a couple of sponsors, if that's okay. Hydro Hose Services
absolutely.
Limited, Chelmsford All Air Fuel and Oil Lines Fittings, and J.A. Mackenzie Haulage for their transport and high lift cranes. So, you know, like any of the races here, can't do it without the sponsors.
You bet.
One of our strange announcements, but we do need to do this one. Bearing in mind the windy conditions out there, I know it's talking about sunblock, but we are getting litter blowing its way down onto the racetrack. If you've got any near you, please wake it down, put it in the bins. Be hugely appreciated. Thank you.
Side-by-side nitro funny cars. Same problem for Tony, just rolled forwards. And believe it or not, even with a few thousand horsepower that these cars have got, when you crack the throttle on the burnout, there's a throttle stop which restricts the amount of power that can be put to the rear tyres, mainly so the engine doesn't over-rev. And the fact the tyres dry off so quickly, that's what's leading to the lack of burnouts. I don't think it's going to affect Tony at all. They're still going to run the car.
They've been working really hard to get the setup right on this car. Now remember, this is the Cannonball format, so they've got 3 runs over the course of today, one tomorrow.
So currently the 2 quickest cars in the Cannonball, looking to back up the runs they made earlier. Tim was in the 6.1s, Tony was in the 6.2s. Around about that would be nice again. Just make it to the finish line. No shake, no spin.
Great side-by-side pairing this one.
Straight through.
6.13, 6.23.
Goodness me.
Wow.
Low ET of the weekend so far. Top speed as well. Oh no, 2:35. Yeah, that is top speed of the weekend. The crews high-fiving. Come this time tomorrow, there's a good chance one of them will be the Cannonball champ, actually, because that's what you need to do. Right, what's the ET difference before, Colin? 800.
800s.
That time it was 10. So Tony's in the lead
Tony,
by
200ths of a second.
Wow. And as you rightfully said, the lack of burnout for Tony really didn't
Zero
impact
difference.
him
Well,
at all.
to be fair, Tim didn't really. He had a lot more revs, but he still wasn't really smoking in the tyres.
Well, what I will say for Tony, though, is it probably helped because he left first for the first time ever. Hi, Tone. Love you. Oh, no. I'm not. I'm just observing. I'm just observing. Thank you very much.
Well, a great pairing, 2 great teams, and as they go to the top end, show your respect and give them a huge round of applause. And look at the 2 teams applauding each other as well, as we like to see.
Brilliant.
Well, side by side through the finish line, that's the way it's supposed to be, folks. And frankly, that's the way it was about 40 years ago if you were here for one of the Cannonball events. Although maybe they weren't even that quick, to be honest with you. That was really, really good. We still got loads of cars left in the Cannonball. I can see Adam Clayton with the Firecracker fuel altered as well. Hopefully, Adam's made it back with the Motorcycle. There's lots of cars to choose from. The Motorcycle fuel altered as well. It's easy when you do one class at a time. When you do an entire event at a time, it's a little more taxing.
We could do with another shot round the back, couldn't we? Here.
Yeah, something like that. We certainly could.
Come on, directors. Show
well,
us
no,
show
they
us
do.
something.
We can
there
see.
we go.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, tow cars.
Yeah, you can't see a lot of Altereds behind tow cars, unfortunately.
We got the Audi versus the Transit.
Yeah, that's the one. Joe Bond is down there as well with the 50 years that team, or just over 50 years now, that team have been in drag racing. Great, I've got to share this story as well while it's slightly quiet. So I was reminiscing with Keith Lee up here the other day, which is what this event is all about, frankly. I used to sit roughly where you are right now when I was a kid, because my dad used to film all the events.
Okay.
That was when you used to have to walk around with a video recorder on your lap.
Yep.
And yeah, massive. Anyway, so I got plonked up here when I was 12 years old, thereabouts, or something like that, about that sort of time. Anyway, it was the year that Sammy Miller blew the windows out of the tower. I don't know if you remember that one, with the rocket car.
I was here for that. Yep.
Fantastic run, followed by the tinkling of perspex as it all dropped out of the tower on everybody below us. Now, there was no way to fix it, so the whole tower was open for the rest of the weekend. I was sat here where I am now, and I remember Doug was leaning forward to watch, and that's when they used to use the grip juice. Do you remember?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so he spun the tyres, and I got a red hot bit of rubber with a nice little stone in it right in my cheek, not my eye, thank God.
Wow.
Anyway, I got him back though, because my first ever round win in Alcohol Dragster was beating Doug. There you go. I had to wait.
Sweet revenge.
Exactly. I had to wait 30 years to do it, but I did it. I got him. Anyway, there we go. So, Freddy's Revenge coming around now with Robbie Grabham at the wheel. Looks like he's going to be up against Joe Bond.
Yeah, Joe currently the cumulative numbers. He's number 4. Robbie is number 6.
I'll be surprised if we see Bob Hawkins this time round as well, though. After what look, well, it might have just been breathing heavy. You don't know.
I think you may well see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they look like it was all good to go. So
excellent.
I could be wrong.
Well, Adam's down there as well. That's good news. Well, side-by-side alcohol Altereds. For your viewing pleasure this time round, Leo Knight with the incredibly unique, to the point I've never seen one like it, but I think that's the reason he built it like that, altered body. Both these cars run supercharged big block Chevys.
Robbie laid down as a 7.2 yesterday, I think was
He
his
did,
quickest.
but that was only testing. That didn't actually count. The run earlier today, I think, was a 7.4, something like that, Colin.
Yep, 7.43.
Yeah,
but they know they can go quicker, so it'll be interesting to see what happens today.
He's a perfect example of the whole Cannonball format, i.e. run consistently and you'll be around late on race day, because he ended up in the final against Tim Garlick. He was in the final a couple of times. I almost felt sorry for him because he was up against a fuel car and you know what's going to happen, to a point anyway. But at least he got to the final. He was running up a couple of times. So Leo Knight, believe it or not, underneath that car of Leo, that was a funny car as well. It came from Sweden a long time ago. It was a Volvo, of course.
You're a mind of information on all these cars, aren't you, Dale?
Rubbish that I like to pass on, that's all it is. In fact, the body that was on it, I think, is now at Manston Raceway.
Okay. Oh, on the camera.
Good looking run from Robbie. It's another 734, 186, 891 at 139 for Leo. He was giving it a ride for a little while. Yeah, the car used to, of all things, used to be a Supercomp. It was a Supercomp car over in Sweden. Jonas Stafflin's car. Then he brought it over here, and I think it's Leo that's owned it ever since. Originally came over as a Supercomp car, and prior to that, I think it was actually an Alcohol Funny car. Anyway, someone out there will know. So we got Joe Bond. I think he's going to be next, and there's every chance Joe is going to be alongside his good buddy, 2 junior dragster racers.
I know, it's brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely love that, seeing it.
Just proving you can cost your parents a fortune, whether in junior dragster or when you grow up.
And I know this only too well, as my kids have recently come along and been at the main event, and they're signed up now to do junior dragster test day, and they want to do the full season next year.
Give us your wallet, I'll look after it. Come on.
It's a scary thought.
You've had it, mate.
But I love it. I love that they want to do it, and it's such a great way into drag racing. And like you say, so many of the racers here and at some of the bigger events, have worked their way up through the junior ranks. It's brilliant. It's
always nice when you can actually, more than anything really, give the teams a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. They work their tails off in this weather as well, obviously, to entertain you guys and have fun themselves, of course. The great thing is when you can actually pass on that energy, that passion, that love you have for something. And the fact that it's what's really nice as well is when your kids come along and they go, wow, this is really fun, Dad. And you think, yeah, that's why I've been doing it for God knows how many years, sort of thing. You know what I mean? It's like it's another one of those things of, well, yes, we know sort of things, but it is fun, isn't it? And the other thing I really love about it, especially for kids, is it's a great place for them to congregate with other people and other kids that they only meet a few times a year. And it's something to really look forward to, something really fun, something really different.
And I think that's what my guys have found, you know, hanging out with the kids in the junior Dragster pit. They've made friends already. I should say 2 former junior drags racers coming round.
Yeah, both of them very, very successful. Both of them driving the cars they've always wanted to drive. Joe Bond has always wanted to drive a Slingshot. Adam has always wanted a Fuel Alton. Well, whatever that was, it was very short-lived for Adam, unfortunately.
Yeah, stopped it very, very quickly, actually.
I think Chris is showing him something that was actually hanging off, that was off the car when he went to crack it for the burnout. So that's a massive shame for the Motorcycle team. I don't know whether it's anything they can take back and fix really quickly, or whether that will be it. The best example of podface ever is almost always Rob Loring. Have you ever noticed that as well?
I did notice it earlier on. I watched them warming the car up, and I did notice podface.
Oh yeah, they're actually. Oh no, it spat one of the spark plugs out. It's that was actually a spark plug lead that he had in his hand. It wasn't something.
Wow.
They can't just reconnect it. Hopefully, it didn't shoot the spark plug out, because if it did, that's a lot of repair work.
Wow.
To the head as well.
Because that car was sounding so strong.
And Joe as well.
Yeah.
Goodness me. Okay. Didn't sound happy.
That was lorry spotted.
Well, whatever it is, Doug's got a little piece of metal in his hand, which is not a good thing. So Doug will be pushed back as well. Commiserations to both Doug and Adam. That time round, yeah, I think it shot the spark plug out for Adam when he went to crack the throttle for the burnout. And he clicked it off straight away. Again, that's another great thing about having the engine in front of you. If anything goes wrong, you'll see it. Yeah. You'll know it happens. You know, if everything's behind you, you have to work out, have a best guess at what happened, but not like that. Yeah, not sure what happened with Joe, but his dad did take possession of what looked like a piece of aluminium, unfortunately. But then again, it can't be that. It can't come out of the engine because otherwise it'd be burning through his hand at this point, wouldn't it? You're right, Adam. What I know, spark plug lead. Good effort, mate. Well done. Did it take the plug with it? Has it taken the spark plug with it as well, or is it just?
Yeah.
Oh, joy. It just pulled the whole thing out, yeah. Goodness me. Good effort, lads. That's what Fuel Awkward's all about, isn't it? You could have just plugged it up and run it on 7. You'd be all right. That might happen tomorrow. You never know. Well, they'll go to work, see if they can't fix it. But obviously, it just pulled the nitro is very explosive when it's under pressure, and it obviously just shot the plug out with the lead at the same time as well.
Oh, Joe Bond is out of the car. He's just removing his crash helmet. Oh, Joe, it's a bit warm down there, mate.
Well, if it's any consolation, your best mate Adam has got the same sort of grief going on as well. It's probably not any consolation at all, but, you know. It's just a real shame because those two grew up together. They were, like I said, they're both juniors together. They both now do this together. It just would have been nice if it just went a bit more to plan. Yeah. But some days are always happens. Some days are just better than others. When I was racing, I said, if I have any more character building days, I'm going to scream. Because we had a lot of them, let's put it that way. I've got enough character. I've got enough character now. Let's just go quick. Forget the character building rubbish. Yeah. Let's just get on with it. Yeah. But there we go. It's always the other thing as well about racing on this side of the pond, as it is for a lot of people too, is that when you do it on a budget, you don't have a lot of spares, like a lot of the races that do in the States. To be fair, a lot of races here do as well. But when you've only got one of something and you break that one thing, that's you done for the weekend. You have to pack it all up, take it home, order another one, wait for it to arrive, work it all out, bring it back again, something else, and it's just it's kind of a demoralising cycle, if you will. It's much better for your own mental wealth, I think, or mental health, if you've got a spare one in the trailer of what you've broken. Because again, when we were racing in Top Fuel, other teams, we'd see they break an engine and they go, oh, it's all right, we'll put that one in instead. Oh, great, can we do that? No, we can't. Can't do that at all. It doesn't quite work like that, does it? Never mind. So give them a round of applause, please, the Motorcycle team. That's Adam hanging out in the back. He's got his baby girl at home watching, his wife as well, I'm sure. Give him a wave. And to Joe Bond as well with the nothing fancy Slingshot drag. So that car just looks absolutely mean as, and Joe drives it like it is. Okay, side by sides.
Going to be Dougie Hill, I think, because the team are walking round.
It might be. No, it's Adam.
Is it?
It looks, yes, Adam Clayton with the firecracker, fuel altered.
Yeah.
Don't know whether he's going to be on his own or against somebody. If he's against somebody, they're brave, because he normally ends up in their lane.
That's a beautiful car, isn't it? Absolutely stunning.
Oh. That is actually a Nostalgia Nitro funny car.
That's what I thought.
Without the body.
Yeah,
you got it. He's going to be up against Mr. Flavel.
Brilliant.
Andy Flavel with the funny car. But Adam Clayton's been around in drag racing basically all of his life. His granddad is Bill Sherratt, the winner of the first ever Cannonball event.
The driver of the Cannonball funny car.
Indeed,
there we
absolutely.
Go. Yeah.
And he's down there on the start line helping out his grandson. How cool is that? Now that's passing the torch. That really is, isn't it? So we didn't see Adam earlier on. He made one test run yesterday where it just blew through the clutch when he hit the throttle. I'm not sure whether that was... sometimes that's when the clutch doesn't come in at all. Yeah, that's more like it.
The dry hops. Gotta love it.
No, that's the way you're supposed to do it. You can't do it a lot these days because the way the cars are set up, but it's always nice when someone's got a pedal clutch and they can do that. Okay, so let's see what they can do this time. Fuel altered, alcohol funny car. A lot more like it in both lanes. Look at that. Great looking run for Adam, great looking run for Andy Flav as well. 7:21 at 186 for the funny car, but with his quickest run ever, Adam Clayton, 7:32 at only 145 miles an hour. He was more than a tenth of a second quicker than the funny car to the 8th mile. That's what they've been waiting for. Well done, everybody on the team. That was outstanding. Congratulations. And the car wasn't filled with clutch dust that time as well, so he could almost see where he was going. There was still plenty of it. But Adam can definitely drive. That's also the first time the car's ever gone straight. Well done to the Flavel team. Congratulations. Finally, it stayed on the floor.
Yeah, they put more weight on the front. Forget about putting 30 kilos on. Don't know how much they added, but yeah, that was a beautiful looking run for Andy Flav.
Is that his quick? His
I think that's his quickest.
I was going to ask what their quickest was before, because I think that's not far off.
That's excellent to see. Anyway, both teams side by side, low 7 second runs. That's what they were shooting for. Adam Clayton, you can see the mile an hour is way down. He was 164 miles an hour at the 8th mile, so that would have been knocking on the 6s at 200 miles an hour if he'd have kept it pinned. Well done. It's always nice when it works, isn't it?
Yeah.
See, those are the moments you live for. I always used to say this to people. You spend 99.9% of the time completely peed off, broke, fed up, tired, knackered, right? But it's the 0.001 of a percent when it works like that.
Yeah.
It makes it all worth it. All of the rest of it just pales into insignificance when it does that. And you can absolutely bet that both of those guys down at the last turnout around there are just overjoyed.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
there's no feeling like it.
Yeah, I remember that in the days with Top Fuel with Andy. You know, there would be the tough runs, but then when it all comes together,
Oh
just
my
makes
God.
it all
Yeah.
so worthwhile.
I think it's because, I mean, drag racing's always been a very working class sport. Let's be completely frank about it.
Yep.
And all the people that do this because they desperately want to. It's not because they can afford it, obviously, but it's because they desperately want to, isn't it? You know. And when everybody, so all the people that my crew guys, and I'm sure in your day as well,
Yeah.
all the guys, everyone's still friends. Everyone still gets on.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's not a job. It's a passion. So Dougie Hill and Christian Zulaus.
Nice.
Yeah, Dougie probably got told off after the last one. We need the rods in the engine. Someone's gone quiet. I think that might...
Yeah, Christian.
Is it Christian?
That's a shame.
That's a long old trip. Just hope he has some better luck. I don't know. That car, I think, is self-starting. Yeah, I think it is. Well, Dougie Hill earlier on was in the low 7s. He has actually nipped into the 6s before with this car.
There we go. He's managed to restart.
Excellent stuff. So yeah, I didn't get told off for telling the story earlier about when his wife said, "You're not having one of those again." So he said, "Okay, I'll have one of these instead." Oh, that'll be fine. Yes, perfectly safe. Not saying a
But
word.
what
Not
a
saying a word.
beautiful car. Absolutely beautiful car. I went and had a closer look at it earlier on. John Webster, builder of the car, was they were doing a lot of work on setup.
That's it.
Adjustment on the wheelie bars, just how to get this off the line.
It's got everything in it. I
Yeah.
think the engine is probably the engine out of the Dragster as well. Yeah, what's safer than the Dragster? Oh, an Alton. Yeah, that'll work. Just imagine that conversation. So, good luck to Christian this time. Let's hope it goes straight and strong. He had a couple of good launches yesterday. A couple of times it just went straight up in the air. Just broke traction instantly. And of course, good luck to a good friend, young Dougie Hill, in the Slick Tricks lane. One of the SBRC marshals when he's not in the car. That's more like it in both lanes. Dougie. Oh, look at that. 704 for Dougie. Christian, 856 at 176. Yeah, it didn't go off the line. Like it was very lazy off the line. I'm thinking that might have even been a second gear launch if it was a 1.54 60 foot. But they got it to the other end of the track. He got to pull the chutes. That was a lot more like it. But Dougie, what a run.
About that down there.
Yeah.
You were suggesting that yesterday. You were saying about getting that car off the line, second gear launch could be the way forward.
Just to start with, but no, what was the thing is though, with every car, a lot of them know how to run it a certain way, but you kind of need to set it up the way it's going to be, if that makes any sense at all. And that's what they were trying to do yesterday. And I think that might have been let's just get it from one end to the other, and then we'll start working on the rest of it type of run. But well done to both teams anyway. Okay, Ricky Gowan in the Cannonball funny car. We still have more to go as well. We've still got the Oscars coming round. Not the small shiny men trophy things. Don't worry about those.
The real Oscars.
The real Oscars, yeah, exactly. The drag racing Oscars. Now this is the bit, by the way. This is a quick behind the scenes. So we lose Colin for 10 minutes. While he's working out the ladder for Nostalgia Superstock.
That's it.
The really funny part is that Colin is in the first round of Nostalgia Superstock, so he's got to leave it to his favourite monkey to fill it in.
No, I will do it for you.
No, he'll come back and do it.
He's got his shoes and socks are off. He's counting his toes. He's
That's
working
the
out
one.
the numbers and.
So, Rick has been around crewing on many cars for many years. He used to crew the Turners.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, just one weekend as well. He's been around doing in drag racing in general for a long while. And the Cannonball funny car. He had this car when Nostalgia funny cars weren't a thing.
He's owned it for a long time, hasn't he? He's had it sort of sat quietly.
When it was in the workshop when we were building our Top Fuel car in 2001. That's how long he's had it. And he probably had it for longer than that as well.
And then this is his first time out since 2023, I believe.
That's correct. He hasn't. He only runs the car at the Nostalgia events, and it's only for this event as well. I couldn't remember. I just couldn't believe it. And I walked through the pits a few years ago and saw that car and thought, no.
There it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he kept it quiet as well. I remember seeing the photos of it, and he managed to do an amazing job of sneaking it in. Unbelievable. A bit of history.
Yeah, still a bit more dam and blast going on.
Yeah, very almost identical run to earlier today. I should imagine that's it. That's exactly what he's saying.
Still makes it 110. Yeah, if engines could talk. Damn, blast. And a few other swears. 110 miles an hour. We still have more to come, though, so don't go anywhere at all. I'm not sure on who's on the run order after this, but we're not stopped. Oh, actually, that's a good point. Thank you very much indeed. You're presuming I can read, Colin. Thank you. Right, just give me a second.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as you alluded to, no Bob Hawkins.
Oh, there wasn't. Okay.
No. So
who else is left there? Let's have a look.
Okay, so it's Dougie Hill has moved up to number 3 now. I mean, obviously Tim Garlick and Tony Betts are quite a way ahead, and Robbie Grabham is number 4. So
there you go.
Those two could be the pairing.
Yeah.
Because obviously Joe Bond will get that ET attributed to him, as will Adam, Simon, and Alan. And yeah, the one that really did leap up that time was Andy Flav, 721 and a 978. So he's made it quite interesting. That's moved him up to number 5. So could be very interesting. It's all shuffling around.
The 2 nitro cars are out there. However, they're shuffling around behind them, and if one of them trip up, that's your lot. So after this, I can see in the lanes we've got. So we don't have Simon Hayward, sadly. We don't have Bob Hawkins, unfortunately. We have Nick Davis with the fuel altered once again. Right after them, it's the Willys Wars session number 4. We go back into basically the run order as it was, if you like. We just skipped ahead so the Cannonball could be run roughly on time. So yeah, Willys Wars, Wild Bunch. I'm not calling you, so don't all turn up if you can help it. And then Supercharged, Outlaws, and everything else for the rest of the day. So yeah, we get to see Nick and the team one more time. I'm not sure who else is around there. You can see on the live stream as well. Sorry, you guys on the bank or in the grandstands can't see it. But on the live stream, we're getting a real good look at the cars from the Willys Wars in the pairing lanes. Dan, have you had a chance to have a stroll round and look at all the other stuff? Because it's not just the racetrack, is it? It's loads of stuff at this event.
Not as much as I'd like. I mean, like you say, there's so much to see. But it's been brilliant to go and have a look at the Hall of Fame and the historic marquee with the incredible display of cars. And there's a few that they're pulling out and cackling at different points. And then the Oscar marquee as well. Had a chance to have a good look at the Nick Davies' car, which is absolutely unreal. There for the fire-up sound, super strong. I was looking at, is it the wheelbase on these, is it 99 inches or thereabouts?
Something ridiculous like that,
Which is when you think of a funny car's, what's that, typically 125, something like that, and these are running 99. And like you were saying, shorter than the Junior Dragster wheelbase, which is just unbelievable.
It's also engine placement, as in how high up it is and everything else as well. And the trouble is like, they have found building this car, I mean, they built a fuel altered already, so they know what they're doing. But cramming everything in, because you've got to get the axle, then the driver, then his legs, unless he just had arms, it'd be easy. But if he's got legs as well, it's a bit of a pain, really. So Nick's being a bit selfish by having legs. And then you've got the engine in front of that. Then the fuel pump's got to go somewhere. The fuel tank's got to go somewhere. Everything is, all of that stuff has got to be crammed into a tiny little space, which it's not designed to.
It was really encouraging to see a couple of other cars in the marquee down there as well. New cars that are coming out. I think Robin Reed. In build in progress. They've got their car down there. And I could be wrong. Is it Bob Glassup?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, I think his car that he's working on is another Topolino, I think.
Very similar but different to Nick's, if that makes any sense whatsoever. Right, the car coming round now, and I think this must be out of session because we haven't had Nick come round just yet. This is Bernard Satz with the frankly amazing Citroen, the Hotron. Totally unique on the planet. Nothing like it. The car underneath it is a space-framed chassis. I think it's Pro Mod legal. It runs a big block Chevy though. Built by Robinson Race Cars. Yes, that Robinson Race Cars. The car previously had a totally different body on it. Styled around a French mob car.
I wonder what was on it. But what makes you think, oh no, I know, I'm going to put a Citroen body on it?
Drink.
It's definitely unique.
That's the politest version I can come up with, yeah. What should we do, lads? That looks a bit, you know, that looks really cool as it is. What can we do to make it cooler? The funny thing is, though, is this body was made, so this is the old, so the reason it doesn't, maybe the proportions at the back don't look quite so in keeping is because it had to fit on the old chassis and the layout and everything else as well. So it wasn't built for the car. But two blokes with loads of bits of wooden body moulds built this in their garage in however long, and it's turned out fantastic. The reaction, the worldwide reaction, has just been.
It's an absolute work of art.
It really is. It's incredible. It's not. It's just a shame no one's going to buy them off them as Pro Mods, because that would be. Going for a little bit of a wander. The car does run down into the low 7s. That was a bit lively. It still goes 943. Okay, we have one more big loud car to go. I'm not sure whether it's going to be the Gassers or it's going to be Nick Davis. Nick is ready to go.
Yeah.
He should be next. Should be.
Am I allowed to stay a little bit longer until?
Yeah,
it's
just
run?
to see that.
Is that all right?
Did you see? You saw the burnout earlier.
I did. Yeah. Yeah. Unbelievable.
As debut, to be honest with you, if they just did that and parked the car forever, that'd
that
do,
would
really, wouldn't it? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so it is Nick Davis with no quarter. What I love about this as well is they do none of this bringing it round and pretending it's top fuel car stuff. It's like, it's over there and we're driving it around the damn corner. It's just a car. It has a wheel. I remember saying that to Dave Wilson once, years and years ago. I said, how come you don't, this long car, how come you don't put it around here? He said, that's what the steering wheel's for. Just fire it up and drive it around the corner.
That's a typical Dave
answer,
answer,
exactly.
Isn't it? Yeah,
well, very matter of fact, but true.
Yeah. Tells it how it is.
So, Nick Davis with no quarter.
Yeah, and that one as well.
I'd love to be able to swear in this job sometimes, I really would. Dear me. So this car is built in the image of the cars from the 60s. And the smell as well, as you can smell up here. So if Nick takes the tree, this will be the first time the car has ever gone into stage, so don't expect a full run. It may well take it to about 3:30, something like that. What I'd like to say at this point is everybody knows Hammer, their other car. What you're all witnessing today is the birth of the next legend that they produced. So Rob Loring is going to bring Nick into stage. So a few years of hard work, and Nick is finally about to plant his right foot. Keep your fingers crossed, keep your ears plugged. The debut of No Quarter at Dragstalgia 2025. Maybe with the throttle stop still on, who knows? In fact, he had more throttle on the burnout than he did then. Well, it went down the racetrack, it went straight, it's safe. Yeah, but like I said, you're witnessing the birth of the next fuel-altered legend in this country, especially after the last one that they had.
Absolutely, knowing how well Havoc ended up, you know, once they get that car running.
When I had the privilege of being up the top end when Nick pulled off after he ran 598. And he said, I'm not going to swear because he did. He said, how did we get a car that we built to run low sevens into the fives? He said, I can't believe we're here. I can't believe we've just done that. Thank you very much indeed, Carl. Updated, Tony Betts number 1, Tim Garlick 2, Dougie Hill is indeed number 3. Dragstalgia qualifying for the Cannonball resumes tomorrow. And then that will set the final round. Give the team a massive round of applause, please. Little bit of fettling, and I'm sure that car will go as mean as it sounds. Well done, fellas. Thank you much.
Thank you very much for having me. Been a pleasure.
Absolute pleasure.
I'm sadly not here tomorrow, but enjoy.
The thing is, I bet your kids have enjoyed having no choice but listening to you. Yeah?
They've been messaging me the entire time.
I'm
just ignoring them. I better say, hello, Elijah, Eden and Buddy, and my dad. There. He might be asleep. Oh, no, he's there.
He is awake. Good stuff. Anyway, thank you for loading out,
chaps.
Pimping out your dad. All right. Something like that anyway. Willys Wars, last qualifying sessions. We've lost the screen. Cheers, pal. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, so last session of Willys Wars, just doing a quick reset on the timing system. So yeah, Tony and Tim are at the top of the tree. Dougie Hill and Robbie Dougie Hill's in 3rd place. 1 slip from either of those funny cars tomorrow morning. Okay, we are just having a timing system reboot, and it's not rebooting the way we want it to, should we say. That is taking you some time, Colin. So are you going to fill that out when you get back? Is that the plan?
I'll let you know.
Okay, fair enough. Anyway, so yeah, Andy Flav is up to number 5 in the Dragstalgia Cannonball. Leo Knight, once again, definitely not the 2 quickest runs we've seen. Consistency, though. He's number 6. Bob Hawkins didn't make that session, 7. Joe Bond didn't make that session, 8. Oh, dear. Come on then, Colin. Who have you got in round 1?
I've got Pete Walton.
Piece of cake. You can have him.
Yeah, I can say that about everybody in the class, but no.
It's not going to happen.
All right, let's just have a look on the schedule. It's 8 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, Dragstalgia Saturday. And we are in the Willys Wars.
Or more accurately, waiting for them to start.
Yeah, so it's Willys Wars, Wild Bunch, Supercharged Outlaws, Old School Stuckers, NSRA Bike Shootout. We've got to get a dinner break in at some point, so yeah, a little bit behind, but here we go. Alan Rimmel and Guy Davenport. It's a darling class for the Willys Wars, 14.15 and 15.08 the target numbers. Alan goes 14.07, a little bit too quick. And Guy goes 15.10 on the 15.08. Nice.
Thomas has just messaged with something interesting, so I'll read it out.
Yeah.
Current junior dragster wheelbase is 150 inches. No wonder that car looks shorter than the junior dragster then. Thank you very much, Thomas. That was helpful. Keep it up. First time for everything. Right. No, that was very helpful. Thanks, mate. So, yeah, Damien Bacon and Steve Roberts, they have their dial-ins on the board up there.
I've also got the ladders for Gasser Circus for tomorrow morning. So Steve Roberts and Damien Bacon, 15.50 plays 11 flat on the dial-ins. Their last qualifier. Well, fortunately, Steve just rolled through stage. So next up, John Dalrymple and Daniel Bates. John dialing in 1060 and Daniel 1009. Now, I had a good look around at Daniel's car last night. This car appeared last year, flat black. And now with the addition of the flames and all the airbrush work, you're looking a lot better this year. They were still fettling the carburettor last night. Obviously haven't seen the team much today. But 1017, that'll do. All right, Dave Hinson, Phil Moores up next. 1780 and 1030 numbers of choice selected.
And while I remember, while Mr. Pateman is here, Steve Pateman, he's just wandered off the start line. His new car, which was the Firebird, someone pestered him to run it in 760 heads up. Because that's the perfect car for it, isn't it? Good looking run for Phil Moores. Hey, it's a very quick car.
1046.
Nice.
Davids goes 1905. Right, next up then. This is Steve Warnes with the Grey Willys. And Richard Warburton with the Prozac Willys. Both of them looking for 1150.
Interesting to find out as well that Richard's car, street driven all year, got a little bit out of shape there.
Yeah,
Lost
he's
traction.
a little bit hit and miss on this run, unfortunately. 1167 for Steve. And Richard goes 1514. Right, I think our track crew are standing down as the Willys Wars comes to an end there. So our pairing lanes are empty, and it is now time for a well-earned rest for our track crew. So we're going on to a break as well. We'll pick it up in half an hour when we continue all the fun here at Dragstalgia. So Nitro FM, the airways for the time being are all yours.
Still in qualifying, so it doesn't matter. Up to number 5, Jason Pickett, no help for Ray Turner.
Try to learn them, but I don't know.
Okay, so Emily and Steph. Steph doing a great job. This is her first ever race car. First ever time racing. 12 flat for Steph. She's the #1 qualifier. She's just knocked Simon off. Right, you've got to make fun of good stuff. Adam Kaczynski and Neve Smith. Adam is #5 at the moment. Too quick. And too quick.
Racing here, but he has the car. Yeah, a Volvo Gasser.
Oh, you got a Volvo? Of course you have, yeah?
Yeah, Swedish Volvo.
Of course. Why not? Yeah, it's got to be, isn't it?
Nice quick stamp.
Looking for 1042, go 1043, that'll help. Up to number 5. Tom Marsden stays number 18 and 20. Now, if this runs as a 16-car field, which it might do, they need to be better than that. 1044 too quick. 1234. So 1017 for Sean, 1096 for John. Oh, dearie me, Sean. Yeah, he wasn't comfortable being number 6.
Chance Saloon for Nostalgia Superstock. Can anybody take that number 1 spot away from Guy King? This is Glenn Dunford and Jack Bishop. They're 52 and 41 at the moment. Well, Jack's not going to number 24. Dials 1131. Off he goes. Goes 1133. Only 200s off, but he does move up, but only to number 16. And will be open all day tomorrow. This is John Wilson. Dials 1170. Goes 1167, 300ths of a second breakout. So the 68 Carrera then of John Sleeth.
John's a lot better than 37, let's put it that way. See if he can nail it on this one.
Wow, no change, no. Stays 37.
A off.
10-10. Oh, completely rolled the beams there. We'll still get a number on the board, believe it or not. I think the 1352 gets the 1380, stays number 20. Into stage, tree drops. That's all about the ET at the top end. Goes 1397, stays number 18 though. Very nicely away off the line. All lights like that, and that's going to help in eliminations. 1132, yeah, moves up from number 50 to 29.
Harvey had a good go at the light there.
He did, didn't he?
That was only an 0-1 red. 96 with a 5 for Lee. Breaks out.
You see Alan rolling as the tree was dropping. I thought the cherry's going to come on in a minute, and it did. $12.20. Chris moves up from 30 to 25. Alan stays put. Rob goes in. Tree drops. Off they go. So the Robster gets their first win at 10.49. Going to stay number 12.
Oh, Kiwi still a bit off. Pete Christmas, no improvement either. Number 6, Stu, number 4.
Well, Stuart was number 1 for a little while until he started being bumped down the order.
For John Scott, too quick. And for the guy on the other lane, my goodness me. I just remember I got something in the caravan as well. Okay, Jake is number 47, Neil 19. Jake has the most potential wriggle room. No, breaks out. He will go in at number 40. Unfortunately, the sprint didn't quite work. The thing is, though, if he now runs a 12:39, don't run a 36. He runs a 33 anyway. He would have broken out of either of them. Dave Simcock and George Pratt. Dave number 12, John Pratt's got the biggest potential move here. He's 42. He's looking for 11.18 in the slick tricks lane. Goes 11.08, too quick. Dave Simcock.
So it's a big meeting for him in the Lifestyle Championship.
Well, Adam's broken out by a few thou a couple of times. 10.77 goes 77 with a 9. That will take him to the number.
Yeah, that's moved him up. Forget it.
Okay, so both of these two can do themselves some big favours right now. 11 flat, 10.05. 10.12 and 11.13. No help for either.
Dave stays number 8, and a breakout there for David Bailey. Goes 12.17 with a 0 on a 12.18. If only he dialed 100th of a second quicker.
Only if. Okay, Royd Mitchell and Steve Lloyd. 10.36 for Steve Lloyd.
That's achievable.
With the blue pearl even. And for Royd Mitchell, it's a 10.72. So 25 and 9 at the moment. Staying 25 and 9. No improvement for either of them.
Looking forward to the day that Paul Smell puts a bigger carbo on everything. He has to change the 10 that's perfectly on there to a 9.
10.12, 10.43, 10.26, 10.36. Too quick, too slow.
Well, strong launches either side. Chris is going to get there first with a 9.95. Hits his number, goes to number 7. Well done, Chris. So Connor looking for 10.85. Bob looking for 14 flat. 10.85 with a 9. Connor Hall hits the number and he goes to number 8. Beautiful wheels up launch once again. Trademark Willys Brothers wheelie. 03 light as well. 10.18 is the target. And a 10.20 moves Dan up from 34 to 22.
Never really got the chance to, unfortunately. The car hooked right almost as soon as he hit it, dropped a bunch of cylinders then on the left-hand bank of the engine. As with any new car, you want to make sure it all works, including parachutes, because you don't want to be flying through the top end at 200 plus miles an hour and then decide to try them out.
Yeah. Great side-by-side pairing this one.
Straight through.
6.13, 6.23.
Goodness me.
Wow.
Low ET of the weekend so far. Top speed as well. Oh no, tooth rubbish that I like to pass on. That's all it is. In fact, the body that was on it, I think, is now at Manston Raceway.
Okay. Oh, on the camera.
Good looking run from Robbie. It's another 7.34, 186, 8.91 at 1.39 for Leo. He was giving it a ride for a little while. Yep. A lot more like pocket in both lanes. Look at that. Great looking run for Adam. Great looking run for Andy Flav as well. 7:21 at 186 for the funny car. But with his quickest run ever, Adam Clayton, 7:32 at only 145 miles an hour. He was more than a tenth of a second quicker than the funny car to the 8th mile.
History.
Yeah, still a bit more dam and blast going on.
Yeah, very almost identical run to earlier today. I should imagine that's it. That's exactly what he's saying.
Still makes it 110. Yeah, if engines could talk. Damn, blast. Just keep your ears plugged. The debut of No Quarter at Dragstalgia 2025. Maybe with the throttle stop still on. Who knows? In fact, he had more throttle on the burnout than he did then. Well, it went down the racetrack. It went straight. It's safe. Yeah, but like I said, you're witnessing the birth of the next fuel-altered legend in this country, especially after the last one that they had. Good looking run for Phil Moores. That is a very quick car.
10:46.
Nice. Interesting to find out as well that Richard's car, street driven all year, got a little bit out of shape there.
Yeah, he's a little bit hit and miss on this run, unfortunately. 11:67.
So if you live in England and you're a motorsport fan, you are spoiled. Thoroughly spoiled. Everything within a few hours of each other. That's what we need, isn't it? To be a bit warmer. So the Jets have been a feature here for getting up for 50 years now. I think going back into the 70s. It was Arnold from Sweden with the jet car. I used to have a toy model of that one.
I still have.
Have you still got it? Yeah.
Okay then, Julian Webb with split second. Great looking run in the mid-6s, I would assume. 682 to 27.
And that's the way to fire off the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. We're on hold for half an hour on the track.
3 they ran earlier on.
So Luca goes 10.94, 12.38 off pace from the 9-second run earlier today, unfortunately. Woohoo! Yeah, well, Ian Armitage.
That's a good looking run.
That's really quick. Oh, 9:16.
Oh, that was so close to a new PB there. That was nice.
So Pete goes 10:30, 127, and 11:94 for Ian White.
Well, fortunately for Dave, just bumped through stage. So it's all about Rory and his numbers. No, it's 9:47 at 136. Just a wisp off a PB there of 9:44. But
same problem as before for Ben, unfortunately. Let's see if Rob Brindle can improve. Yeah, actually, 8:48. Oh no, we went 46.
no, it's 46
sorry.
earlier. Oh, very close though. Into the 10s before.
Yeah, keep it pinned, Martin. That's a good looking one. 8:58 again, 154 miles an hour. He went 52 yesterday.
11:36, which is that bump. 10:40 is where David Hoskins is.
Well, this could well be a big improvement for Albert because that was a lot better on the launch. Could it be his first 10? 11:28 still.
So Barry Danby, Ben Montgomery. Good looking runs for both of them.
Good looking race. Rob Stone's going to get there first with an 8:47 to an 8:69. That puts Rob in the mix at number 4.
So Jed's going to get a number on the board this time round. Will it be good enough for number 1? It is. Oh, 8:36.
So Ginner's run a best of 8:57. They're all bunched in the 8th. 8:68, no improvement. And a 9:6:15 at the moment. Well, Wayne drifts towards the centre line. Keeps it going, but I don't think he's going to improve on his run earlier. Yeah, 9:75 at 1:43. And at a 10:92 again. Well, the Alton's going to get there first with 8:65. And it's an 05 for Andy Bunn. That's happened just about every time this weekend. Keith goes 9:15 at 1:47. Martin doesn't look too chuffed with that. Jim Tucker.
What's that?
Pretty good race as well. Duncan just running out of steam a little bit. Oh, look at that for the dragster.
That's lovely.
That's what it good luck to Mark.
He's steering slightly to the wrong.
That's all right.
He'll be all right.
He'll soon realise when he goes towards
there,
the wall.
when he sees it.
Go on, lad.
Yeah, it's that initial shot to the body,
It's the
isn't
shot
it?
to the body.
Really? Yeah.
You know, top fuel car.
Well, he's getting himself down the track, isn't he?
It's, yeah.
So,
Lovely looking run, actually, for both of them.
Aaron is on it. 7-7. Put your hands
Fair
together
play.
for Aaron Windridge. He always tells me off for saying that.
Well, he's been 8:51 so far. It goes 8:87. Have they put this up for sale? actually?
complete outfit.
Nicely off the line. That's beautiful. 115 to 60 foot. Taking it all the way through. That's got to be an 8. 8:10! Oh, what a run! 165 miles an hour. Third quickest in the class this weekend. Oh, that was worth it.
Goes to plan. I'm not sure how far he's been down the track with it yet.
This will be the first journey.
Really? Okay. It's absolutely beautiful out there in the sunshine.
He's going, that's a bit quicker than the pop. 71 and 108. Well done, Rich. Well, I'll tell you what, it's one thing being having a race suit on in a race car, but wearing black leathers in this weather, riding a bike out there, very, very warm indeed. 10:03, 11:26. So Patrick looking to see if he can go quicker than 9:20, and does so. 9:11, stays number 4, but nevertheless an improvement on time. Claire goes 8:72, Liz goes 9:25. Claire stays 2, Liz stays 1. So Steve Howe and Daniel's bike lost fire as it left the line. But Steve Howe, he's on an 8:45. He's number 1 qualifier at the moment. It goes 8:80 on that one, 150.5. Well, nothing happening, unfortunately, for Daniel. So it's going to be Richard Peachy with a 9:10 at 141 miles an hour, a little bit off.
I think that's probably the best launch Terry's made on that bike. Very difficult to get it off the line. Very high geared, 11.71 at 118 miles an hour. Paul getting a good hole shot. Both those bikes got quite a connection because that was Barry Eastman's bike in the Kestrel Beer lane, Mick Hands in the Slick Tricks lane, and both of those guys Tony grabs the red light on that one. It's been a lot of years since he's ridden that bike, but he's enjoying the run. 14.15, 93 miles an hour. Well, he's nibbling away at it, 10.84. Biggest problem, as you can see, for a lot of these bikes is the modern tracks are just so grippy that he's running against Matt Owen with a little 350 blown Triumph. Having got down the track for the first time on the last run out. They were well happy with that one, but a 13.08 for Gary.
So 9.73 for Honky Zonkin in the slick tricks lane. He's already number 2. Can he run 9.73 today? Goes 78, no improvement. And the time for John Gibson is 10.96. So Adam will get a time run. This will take us up to 20 cars. Qualified 10.68 for Tom Margison. Well, not only is it brand new, it's bang on. Previous champ. Ray Turner goes 10.94 into number 6. Simon Press goes to number 1. So Ray Irish currently number 16, Gary Nash number 9. Lots of moving around going on in this qualifying session. 11.34 is the dial for Gary Nash. 43 for Ray Irish, he goes to 10. Championship in her first ever season driving or racing anything at all. So Jason Darling will get there first, but it's all about the number. 9.38, Sean goes 10.26. Sean stays 13. You know, stuff a legend. Billy Jones with the Grizzly and Paul Domney with the Dorset. .39 with the 4, 10.55. Billy Jones stays 5. Paul Domney actually moves up. It's amazing. So Steph at the moment is at the bottom of the order, but she won't be for long. Up against Harvey Turner. This will make it 22 because Harvey didn't get a run in yesterday. .11.08 and 12.05. Steph moves up to 16. Harvey Turner break. Clear difference in reaction time. If that was a race, it'll be hard work for Nick Hewitson to overcome that, but it's qualifying. He goes 10.07, stays 8. Stacey Nash goes 58 on it. Sam is currently number 18. Very nice looking launch. Nice looking run as well. 10.57, too quick this morning. .005 reaction time as always for Paul. That boy should race. Oh wait, he does. 8.12, 164. As they can without going too quick. That will set the order in qualifying. And then it'll be tournament style eliminations starting later on today. Jack Bishop looking for 9.97. 10.05 and 11.34 for Rick Denny. Moves up from 5th. Oh, new engine on board much quicker than before. So Steve Lloyd looking for 10.33. Goes over the stripe with 10.36. Nice one. Colin, 11.61. Colin goes in at number 40 for now. Steve. Stu Arthur looking for 12.40. Rob Terrell goes 10.50, that'll help. However, Stu Arthur goes to the number 1. Red light for Emily, but it doesn't count in qualifying. So Pete will get there first, looking for 10.50, goes 10.54, that'll help. Up to number 16, Emily Taylor though, 12.38 and a 35. Up. Well, Gary Semper's going to be over the stripe first, and he goes 11.66 and 13.05. Alan moves up to 32, Gary up to 37. With a 008 light as well for Rich Granger, who's already the number 2 qualifier. See what Lee can do. 9.95 and 11.05. They both stay put. Lee stays 13. Going for a bit of a wander in the Valiant, but he's got it nailed. 85, 75, 91, 73. Too quick for Royd Mitchell. And Neil stays put at 10. I think he was close. Well, the Darlings are pretty similar. The reaction times were too. 12.15 too quick for Chris. And Rob, 12.39, no, in with the beautiful, gorgeous Roadrunner. $10.22 too quick, 10.76 breakout, both sides of the racetrack. Jim Smith, Dave Tilsley. I think I heard a pedal. Jim off the start line. That may not be a 10.34. It's not. It's a 10.77. 11.83 for Dave. They don't improve. It truly is the world's greatest car show. So Lumen 10.98 goes to 11.12 and 12.81. Actually, John.
Okay, here we go once again. We are back with the racing here at Dragstalgia.
So how many years Dragstalgias is this? I'm trying to work it out now. Started in 2011, so 14. One of the first ones, wasn't it? Wendy drove the funny car around to the movie.
That's right, yeah.
Through the camping area. Well, the exit. Okay, Dan Wilson and Joey Childs. We've got you ready to go for the Wild Bunch as well.
That's it.
You got the awards.
Yeah.
So, Dan Wilson. Whichever car was the Sultan Shaker. So, 10:33 and no time at all for Joey. I think he rolled the lights there. Okay. You having dropsies with pens today? Oh, what? Oh, it stopped, is it? Okay. I was thinking maybe your neck, mate. Okay. Ian Armitage and Loz Butcher. Both with Slingshot dragsters. Ian Armitage with the Slingshot. And Loz Butcher down into the 9s. I think you went 9.6 earlier on today. Okay, they're going to move forward. So, a couple of 9-second race cars coming your way. Or backing out of stage. That's an unusual one.
That's an unusual one, yeah.
Good looking run though for Lawrence. 10.93. Good speed, 134 miles an hour. Do you know what I think might have even happened there? Car went into neutral and didn't have the brake on and got blown backwards out of stage. I know it sounds as stupid as that sounds. On a day like today, it could happen. It's still very breezy. I did the same thing again. I came back down from past the finish line, back down the turn road, pedalled on my bike to the gantry and stopped pedalling and still got all the way to the start line. 9.73 at 1:43. Nice looking run.
So Pete Whitfield with the rail. He's down there alongside James Ord with the little Faust dragster. Somewhere between 12.6 and 12.8 would be ideal for James, but then we don't know what his number is. And Pete Whitfield goes there with a 10.36, 12. I said 12.6 to 12.8. He goes 12.72. Pretty much bang on there for James.
He was listening, mate. He was listening. Andrew Roy, and the fast forward altered all the way from Italy. That's Luca Giovoni.
So just to let everybody know what the format is for the rest of the day, we obviously with the Wild Bunch here, be followed by the Supercharged Outlaws, the NSRA bikes, Outlaw Anglia, and then to wrap up the track action, if you like, will be round 1 eliminations for Nostalgia Superstock. To close the show today, it will be Julian with split second, the Jack Cart, then of course our Cracklefest. So that is our plan for the rest of the day. Oh yeah. Oh.
So good looking runs in both lanes. Andrew Roy is out in front with a 9.75 to a 10.93. Okay, so Ian Wild and Mark Houghton. Mark set a stunning new personal best in the mid-9s earlier. Goes for a big wander out, but gathers it up nicely. That's a really strong looking run as well. 9.58 again. Wow. 141 miles an hour. Other lane, 11.92. Okay, Brad Cooper and Gavin Meanley. Much more sedate off the line that time.
Wheels down. Yeah.
Bradley gets 11.28, not bad. 119 to a 12.83 at 106. Next up, Phil James with Rampage. And Paul Tarry and Trigger's Broom. So Phil James normally runs in the mid-9s. Paul Tarry actually set a personal best on his last run. $9.50, exactly where it should be as well. 137 for Phil. And Paul Tarry goes 10.65 at 120. John Sharrod and Rory Hart. So, backing up, John Sharrod newly into the 8s. I think he went 8.80 early on today. Rory hasn't made the last couple of runs with the little Opal. But as Colin mentioned, recently ran a personal best. Way quicker. Well, good-looking runs in both lanes. Rory's holding his own against the 8-second altered. That's going to be really close at the finish line. John goes 8.53 and 9.66 at 1:34.34 even for Rory. Great job, both lanes. John Sharrod, I think, just resets his personal best. 8.53 at 155.
Yeah, John Sharrod. Let me just double-check that again. Yeah, his PB coming into this weekend was 8.89. He went 8.80, then he just gone 8.53.
Yeah.
But just for 1 month. Nice to have all of this almost worked out on Saturday.
So Rob and Pete Brown, they are twin brothers. They have twin nostalgia slingshots. They really have a thing for the old style cars, these guys. And it's their absolute passion. So the car in the Kestrel lane, looking for 8.4, goes 8.42 and 10.24. Around about where they've been all weekend long. So John Schumacher with the Dragster, that I think was built by Mr. Colliver. We're missing the Collivers this weekend.
Yeah, they were after some guide plates for some push rods, and I don't think they got them in the end. Because I remember putting the call out yesterday for a small block Chevy, which is a real shame. Real shame, because they put so much time, effort, and money into that.
Of course.
Yeah, a shame.
Yeah, so Dave Schumacher with the crewman. Do you know something? That could be the name of hundreds of race cars, because the amount of people that are either racing or crewing and racing or whatever, you know, everybody has helped somebody else at some point along the line. They've either crewed for them or been crew for them. Another really strong looking run for Mr. Skip. This time it's an 8.54, 164. Dave Schumacher goes 10.23 at 1:30. Okay, Philippa Turton and his band of merry women. Her band of merry women, even. Down on the start line. I'm glad Thomas has still got his pants on. Can't believe I ever said that out loud. That's not something I ever wanted to say out loud.
But you did.
I did, because I had to.
And it's gone all around the world.
Yeah. So Philippa hasn't quite been in the 10s this weekend yet. Well, hopefully they shaved for those dresses. I'm not saying what they shaved.
Good looking run. 1073, 124. Get in there. Very, very nice run indeed.
Wow. What a pair of Marys.
I think that's a PB on speed because they went 124 before. They fell 124.79. You never know. That could be a little tweak on the speed PB. Well done.
Yeah, it just needs to lift up its skirt a bit further to run quicker.
Oh, dear, there's just no stopping him, is there?
Please, somebody. Okay, we're on to Supercharged Outlaws. No, we're loving the effort, guys, just not the outfits, you know. No, nice to see someone making an effort, just maybe not so gender neutral next time. Yeah. Who knows? Well done, everybody. Great effort. And well done to Philippa as well. That's what this event's all about, mucking about in skirts. So, Andy Park. Being down well into the night. He drives his car on the road as well. It's an amazing piece of kit. Absolutely beautifully turned out. It's got screw-blown small block Ford. It's only you that notices. No one else. I don't think anyone's got this done. Excellent. Okay, thank you.
So Andy Park using the track to its best advantage, all on his own. Goes 978, 136. Nicely done, Mr. Park.
A nudge in the right direction.
Yeah.
And possibly the warmest it's been out there as well. The wind is dropping slightly, not much, frankly.
Well, fair to say we've had horrible weather at previous Dragstalgias. This is probably the warmest one we've ever had. And I'll tell you what, I'll take this this sun and heat over rain any day you like.
Well, some have been a bit hit and miss. We've had some rain before. It's one event we've always completed, actually. I don't want to say it out loud quite like that because I don't want to jinx it. But all the years we've been running it, it's always happened. So, Mark, I want to go back to being a crewman Luton. No, he doesn't. Of course he doesn't. He's about to realise, he's going to realise this weekend at some point, this is, it's damn scary and it wants to kill you, but it's seriously good
he
fun.
now knows that when he plants his right foot to go,
keep it.
You just got to override the natural reaction to lift. You've got to push it down as hard as you can, as you always say, mash that spider.
Yeah, just stand on it and don't let it go. The one thing it took a little while for me to get used to as well, is everywhere else in normal life, you're speed restricted.
Yeah.
Right? It takes a little part of your brain to disconnect to go, okay, I'm allowed to do this.
Yeah.
You know, you're going a bit fast and you think, oh, that's good, actually. That's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
And another one about learning to drive one of these cars, so in case anyone doesn't know, they probably will do by now, but I've driven one like this, just the rear engine version.
Yeah.
And I never forget the first time I went over 200 miles an hour because I had somebody else in the other lane and we were racing and my brain completely disconnected from my right foot. My brain was going, Jesus Christ, this is fast. And my right foot was going, no, it's not. It's absolutely fine. Don't worry. Yeah, my right foot, actually, couldn't pull my right. Wild horses could not pull my right foot in the other direction. So good luck to Mark Luton. He's just getting the hang of driving. That's a really mean car as well. That's a blown Hemi Slingshot. That's a lot to be doing. Sitting over the rear axle as well with your feet either side of the bell housing. So good luck, Mark. Couple of really strong launches. Let's see if he can keep it pinned for a bit longer. He's got this bit down. Yeah, there's the same reaction. The problem is though, is that if you plant it, it really goes. Yeah, Roy, get a big plastic spider, tape it underneath the throttle, and tell him it's going to kill him if he doesn't stand on it. That's the way to do it.
Or just put a ratchet on throttle pedal so it won't come back.
Exactly.
But
Yeah, however
mind
far
you, I wouldn't even get in that, so... Okay, next pair coming round.
What a pair of cars
wow.
as well.
Jim Tucker and Ian Merriweather.
We also apologise for the lack of dubious commentary, but that's because it's only me and Colin up here now, not the other two.
That was funny. That was funny.
They're busy making Spitty Jimmings puppets of themselves so they can come up and sit up here. Be great. Sorry. It was fun. Honestly, I wish we could do that more often. However, due to our listening audience and its select events, we're able to get away with it. So, Jim Tucker has absolutely blazed the cut tyres, funny car style, every single time off the start line today with the Hellfire Hemi. No such trouble for Pops in the Topolino. I didn't know Ian Merriweather had this up for sale.
Yeah, the whole package. He put it on his social media page. It costs a lot of money to travel from the Isle of Man every time they come over. That was one of the reasons. And it's not the end of their racing. I think he may get a door car or something. I don't know.
Well, Jim Tucker got off the start line, then went sideways. Well, for Ian Merriweather that time round, I think he went to stick it on the two-step and it didn't. It just pulled him straight through, unfortunately. There's an easy answer to it, though. Just leave the car in the UK.
Oh, yeah.
Just fly down from the Isle of Man. It's a quick trip. I mean, these guys, Nigel Rigdon and the gang, and the good guys, they come from Scotland every time. But yeah, I get why it's a trip every time.
Okay, so Nigel Rigdon for the good guys with the Topolino. Had a great one earlier on today, 861. Okay, so let's have a look then. Bringing the car forward in to the beams from the burnout. It's safe, off he goes, nice and straight. Now then, 861 earlier, it'll be an 8, but what flavour? It's an 854, 155, little bit of an improvement as well, nicely done. So the good guys get another good run. Keith Freeman coming around the corner, he's going to be doing his burnout in the Kestrel lane, and it's Duncan Beard with the Thunder God coming round in the Slick Tricks lane. Pick your yellow car. Another showtime burnout there for Keith Freeman, as we normally expect at this type of race meeting. So the 32 Ford going alongside the Ford Model T Altered in Supercharged Outlaws. So let's look at the numbers what they ran earlier on then. Keith Freeman has been in the 8s this weekend, but in Supercharged Outlaws today 9:15. Duncan Beard went 8:87. So a bit of a run for him. But as we all know, it is extremely warm out there. It's great conditions if you want to go down to the beach or go for a swim, but being cocooned in a race car or black leathers on a race bike, different story. Very, very warm indeed. And of course the engine's like air, like it cool. It's a bit of wheel spin there for Keith Freeman. Duncan taking a little bit of a wander towards wall, but backed out of it. Keith goes 10.30, 1.36. And Duncan just rolling across the line now. And the cards are 16.31. Neil Townsend with the Northern Spirit. How good is it to see that car back here? Lovely, lovely new style on the car. Paintwork, just, you could, so deep you could swim in it. Beautiful. And a cracking burnout to go with it as well. The Northern Spirit. 32 Ford-bodied supercharged Outlaw. So Neil backing up after his burnout there. Went 10.44 earlier on, but that was his first run of the weekend. First run in the car, basically, for a number of years. So the new body on the car just, as I say, looks beautiful. Candy apple red. One of the best colours to paint a car without a shadow of a doubt. Oh, lots of fluid from underneath. The car got under the left tyre as well. So Neil very quick to get off the throttle. The car did pull him to the left-hand side. Looks like fuel to me. Or is it oil? That I am not sure. But, Neil, he's going to make the first exit. But now we've got to see if it evaporates or not. But that was literally like 10 feet off the line. Well, the car's cleared the track. But as I say, we do have a clean-up that's going to take place in the lane there. 17.13 at 43 mile an hour. And they've gone up there with a shoot. And hopefully that might clear quite quickly, but they're on it straight away. We are going to be down for a few moments whilst they attend to that one, so if I can give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2, give you a little bit of an update on this clean-up, and we'll get back to you as soon as we possibly can. Nitro FM, it's all yours. So Dave, we get there first thing for 10:30, goes 10:48. Oh, Mark Huxley breaks out. So Spence currently number 16, Bob currently number 55. 11:35, number one qualifier. Spencer Tram is...
But again, they've only, to be completely fair, only 2 runs.
Both of them with wheel stands off the line. Trademark Williams Brothers Wheelies. 10:18 breakout. 10:40. Guy King goes to number 1. Perfect. Damien, where is he? Number 8, looking for 11 flat. And John looking for 10:20, number 4 qualifier at the moment. Like to move up if you can. $11:43 and 10:60. No movement. They both stay put. So here's Pete's first run. So target is 13.80, goes 15.98, and Steve goes 16.65. Off on a sputter from Andy Crockett. Gets it going. So Alan looking for that 14.50, goes 14.90, moves up to number 2. Andy Crockett also improves, goes 14. $11.82 plays 11.73. Richard moves up from 13 to 5.
So if you live in England and you're a motorsport fan, you are spoiled. Thoroughly spoiled. Everything within a few hours of each other. That's what we need, isn't it? To be a bit warmer. So the Jets have been a feature here for getting on for 50 years now. I think going back into the 70s. It was Arnold from Sweden with the jet car. I used to have a toy model of that one.
I still have.
Have you still got it? Yeah.
Okay then, Julian Webb with split second. Great looking run in the mid-6s, I would assume. 6.82 to 27.
And that's the way to fire off the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. We're on hold for half an hour on the track.
3 they ran earlier on.
So Luca goes 10.94, 12.38 off pace from the 9-second run earlier today, unfortunately. Woohoo! Yeah, well, Ian Armitage.
That's a good looking run.
That's really quick. Yeah, 9.16.
Oh, that was so close to new PB there. That was nice.
So Pete goes 10.30, 127, 11.94 for Ian Wild.
Well, unfortunately for Dave, just bumped through stage. So it's all about Rory and his numbers. So it's 9:47 at 136. Just a wisp off a PB there of 9:44. But
same problem as before for Ben, unfortunately. Let's see if Rob Brindle can improve. Yeah, actually, 8:48. Oh no, we went 46.
no, it's 46 earlier. Oh, very close though. Into the 10s before.
Yeah, keep it pinned, Martin. That's a good looking one. 8:58 again, 154 miles an hour. He went 52 yesterday.
11:36, which is that bump. 10:40 is where David Hoskins is.
Well, this could well be a big improvement for Albert because that was a lot better on the launch. Could it be his first 10? 11:28 still.
So Barry Danby, Ben Montgomery.
It's
10:92. Good looking runs for both of them.
Good looking race. Rob Stone's going to get there first with an 8:47 to an 8:69. That puts Rob in the mix at number 4.
So Jed's going to get a number on the board this time round. Will it be good enough for number 1? It is. Oh, 8:36.
So Ginner's run a best of 8:57. They're all bunched in the 8. 8:68, no improvement. 9:6:15 at the moment. Well, Wayne drifts towards the centre line. Keeps it going, but I don't think he's going to improve on his run earlier. Yeah, 9:75 at 1:43. And at a 10:92 again. Well, the Alton's going to get there first with 8:65. And it's an 10:05 for Andy Bunn. That's happened just about every time this weekend. Keith goes 9:15 at 1:47. Martin doesn't look too chuffed with that. Jim Tucker.
What's that?
Pretty good race as well. Duncan just running out of steam a little bit. Oh, look at that for the dragster.
That's lovely.
That's what it could look to Mark.
He's steering slightly to the right.
That's all right.
He'll be all right.
He'll soon realise when he goes towards
there,
the wall.
when he sees it.
Go on, lad.
Yeah, it's that initial shot to the body,
It's the
isn't
shock to the
it?
body,
Really? Yeah.
You know, top fuel car.
Well, he's getting himself down the track, isn't he?
Yeah.
So,
Lovely looking run, actually, for both of them.
Aaron is on it. 7-7. Put your hands together for Aaron Windridge. He always tells me off for saying that.
Well, he's been 8:51 so far. It goes 8:87. I think it's up for sale.
Complete outfit.
Nicely off the line. That's beautiful. 115 to 60 foot. Taking it all the way through. That's got to be a late. 8:10. Oh, what a run! 165 miles an hour. Third quickest in the class this weekend. Oh, that was worth it.
Goes to plan. I'm not sure how far he's been down the track with it yet.
This will be the first journey.
Really? Okay. It's absolutely beautiful out there in the sunshine.
He's going, that's a bit quicker than the pop. 71 and 108. Well done, Rich. Well, I'll tell you what, it's one thing being having a race suit on in a race car, but wearing black leathers in this weather, riding a bike out there, very, very warm indeed. 10:03, 11:26. So Patrick looking to see if we can go quicker than 9:20, and does so. 9:11 stays number 4, but nevertheless an improvement on time. Claire goes 8:72, Liz goes 9:25. Claire stays 2, Liz stays 5. So Steve Howe and Daniel's bike lost fire as it left the line. But Steve Howe, he's on an 8:45, he's number 1 qualifier at the moment. It goes 8:80 on that one, 150.5. Well, nothing happening, unfortunately, for Daniel, so it's going to be Richard Peachy with a 9:10 at 141 miles an hour, a little bit off.
I think that's probably the best launch Terry's made on that bike. Very difficult to get it off the line. Very high geared, 11.71 at 118 miles an hour. Paul getting a good hole shot. Both those bikes got quite a connection because that was Barry Eastman's bike in the Kestrel Beer lane, Mick Hands in the Slick Tricks lane, and both of those guys Tony grabs the red light on that one. It's been a lot of years since he's ridden that bike, but he's enjoying the run. 14.15, 93 miles an hour. Well, he's nibbling away at it, 10.84. Biggest problem, as you can see, for a lot of these bikes is the modern tracks are just so grippy that he's running against Matt Owen with a little 350 blown Triumph. Having got down the track for the first time on the last run out. They're well happy with that one, but a 13.08.
Stealthily wheels up launch there for Jason. Silly qualifying, so it doesn't matter. Up to number 5 for Jason Pickett, no help from Ray Turner.
Try to learn them, but I don't know.
Okay, so Emily and Steph. Steph doing a great job. This is her first ever race car. First ever time racing. Oh, 12 flat for Steph. She's the number 1 qualifier. She's just knocked Simon on. Right, you've got to make fun of good stuff. Adam Kaczynski and Neve Smith. Adam is number 5 at the moment. Too quick. And too quick.
Racing here, but he has the car. Yeah, a Volvo Gasser.
Oh, you got a Volvo, of course you have, yeah?
Yeah, Swedish.
Of course. Why not? Yeah, it's got to be, isn't it?
Nice wheel span.
Yeah, well, it's not so much news, but it was just a bit of an announcement. Charlie, who looks after the pairing lanes, well, one of the huge team of people that looked after the pairing lanes, has just messaged me to say that they have handed in a red Simpson arm restraint. It's located at the marshal point on the top of the pairing lanes. If they can bring the other one so they can see if it's a matching pair, that would be great. So if you are missing a Simpson arm restraint, red in colour, pop over and see the marshal point at the top of the pairing lanes and take the other one with you to show that it is a matching pair, and obviously they can get that one back to you. Like track crew working away, well, that was a fair bit of oil, unfortunately, from Neil Townsend with the Northern Spirit. So yeah, quite a clean-up going on out there at the moment, and hopefully it won't be too long before we get going again. But it does mean that everybody in the pairing lanes is just going to have to sit there just that little bit longer. And fortunately, those of you on the banking, the shadows are starting to get a little bit longer now. So you may be in a little bit of shade later on. Those of you on the grandstands, though, you'll get the full force of that sunshine now. And I keep saying it and I'll say it again, just it might be a bit late for sunblock today right now. But just make sure you keep yourselves topped up as best as possible. The time now is 20 to 7. We've still got a lot to get through this evening, and that includes our Cracklefest, and it will include Julian with the J-Car. We've got Supercharged Outlaws. We've still got them in the lanes. We've got Outlaw Anglia down there as well, and obviously we've still got to try and get round 1 eliminations for the Stone Superstock done as well, so there's still plenty to do. But our track crew working away, trying to get this oil cleared up, but it is ongoing, and we'll keep you updated as best as we can. So thank you very much indeed for your patience. We've been very fortunate today. We haven't had a huge amount of oil down, so we are very thankful indeed. But stick with us, and don't forget, the evening won't stop once the track action finishes. There's plenty of live entertainment, and of course a very, very warm evening. I don't think you'll find many people disappearing, and there'll be another late night for everybody. So we'll keep you updated as best we can. In the meantime, Nitro FM going to take it back, and we'll come back to you with more news hopefully some commentary on racing very, very soon.
Back it up, he's number 10. Look at him at 10.42, goes 10.43, that'll help. Up to number 5. Tom Marston stays number 18 and 20. Now, if this runs at a 16-car field, which it might do, they need to be better than that. 10.44 too quick. 12.34. So 10.17 for Sean, 10.96 for John. Oh, dearie me, Sean. Yeah, he wasn't comfortable being number 6.
Last chance saloon for Nostalgia Superstock. Can anybody take that number 1 spot away from Guy King? This is Glenn Dunford and Jack Bishop. They're 52 and 41 at the moment. Well, Jack's not going to be number 24. Dials 11.31. Off he goes. Goes 11.33, only 200ths off, but he does move up, but only to number 16 and will be open all day tomorrow. This is John Wilson. Dials 11.70. Goes 11.67, 300ths of a second breakout. So the 68 Carrera then of John Sleeth.
John's a lot better than 37, let's put it that way. See if he can nail it on this one. Wow,
No change, no. Stays 37.
A little off.
10-10. Oh, completely rolled the beams there. We'll still get a number on the board, believe it or not. The 13.52 gets the 13.80, stays number 20. Into stage, tree drops. It's all about the ET at the top end. Goes 13.97, stays number 18 though. Very nicely away off the line. All lights like that, and that's going to help in eliminations. 11.32, yeah, moves up from number 50 to 29.
Harvey had a good go at the light there.
He did, didn't he?
That was only an 0-1 red. 96 with a 5 for Lee. Breaks out.
You see Alan rolling as the tree was dropping. I thought the cherry's going to come on in a minute, and it did. $12.20. Chris moves up from 30 to 25. Alan stays put. Rob goes in. Tree drops. Off they go. So So the Robster gets there first with a 10.49, going to stay number 12.
Oh, Kiwi still a bit off. Pete Christmas, no improvement either. Number 6, Stu, number 4.
Well, Stuart was number 1 for a little while until he started being bumped down the order.
For John Scott, too quick. And for the guy on the other lane, my goodness me. I just remember I got something in caravan as well. Okay, Jake is number 47, Neil 19. Jake has the most potential wriggle room. No, breaks out. He will go in at number 40. Unfortunately, the sprint didn't quite work. The thing is, though, if he now runs a 12.39, don't run a 36. He runs a 33 anyway. He would have broken out of either of them. Dave Kim, Simcock, and George Pratt. Dave, number 12. John Pratt's got the biggest potential move here. He's 42. He's looking for 11.18 in the slick tricks lane. Goes 11.08, too quick. Dave Sim.
So it's a big meeting for him in the Lifestyle Championship.
Well, Adam's broken out by a few thou a couple of times. 10.77 goes 77 with a 9. That will take him to the number.
Yeah, that's moved him up. Forget it.
Okay, so both of these two can do themselves some big favours right now. 11 flat, 10.05. 10.12 and 11.13. No help for either.
Dave stays number 8, and a breakout there for David Bailey. Goes 12.17 with a 0 on a 12.18, and only he dialed 100th of a second quicker.
Only if. Okay, Royd Mitchell and Steve Lloyd. 10.36 for Steve Lloyd.
That's achievable.
With the blue pearl even. And for Royd Mitchell, it's a 10.72. So 25.9 at the moment. Staying 25.9. No improvement for either of them.
Looking forward to the day that Paul Smell puts a bigger carbo on everything. He has to change the 10 that's perfectly on there to a 9.
10.12, 10.43, 10.26, 10.36. Too quick, too slow.
Well, strong launches either side. Chris is going to get there first with a 9.95. Hits his number, goes to number 7. Well done, Chris. So Connor looking for a 10.85. Bob looking for 14 flat. 10.85 with a 9. Connor Hall hits the number, and he goes to number 8. Beautiful wheels up launch once again. Trademark Willys Brothers wheelie. 03 light as well. 10.18 is the target. And a 10.20 moves Dan up from 34 to 22.
Never really got the chance to, unfortunately. The car hooked right almost as soon as he hit it, dropped a bunch of cylinders then on the left-hand bank of the engine. As with any new car, you want to make sure it all works, including parachutes, because you don't want to be flying through the top end at 200 plus miles an hour and then decide to try them out.
Yeah. Great side-by-side pairing this one.
Straight through.
6:13, 6:23.
Goodness me.
Wow.
Low ET of the weekend so far. Top speed as well. Oh no, two rubbish that I like to pass on. That's all it is. In fact, the body that was on it, I think, is now at Manston Raceway.
Okay. Oh, on the camera.
Good looking run from Robbie. It's another 734, 186, 891 at 139 for Leo. He was giving it a ride for a little while. Yep. A lot more like it in both lanes. Look at that. Great looking run for Adam. Great looking run for Andy Flav as well. 721 at 186 for the funny car. But with his quickest run ever, Adam Clayton, 732 at only 145 miles an hour. He was more than a tenth of a second quicker than the funny car to the 8th mile.
History.
Yeah, still a bit more dam and blast going on.
Yeah, very almost identical run to earlier today. I should imagine that's it. That's exactly what he's saying.
Still makes it 110. Yeah, if engines could talk. Damn, blast. Just keep your ears plugged. The debut of No Quarter at Dragstalgia 2025. Maybe with the throttle stop still on. Who knows? In fact, he had more throttle on the burnout than he did then. Well, it went down the racetrack. It went straight. It's safe. Yeah, but like I said, you're witnessing the birth of the next fuel-altered legend in this country, especially after the last one that they had. Good looking run for Phil Malls. That is a very quick car. That 46. Nice. Interesting to find out as well that Richard's car, street driven all year, got a little bit out of shape there.
Yeah, he's a little bit hit and miss on this run, unfortunately. 1167.
Or backing out of stage. That's an unusual one.
That's an unusual one, yeah.
Good looking run though for Lawrence. 1093. Good speed, 134 miles an hour.
Somewhere between 12.6 and 12.8 would be ideal for James, but then we don't know what his number is. And Pete Whitfield goes there with a 1036, 12. I said 12.6.
So good looking runs in both lanes. Andrew Roy is out in front with a 975 to a 10.9. $950, exactly where it should be as well. 137 for Phil. Well, good looking runs in both lanes. Rory's holding his own against the 8-second altered. That's going to be really close at the finish line. John goes 8.53 and 9.66 at 1:34.34. Big crew for them. Another really strong looking run for Mr. Skip. This time it's an 8.54, 164. Dave Schumacher. Well, hopefully they shaved for those dresses. I'm not saying what they shaved.
Good looking run. 1073, 124. Get in there. Very, very nice run indeed.
Wow. What a pair of Marys.
I think that's a PB. So Andy Park using the track to its best advantage, all on his own. Goes 978, 136. Nicely done, Mr. Park.
Nudging launches. Let's see if he can keep it pinned for a bit longer. He's got this bit down. Yeah, there's the same reaction. The problem is though, is that if you plant it, it really goes. Yeah, Roy, get a big plastic spider, tape it underneath the throttle, and tell him it's going to kill him if he doesn't stand on it. That's
it's not the end of their racing. I think he may get a door car or something. I don't know.
Well, Jim Tucker got off the start line, then went sideways. Well, for Ian Merriweather that time round, I think he went to stick it on the two-step and it didn't. It just pulled him straight through, unfortunately.
So off he goes, nice and straight. Now then, 861 earlier. It'll be an 8, but what flavour? It's an 854, 155. A little bit of an improvement as well. The engine's like air, like it's cool. It's a bit of wheel spin there for Keith Freeman. Duncan taking a little bit of a wander towards wall, but backed out of it. Keith goes 1030, 136. Okay, so engines are fired up once again as we continue with Supercharged Outlaws, and huge respect and thanks for our track crew for getting the clean up all done. Especially in that heat out there today. Not only that, let's not forget, okay, it's hot, but also it's a black racetrack and the heat coming from it. Whoa.
And everyone else had a break and they scraped the track.
Yeah, unreal. So Luke Watts going to be having Brian Watson for company.
What a day Brian Watson's having.
He's having a great day, isn't he? So entertaining.
I was going to say, what is it about slingshots and big burnouts at this event? Deary me.
I wonder.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, it's because it's damn good fun, isn't it? I think our Swedish friends summed it up the best way.
I was just thinking of Stefan Flanell's burnout, actually.
Yeah. It was to the end of the grandstand, I think, wasn't it?
Who was it in the slingshot that just did that one burnout? And it went to about
and it blew it up doing the burnout.
Yeah. It was one of our foreign guys.
It was the Norwegian guys with the nostalgia slingshot. His name will come to me in a minute.
He did it in the run what you brung on the Friday.
He did. But it was incredible. He did it like a proper old school burnout, just kept absolutely nailing it, got off it, nailed it, got off it. And the last one, the last stab, which was past the grandstand, was where it burst.
Yeah.
And he backed up and it just spat the head gasket out. And unfortunately, that was the end of them for the weekend. I've got photographs of that at other racetracks, that car, just doing the same thing. It's just flipping amazing. If you're watching in, you need to come back, please, and bring friends.
And bring spares.
Yeah, that's
it. Great looking once again for Brian Watson. He went 761 earlier. It's another 7. 759. Finds another improvement, 177. And how about Luke Watts with an 863? That's his quickest as well.
Do you know what as well? Total credit to the Santa Pod track crew. Brian.
The one and only Aaron Windridge. What was it they said earlier on? Something came off the car. Yeah, the blindfold.
Blessed it, yeah. Fell off the car.
Joking aside, this is actually quite a poignant moment, this particular run for Aaron Windridge. On this particular pass, they are saying goodbye and passing on a huge amount of respect to Dave McKenzie. His ashes are packed in the parachute, and when Aaron goes through the finish line, the parachutes will blossom and Dave's ashes will be spread here at Santapod. Dave was the co-founder of the Supercharged Outlaws in the UK and was the co-driver of Team Things drag cars with Mark Windridge back in the day. So a very poignant run this one is. And as I say, when Aaron goes through the traps at the top, the parachutes will blossom and Dave McKenzie's ashes will be scattered here forever.
I think he'd look down on that and be pretty proud. Looking at the burnout marks as well. Just unbelievable. No one drives an altered quite like Aaron.
No. Going alongside Paul Down. Paul's had a great weekend actually. 8:36 for him. Go on, Aaron.
Keeps it pinned all the way to a 773.
And there goes the chutes, and there are the ashes for Dave McKenzie, scattered at Santapod, his spiritual home, for now and forever. Very poignant moment indeed for the team. Absolutely magical moment. 8:48 for Paul Dow, 7:73 on that run for Aaron Windridge. Okay, it's the Stockers. The old school Stockers.
Well, we do actually have the NSA down there as well.
Brilliant.
So Patrick Hotchkiss forming the tyre. He's currently qualified number 4 with a 9.11. Tuned by another national treasure himself, Mr. Jerry Collier. Been around bike racing for many, many years now. His lad races in ET Bike. His daughter Sky is just about to start out in Super Comp. Jerry's pretty accomplished himself, as is his wife Sharon. If you want to tune in, Shaz, hope you're having a wonderful afternoon in the warm. Going up against Claire Rule this time in the Slick Tricks lane. Anything beginning with an 8 for both of them will do well.
Oh, 8:79 and 9:10.
9.10, Jerry. 910. Is that all right? Yeah, 141 miles an hour through the strike. Most of that's in 60 foot, though, if you look at that. Big difference. Yeah, Claire Rule with an 8.79. I think that's the best of the weekend. Oh, no, went 72 earlier. So, Chris Bright and Dean Stevens. Dean's is another one of these bikes that can really put a number up there. Been in the mid-8s before.
Nine flat, 9:52.
Yeah, Rod Spry with a 9.00 at 140 miles an hour. It's an old school timing board. It doesn't work. That's why. It's a 9 flat. That was?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'll say it doesn't work. The thing is, we used to just have wind lights, do you remember? If you remember back in those days, everybody waited for the announcers to read out the ETs and speeds. It was just a wind light that came on at the top of the end of the track.
Arrow, didn't it?
That's the one. Yeah,
remember that.
I can see the timing crew parked up there working on getting the scoreboard back in action again anyway. I can't see the dot on it though, which is always Bit telltale. Okay, Alan Ward and Rich Peachy. We haven't seen Boyce today either, have we? Oh, I know why. I've just remembered. He's going to Wembley.
There's a concert
Yeah.
tonight. Sorry.
He's going with Stace.
Ah, right.
I said, "You going with Stacey?" He says, "Yeah, I should know that, but remind me why I should know that name." Daughter, mate. Yeah, there we go. One and only. Alan Ward, Rich Peachy, next pair. Both in the 9s. So Richard's 906, goes 906 with a 1. Okay, Daniela Esposto, that should be.
Yeah.
In the Kestrel Lane, hoping for a good run this time round. He's already run in the 9s with a 951. Looking for a bit more this time round. Up against Steve Howe, who's your current #1 qualifier. And by some margin as well, 8:45.
Yeah, the bike seems to be going quicker and quicker. Went 8:55 earlier, then followed with an 8:45. Yeah, I saw that as well. Something blew backwards. Daniel's still having issues with the moon bike. But Steve Howe powers through to an 8:40. Finds another 500ths of a second. Absolutely phenomenal performance this weekend from Steve Howe. Okay, so it is on to the NSA bikes. So many of them here this weekend. Absolutely fantastic. And how about this? Graham Sykes with the Mistral, the Triumph 750cc machine. Well, we normally see Graham riding the Force of Nature steam rocket bike. And without a shadow of doubt, the quickest accelerating anything in the world. 0.7 seconds to 60 foot. Quicker than a top fuel car. Quicker than a rocket. Anything. Absolutely anything. So here we go then. Graham Sykes with the Triumph. Try as he may, it doesn't want to play this time round, but I know Graham will give it another go tomorrow.
Chris Hartnell on backdraft. That little machine Justin's riding actually got down to 9.08 seconds. Many years ago, this time going through 12.12, 114 miles an hour for Chris Hartnell, 16.87. So Justin swapping between his two machines this weekend. The next round they'll be out with the Triumph again. Tim Howell heads to the line. blown BSA. By Ian Feltel, son of the late drag bike racer Ray Feltel. And he's up against Tony Lewis. Tony with the Turbo Triumph Westlake. The motor's certainly sounding nice, but obviously got a bit of a problem with the gearbox on that one. You could hear him having problems getting in a couple of times. 13.37 at 94 for Tony.
Just very quickly, if I can call all the Crackle cars into the pairing lanes, please.
Two New Zealand friends again. Ron Smith in the Coastal Beer lane. Oh. Oh, apologies, wrong way around. Ron's in the Slick Tricks lane, running the unsupercharged machine. Both beautifully prepared bikes. Apologies for the feedback, just wandering a bit too close to the speaker. And a good run there, 10.80, 121 for Spike in the Coastal Beer lane, and 11.37 at 113 for Ron Smith.
Right, just a very quick one for me in the tower. Can I please have all the Crackle cars that are taking part in the Cracklefest into the pairing lanes, please? All cars taking part in the Cracklefest, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Thank you very much. Back to you, Keith.
Thanks, Colin. Oh, I got Julian after me. He's obviously going to tell me I'm getting too close to the speaker. Suss that one out this time, mate. Won't do it again. So, Gary Norman, next man out with the double engine Norton. And he's waiting for Matt Owen with a little 350 blown Triumph. Big Norton off the line. But pulling well at the top end, 12.9, 109 miles an hour, 15.9 for the tiny Triumph. So that wraps up the NSA group for today. They'll be back tomorrow, but meantime, Outlaw Anglia.
Thank you ever so much indeed, Keith, and thank you once again for your wonderful words of wisdom, and of course a huge congratulations for being inducted into the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame, the announcement today. Okay, it is Outlaw Anglia, the last car class to hit the track today, and then we'll be getting our Crackle cars onto the strip, and just before they appear it will be Julian Webb with the split second jet car. So first pair, Ben Kennedy and Butch Wilkins. Well, Ben Kennedy currently number 3 qualifier, 8:45. Butch is number 19. Would like to go quicker than 10.92, but it's a new car debut this weekend, and Butch has done a fabulous job with this car. You'll see the trailer as well. Done it to match. Much better looking run this time for Ben. If he can keep his foot planted all the way through, but not quite. 901, 131. It wasn't as fast as he won earlier. 1166 for Butch. Our next pair. Richard Hooper with the Anxious for Pop. Going alongside Andy Cunningham with Agent Orange. Well, fair to say that Richard has driven the wheels off a car this weekend. 968 as the best so far. Never know, could even go quicker here. Andy Cunningham always attends these events and just comes and has a great time, and that's what it's all about. Lovely launch for Richard there. He may find just a little bit more here. Oh, 979, 133, and Andy goes 1186 and 118. Well, there's two versions of black. One is highly polished and the other one is flat, and you got both varieties down there. And of course, it's the Hoskins. It's David Hoskins in the matte black car, Luke Hoskins in the polished machine in the Slingshot lane, and off they go. Now, Luke Hoskins currently number 12 with a 987. David number 14 with a 1040. I think they're across the side by side, 41 and 57.
Sorry, I just said I think they're both coasting, actually.
Yeah.
Through the finish line. Okay, Ben Montgomery and Gary Hill. Pick your favourite green car. Dark green, light green. Who's quicker? Let's have a look. Well, they're both in at the moment. Ben Montgomery, though, is on the bump. One of two people that have run a 10.92. I think Gary Hill will be safe. Yeah, Barry Woodford's coming round. He's the other one that's run 10.92, I think.
Both into stage, the tree drops, green light comes on for the green cars. So Gary Hill out in front, trying to go better than 978. That goes 983. Ben Montgomery goes 1085. That's a nice little improvement.
And he gets off the bump, most importantly.
Yeah.
So if anyone's behind, he's a little bit safer. However, in the water box right now, Barry Woodford. Lot of concern out there in the slick tricks lane, just checking everything. Well, everyone with the flowery outfits is moving away. Do you know, I don't know if you've ever had that, but one thing as a driver, having all the track crew on the track checking things out when you're sitting there ready to go, it's sort of reassuring. In a, I know they're doing their job and it will be safe kind of way, but at the same time you think,
is it all right?
Yeah, exactly that.
They,
you know,
they won't let you go unless it is.
Of course not. That's it. That's it. Barry Woodford and Rob Brindle. Rob is safely in at number 4. Barry is on the bump. He is the most vulnerable. Yeah, Rob Brindle's coasting. 10.74 though for Barry Woodford, pinches back that number 15 spot.
So the bump now drops to 10.85. These two are well and truly qualified. Wayne Power with the stressed out 2. He's in the number 3 spot. If you could just stop it from pulling left off the line, it would be taking it all the way through. Martin Payne with the Great Barbarian. He's currently number 6 with an 8.52.
Maybe Dave the Starter's windscreen cleaning services will help with the going straight. That was very kind of him, wasn't it? So both these two in the 8s. Number 3 for Wayne, number 6 for Martin. They're less than a tenth apart. The potential for the car in the Slick Tricks lane is to nail the number 1 spot.
Now Wayne Parrott is pointing dead straight down the middle of the track.
Till about 3:30, he managed to keep it pinned. 8.53 and 9.04. I think Mick, Martin Payne, actually, that's pretty much what he's run the whole time.
Nice 107 to 60 foot for Wayne Power, though.
Certainly went.
Yeah.
Just started wandering a little bit at 3:30 and obviously thought better of it. Okay, Nigel Green with a car that's... we're so glad to see Nigel back again. But with this car in the... What is it? The low... 941.
Yeah.
Is his best.
No, it's a cracking run.
Barry Denby. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, no. Currently number 9.
Barry is the one that can mess up somebody else's day at the moment. If he can get it into the 10s, that 10... If he runs quicker than the number on the board up there, 10.85... He'll be racing tomorrow. Nigel is long gone. 9.44. No dice for Barry Danby, unfortunately. He will not make the show. That was number 17.
He'll still come down as an alternate.
Still subject to confirmation, because if you look at number 1 qualifier...
Yeah, that's Ben Kennedy's run, where he would have been there, so I'll be keeping an eye on that.
Right, okay, so it's just moved.
Yeah, it's just shuffled that. He should be there.
Yeah.
Sorry, that should be there. So, yeah, it's only the top 4.
So it's not an extra car that dived in there. Okay. Jed Guy.
Well, he can go quicker than 8.36 to take the number 1 spot. He's currently... Well, he is already in the number 1 spot, 8.36. Let's see if he's got any more. We know the car can do it. We know he can do it. He's doing it now.
Lined up dead straight. This time
big nitrous purge.
Yeah, nothing.
118 to 60.
Not sure the nitrous has kicked in, to be honest with you. That still looks like a no gas run. Yeah, that's about where it was. 8.40 on 55. Did not take off. Wasn't that amazing what Colin said earlier? 800 horsepower you can add with a nitrous kit.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing that that's the power of oxygen?
Yeah.
What it can do.
Now then, Lee Taylor with the Outlaw, 8.58. This is a serious bit of kit, this one. And I would say it has the potential to take number 1, but can he do it? They're still learning the new setup on this. Now, it's great to see Lee making quite a few outings with the car now.
Well, this is the last qualifying run, I think, full stop, unless anything else is rescheduled to tomorrow morning.
No, that's it.
That's it. So we've got Cracklefest cars.
Yeah, they're making their way down.
And we have Jet Car, obviously.
Yes. So this is the last competition qualifier of the weekend for Outlaw Anglia. 116 to 60 foot. Ooh, a little bit close to the centre line, but sticking with it.
Very handily caught. Still goes. 8.62, 153.
Yep.
So your number 1 qualifier for Outlaw Anglia will be Jed, I do believe.
Yep.
Closely followed. Who was the 841 number? It's changed now, so we can't find out.
No, it's gone.
But anyway, we have Jet Car and we have Cracklefest, and then we are done for the evening. It's kick-off for barbecue and all the other good stuff that goes on in the evening, along with all the bands over there in the Vintage Hub. They've been on all day anyway.
Yeah. Well, don't forget the beer fest. Sorry, beer fest when that closes in the stage is 11 o'clock. But Fuelers Bar goes on till 1 o'clock in the morning. So they are the places to go this evening. And just before Julian starts the jet up, I'll give you the lineup of acts taking place tonight.
Today's the day to stay up late because it's going to be warm. Let's put it that way.
The Majesty Queen in the Vintage Hub at 9:30, and in Fuelers Bar it is Phil Halley, and his comments. Just
nice.
to give you the correct name there. So comments. That's right. Comments. Yeah, comments. That's right.
Yeah,
that's what I said. Trying to be corrected though. But yes, Phil Halley and his comments. So those of you tuned into the live stream can see the split-second jet dragster of Julian down there, just connecting the umbilical cord to go through the start process. So this is our last run of the day, and then it will be our Crackle cars that will be coming round the corner as well.
They're already gathering.
They are indeed.
Some may be coming from the other end as well. I don't know whether they
push
are.
start cars, yeah.
Possible. I don't know. Have we got? Well, it depends anyway. Whoever's in there, I think we get everybody in place, and then the ones that need the rolling starts in front of the grandstands. So if you're milling around in the pits or just about thinking about firing up the barbecue, we're not quite done yet. I would make your way over here because we have one finale for the day here at Dragstalgia. It's been a great day. Unfortunately, a couple of things that slowed things up, but that's kind of...
It's racing.
It's just one of those things. It just goes with the territory, doesn't it? I mean, we finished early yesterday. We couldn't do that forever, could we? Still going to be finishing on time tonight. We've had to shuffle the schedule around a little bit for tomorrow's eliminations.
So as Julian gets ready for the Flame and Afterburner show, the support truck moves out of the way. Here we go. So Julian Webb with the split-second jet dragster comes up to the beams to wrap up our evening's entertainment here on track. Only the Cracklefest to go. The last pass of the day.
There goes the rags off the start line.
It'll be a 6. It's a 683 at 227 miles an hour.
Fantastic stuff. Josie's got to tell everyone her secrets of how she keeps her hair and everything else straight, standing there doing that. It's just an amazing thing. There we go. That's more like
stuff. Okay, so well, Darren and I are going to have a little.
We're going to wander
down
there
and introduce our Crackle cars to you, and then we are basically done for the day. So we'll be back with you in a moment. I think we've got a few more to come.
Yep, don't go anywhere, basically. And if you're not in a viewing area, now's a good time to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see you there.
So we'll see you down on the start line. When the Crackle cars come around, we'll pick up the commentary once again. But for the moment, Nitro FM is back over to you.
lately it seems I ain't got ambition for much else. But when the week is done and payday comes, you can try to slow me down, but I keep going back to the wrong side of town. Good luck picking me up, save your prayers, I'll let you down. I can't stay away from the wrong side of town. On the overpass is a lady in rags sitting down by the railroad tracks. She's warning me of the judgment day to come. Still small boys trying to turn me back, but I quickly snuffed it out. It don't belong here on the wrong side of town. Good luck picking me up, save your prayers, I'll let you down. I can't stay away from the wrong side of town. I can hear the full moon calling out. You can run, but not forever. I can hear the full moon calling out. You can run, but not forever.
Okay, so our Crackle cars have made their way down onto not a huge amount, but I think we may have one or two that will be coming up the return road. But of course, we do have the Yesterday's Dreams car that will always be cackling at the end. It's the way they always do things. But great to see representation from the Gasser Circus here this evening. Yeah, let's hear it for the Gasser Circus. Tom Margerson is here. The Short Fuse, Nick Hewison, Jason Pickett with Cherry Bomb, and of course, Commander Sai, Simon Prest with the Rocket. Got the Yesterday's Dreams car here as well. And just looking to see who else is going to be coming. Now, the other thing I need to find out if there's anybody coming down the return road. That's the other part of this.
You're being followed for a change, not me. Look, that way.
Oh, hello.
Wave to everybody. So, everybody watching at home, unfortunately, these are the voices you've been hearing the whole time.
Indeed.
And sorry to everyone up there as well, but there you go. Okay, we have everyone in place. There are more cars round there, though. We're just waiting for the thumbs up to bring everybody round as well.
And then, of course, we will fire them all up at once. Ladies and gentlemen on the grandstand, a very good evening to you. Have you had a good Dragstalgia? And have you all managed to keep yourself covered in sunblock? Who's looking very red up there? There's a few. A very, very good evening to everybody on the banking. Look at all of you wonderful people sat in your chairs on the top of the banking. That is the way to do it here at Dragstalgia. And that is a fabulous photograph. The silhouette of everybody on the top of the banking there. Once again, as per usual, thank you ever so much indeed for coming along and supporting Santa Pod Raceway and, of course, Dragstalgia as well. As I say, we've got Gasser Circus cars already represented. We've got a few of the Wild Bunch coming to join us as well. And what Cracklefest wouldn't be complete without the Maras. Yep. Wrathchild and Rebel making their way down. Wrathchild
It's
over
like
there.
pushing uphill, isn't it? It really is. Go on. You can do it.
So they're lining up. And also, let's have a look to see who else is there. Things are looking straight into the sun. I can't really see all the cars. That's Rob Brown inside Rebel. And the Saltown Shaker, absolutely fantastic looking car. Great showmanship this weekend as well. Car looking as good as ever. And how about fast forward the lovely Topolino Altered. Looking very, very smart indeed. Great looking car. Topolino, we talked about Topolino body shells. Have been a very, very popular choice with these cars, as is like the Ford Model T as well. But the Topolino, probably the most popular body used in Alters these days. Different wheelbases, different lengths of chassis, but the body doesn't matter what length of chassis, always seems to fit very, very well indeed. And here comes Rory Hart. You don't often see an opal-bodied funny car, but that's what Rory's got here. New PB this weekend as well. Running in, I thought he had actually. No, he's been in the 9s. He's done very, very well indeed. But never know, might even knock a number out the door tomorrow, as we are a long way from getting this job done this weekend. I've still got another day to go of great entertainment on the quarter mile. Still a few more making their way down. Actually, can't believe it's actually a little bit early on the schedule to bring the cars down. Only a few minutes, but nevertheless, we're still gathering a few cars to come down. Once they are all here, we'll fire them all up together and make a lot of noise. But the car that we all love to hear is the Yesterday's Dreams car. That's one that's been doing the odd cackle at every Dragstalgia Cracklefest that we've ever had. Darryl, anything coming down the return road?
I was just checking actually, and I don't know whether that's the fire crew or someone waiting up there. We haven't been told. It'll be just a nice surprise anyway. We're just waiting for the word to fire them all up. I think everybody is just about in place, just waiting for the crews to make the final checks. We've got background music as well. Can you hear that? Drifting over from the vintage hub, I think.
Can I please ask, once we actually do start all the engine up, everybody that's along the wall here, if you can crouch down so that our lovely spectators in the grandstand can actually get photos. Not yet, not yet. When the engines have started, it just gives everybody a chance to actually see everything that's going on. And yeah, just to let everybody see. We were missing you today, actually. We were thinking, where were you? And we did see photographs of you in the pits, but we never saw you on the track today. Our favourite bug, I've got to say, winner 2 years in a row, actually. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have one car that will be making its way down here. Indeed, it is Turbo that will be doing the push start. And once he's into position, every one of these cars here will fire up and make a lot of noise. And I guarantee you, it will be the Yesterday's Dreams car that will be running right at the end. And when that car switches off, I want you to raise the roof.
Well,
really
they've actually got an extra big fuel tank on there for it to run even longer as well. Not the greatest best time for a run, mate. Simon out for a run on the racetrack. That could be the stickiest run of the season. Well done, mate. So, yeah, we do have one car which is being push-started down the return road. This used to be the fire-up road, so in front of the grandstands, the cars used to collect at the top end of the racetrack, just to the left-hand side as you look at it, from the gantry, and they used to be push-started in front of the grandstands. and they used to kick into life just as they came past everybody, and they all used to get a nice blast of nitro, methanol, everything, whatever it might be. It's a long since gone tradition that we revive every year for Dragstalgia, and it's what we're doing right now. So there is a dragster that's fired up the top end. He will be coming this way very shortly indeed, and parking up with all the rest of us.
What's a wonderful sound, actually, considering the pipes are pointing the other way, and you can hear it a quarter of a mile away.
I think the
and it's just on tick over.
The wind helps with that, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, it's the great day, and this will be the finale. Yeah, that sounds like a proper cackling car, that does. Not is it only is it everybody on the grandstands and on the banking that's going to see him, everybody against the fence in the pit area will get a nice whiff as he comes past as well. I can hear the car, I still can't see him.
Yeah, it's certainly getting louder, so it's starting to make its way down towards us.
So everybody clap and wave as the True Blood fuel car with Dennis Priddle's original Donovan Nitro Hemi on board, piloted by the one and only Mr. Ian Turbeville as well.
And it's his birthday today, let's not forget.
What
so
a way
many
to
happy
celebrate your
returns
birthday.
indeed to the young man that's piloting this car.
So that would be the way it happened in the old days. Come down the fire road, turn round behind the tower and come out and make a run. But Turbo is going to round the corner, and when he pulls into place alongside everybody else, they're all going to fire up as well. A perfect turning circle.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're on the track, please crouch down now so that everybody can see all of this. Here we go then, everybody fire them up now.
Well, what a show. That was fantastic. I don't know how that car runs that long. I mean, it's like a 10-minute fuel car. That is absolutely incredible. Well done to everybody. That was something else. Thank you all for sticking around for that. I think you'll find it was definitely worth it, wasn't it?
Well, one of the best Cracklefest, not for the sheer quantity of cars, but having yesterday's Dreams car here as well. And Ian Turbeville, it's his birthday today. It would have been Dennis Priddle's birthday today as well. It's Dennis Priddle's engine inside this car from back in the day. What a fantastic moment to have this car come down the return road and join the Cracklefest. Ian, happy birthday again, mate. Thank you for everything that you're doing to make this show so special. Thank you to all of our Crackle cars this evening as well. You are all absolutely fantastic. But to have the Yesterday's Dreams car doing what it does best is put on a heck of a show. Ladies and gentlemen, have a fantastic evening. Get yourself over to Fuelers Bar, go to the beer festival, have a great time, enjoy the live music, and we will see you tomorrow. Thanks very much indeed.